Das ist jetzt da knappe 1,5 Jahre her. Oktober, war's wirklich 2020? Ja voll, Oktober 2020. Davor bin ich halt so Classic irgendwie, glaube ich, wie viele andere auf Kaizo halt über das erste Mal GameStar und Quick aufmerksam geworden, wie Grand Prix World 2 crowned worden ist. Das war von Mitch Flower Power. Da haben wir gedacht: „Ja, das kann ich auch. Das ist Mario, was soll's“, richtig? Und habe mir das runtergeladen und bin 12 Stunden gesessen für den allerersten Checkpoint. Aber es hat mein Interesse geweckt. Ich habe gesehen: „Ja, okay, ich kann's, nur nicht so schnell, wie ich dachte.“ Und dann habe ich mit Baby Kaizo angefangen eben. Und seitdem spiele ich Kaizo und komme nicht mehr weg. Es ist ein Wahnsinn, was man mit einem einzigen Spiel, was man da alles rausholen kann. Weil ich schaue Orca gerne zu bei seinen Speedruns. Ja, der ist so gechillt dabei, der raged nicht viel, zumindest nicht, wenn ich gerade da anwesend bin. Ihm schaue ich gern zu. Wen schaue ich ihm noch gern zu? Franzen86. Da ist immer 'ne schöne, nette Atmosphäre und der kann auch was natürlich. Fireflower, d durch Kaizo, definitiv die Feuerblume. Ich ich die Level, die es in Kaizo gibt, mit die Rutschlevel mit einer Feuerblume einbaut meistens. Ich liebe die Mechanik. Ich habe die Feuerblume früher gehasst und komplett sinnlos gefunden. Das hat sich jetzt sehr geändert mit Kaizo. Eine Sub 30. Mein Ziel, ich würde gern eine Runde weiterkommen. Ich würde wirklich gern eine Runde aber zumindest weiterkommen. Ist das Freilos ja weg, jetzt ist Wild Grim, gegen den ich antreten darf. Das ist alles andere als ein Freilos, wenn ich das anmerken darf. Ich habe mir zum Beispiel fürs Quickie World So Turnier viel von seinem Run abgesehen, was ich dann in meinen Run einbaut habe oder versucht habe einzubauen, sagen wir versuchen. Und also, es ist so was wie ein Vorbild. Also, den habe ich schon kannt, noch bevor ich mit Kaizo angefangen habe zum Streamen und Spielen. Das heißt, das ist eine Ehre, gegen den laufen zu dürfen. Und er wird mich rausfetzen. Erbarmungslos. Aber ich freue mich drauf, weil das passiert halt nicht jeden Tag. Aber er ist ein Top Runner, da brauche ich, glaube ich, nichts dazu sagen. Der hat einen Namen. Ja, das ist eine schwere Frage. Es ändert sich von Run zu Run, das ist mein Problem. Weil ich mag behaupten, Dilly-Dally ich mag behaupten, Dilly-Dally ist zumindest für mich der schwerste, definitiv. Dieses ganze Herumbouncen auf engstem Raum neben den Death-Blocks, das ist horrible. Und dann von einem wie heißen die? Fuzzies? Von einem Fuzzy auf den nächsten springen, dann runterdroppen auf einen, dann da weiter balancieren, dann rechtzeitig mit dem kommt mein Hirn gar nicht klar. Also, definitiv by far der schwerste Level. Und dann trollt die Musik auch noch so ran, ne? Ah. Ja, Dilly-Dally. Intermediate, auf jeden Fall. Also, dass mehr Leute Zugang dazu haben. Es muss nicht brutal sein. Ich würde ihn selbst dann auch gern clearen können. Und viele Yoshis, die nicht sterben darin. So, also ich habe auch Hack-Ideen. Ich würde gerne eines Tages so ein Hack machen, so ein Yoshi-Escort-Hack, wo man einen Yoshi durch den ganzen Hack mehr oder weniger transportiert. So was würde ich cool finden. und auf Intermediate halt. Schon ein paar knifflige Tricks und sowas, aber nichts allzu Brutales. Ein paar Shell Jumps, vielleicht ein Chuck geht, um alle zu triggern. Sowas. Ein paar Trolls dürften schon drin sein. Ich mag Trolls. So, sorry. Ich bin Sekar, ich bin aus Österreich. Ich spiele Kaizo und ich bin hier bei diesem Turnier. Das ist jetzt da knappe 1,5 Jahre her. Oktober, war es wirklich 2020? Ja voll, Oktober 2020. Davor bin ich halt so Classic irgendwie, glaube ich, wie viele andere auf Kaizo halt über das erste Mal GameStar und Quick aufmerksam geworden, wie Grand Prix 2 Ground worden ist. Das war von Mitch Flower Power. Da haben wir gedacht, ja, das kann ich auch. Das ist Mario, was soll's, richtig? Und dann hat man das runtergeladen und bin 12 Stunden gesessen für den allerersten Checkpoint. Aber es hat mein Interesse geweckt. Ich habe gesehen, ja, okay, ich kann's, nur nicht so schnell, wie ich dachte. Und dann habe ich mit Baby Kaizo angefangen eben. Und seitdem spiele ich Kaizo und komme nicht mehr weg. Es ist ein Wahnsinn, was man mit einem einzigen Spiel, was man da alles rausholen kann. Weil ich schaue Orca gerne zu bei seinen Speedruns. Ja, der ist so gechillt dabei. Der raged nicht viel. Zumindest nicht, wenn ich gerade da anwesend bin. Ihn schaue ich gern zu. Dann schaue ich ihm noch gern zu. Franzen86. Da ist immer eine schöne, nette Atmosphäre. Und der kann auch was natürlich. Fireflower. Durch Kaiser. Definitiv die Feuerblume. Ich, ich, äh, die Level, die es in Kaiser gibt, mit die Rutschlevel mit einer Feuerblume einbaut meistens. Ich liebe die Mechanik. Ich habe die Feuerblume früher gehasst und komplett sinnlos gefunden. Das hat sich jetzt sehr geändert mit Kaiser. Eine Sub 30. Mein Ziel, ich würde gern eine Runde weiterkommen. Ich würde wirklich gern eine Runde aber zumindest weiterkommen. Ist das Freilos ja weg, jetzt ist Wild Grim, gegen den ich antreten darf. Das ist alles andere als ein Freilos, wenn ich das anmerken darf. Ich habe mir zum Beispiel fürs Quickie World So Turnier viel von seinem Runner abgesehen, was ich dann in meinen Run einbaut habe oder versucht habe einzubauen, sagen wir versuchen. Und also es ist sowas wie ein Vorbild. Den habe ich schon kannt, noch bevor ich mit Kaiser angefangen habe zum Streamen und Spielen. Das heißt, es ist eine Ehre, gegen den laufen zu dürfen. Und er wird mich rausfetzen. Erbarmungslos. Aber ich freue mich drauf, weil das passiert halt nicht jeden Tag. Aber er ist ein Top Runner, da brauche ich, glaube ich, nichts dazu sagen. Der hat einen Namen. Ja, das ist eine schwere Frage. Es ändert sich von Run zu Run, das ist mein Problem. Weil ich mag behaupten, Dilly-Dally, ich mag behaupten, Dilly-Dally ist zumindest für mich der schwerste, definitiv. Dieses ganze Herumbouncen auf engstem Raum neben den Death-Blocks. Das ist horrible. Und dann von einem, wie heißen die? Fassis? Von einem Fassi auf den nächsten springen, dann runterdroppen auf einen, dann da weiter balancieren, dann rechtzeitig. Mit dem kommt mein Hirn gar nicht klar. Also definitiv by far der schwerste Level. Und dann trollt die Musik auch noch so ran. Ne? Ah. Ja, Dilly Dally. Intermediate, auf jeden Fall. Also, dass mehr Leute Zugang dazu haben. Also es muss nicht brutal sein. Ich würde ihn selbst dann auch gern clearen können. und viele Yoshis, die nicht sterben darin. So, also ich habe auch Hack-Ideen. Ich würde gerne eines Tages so ein Hack machen, so ein Yoshi-Escort-Hack, wo man einen Yoshi durch den ganzen Hack mehr oder weniger transportiert. Sowas würde ich cool finden. Und auf Intermediate halt. Schon ein paar knifflige Tricks und sowas, aber nichts allzu Brutales. Ein paar Shell-Jumps, vielleicht ein Chuck-Gate, um alle zu triggern. Sowas. Ein paar Trolls dürften schon drin sein. Ich mag Trolls. So, sorry. Ich bin Sekar, ich bin aus Österreich. Ich spiele Kaizo und ich bin hier bei diesem Turnier. Das ist jetzt da knappe 1,5 Jahre her. Oktober, war es wirklich 2020? Ja voll, Oktober 2020. Davor bin ich halt so Classic irgendwie, glaube ich, wie viele andere auf Kaizo halt über das erste Mal GameStar und Quick aufmerksam geworden, wie Grand Prix 2 Ground worden ist. Das war von Mitch Flower Power. Da haben wir gedacht, ja, das kann ich auch. Das ist Mario, was soll's, richtig? Und hab mir das runtergeladen und bin 12 Stunden gesessen für den allerersten Checkpoint. Aber es hat mein Interesse geweckt. Ich habe gesehen, ja, okay, ich kann's, nur nicht so schnell, wie ich dachte. Und dann habe ich mit Baby Kaizo angefangen eben. Und seitdem spiele ich Kaizo und komme nicht mehr weg. Es ist ein Wahnsinn, was man mit einem einzigen Spiel, was man da alles rausholen kann. Weil ich schaue Orca gerne zu bei seinen Speedruns. Ja, der ist so gechillt dabei. Der raged nicht viel. Zumindest nicht, wenn ich gerade da anwesend bin. Ihn schaue ich gern zu. Dann schaue ich ihn noch gern zu. Franzen86. Da ist immer eine schöne, nette Atmosphäre. Und der kann auch was natürlich. Fireflower. Durch Kaizo.
I am the Wild Grim from the United States of America. My nickname is Grim. The people in real life call me Grim, actually. Sometimes it gets kind of weird because I've been at parties and stuff, and they'll introduce me to people and they'll be like, "Oh, this is Grim," and then the other person always say like, "Oh, your name is Grim," and I just kind of roll my eyes and I have to explain to them like, "No, it's just my online name. My real name is Chris," but like nobody calls me Chris. I think 2016, 2017, so like 5 years ago, I started with, well, the first hack I ever played was Bonsai Mario. It was really frustrating, and I almost quit like right away. I was like, man, it's not very fun. And then I played Dram World, and I don't know, I just enjoyed that one a lot more. I stuck with it, even though the first level took me like 6 or 7 hours to beat. And I've just been playing it since then. It's fun. Probably the first game I ever played. The first game I ever played was SMB3. I started with Mario and I'm still playing Mario. It's very close between Grand Poo World 2 and Super Rift World 2. I think Grand Poo World 2 has the edge because it's got a really cool final boss. But just both of them are great level design. They're really fun to speed run. Like they're both aesthetically pleasing. They're like the perfect length for me, which is like 20, 22 exits. I think Rift 2 is a little longer. Just both really good, really, really well made games. I think Barb and freaking Ha did like fantastic jobs. They really knocked it out of the park with those two. I hate that I'm going to give this answer, but I think it's the shell. It's really versatile. You can bounce off it, which is fun. It's like it's just a cool item, you know. You can make whole levels out of it. I really like Link Dead. Unfortunately, I can't really watch him anymore because he inverted like his streaming times. Well, not inverted, but he ended up streaming a lot earlier. So now I'm basically asleep every time he streams. But he was like my guy to watch for Mario because he knows the game very well. He makes it really fun. He's willing to sit down and grind out like the worst stuff. He's a really good player. Like the dude a lot. Right now, it's not get slaughtered, but honestly, to win a round, I think would be pretty cool. I was watching Sakaya the other night do some practice runs, just kind of gauging where he's at, and I think I can take him. I think I can take him if I put in the work. I think I can put up a fight. Well, I didn't really know much about him till the other night. Uh, 'Cause he's German, so we have like different times. So I was up very late when he was streaming, and I was just kind of like watching him in bed on my phone. Yeah, I don't really know him very well. He seems like a cool dude. They were all speaking German, so I don't really know what they were talking about, but it seemed like a pretty chill place. To execute, probably ultra tight. For me, it's because of the block grabs. Those block grabs just destroy me. Just with it also being just a tight level, like already. Just to have that on top of it, it's really hard for me to one shot usually. At least it's short. That's like all it has going for it is that it's short. I think it should be definitely challenging for me. So, and what should it look like? I guess that's up to them. Like if they know me, they'll know that I like levels with a theme, like desert levels, just like levels that make sense thematically, like between the music and the graphics. So just really well done, pretty challenging hack, and I'd be fine with it if it had my name on it. I am the Wild Grim from the United States of America. My nickname is Grim. The people in real life call me Grim, actually. Sometimes it gets kind of weird because I've been at parties and stuff, and they'll introduce me to people, and they'll be like, "Oh, this is Grim," and then the other person will always say like, "Oh, your name is Grim," and I just kind of roll my eyes, and I have to explain to them like, "No, it's just my online name. My real name is Chris," but like nobody calls me Chris. I think 2016, 2017, so like 5 years ago, I started with. Well, the first hack I ever played was Bonsai Mario. It was really frustrating, and I almost quit like right away.
Hi there, guys. How's the audio? We're gonna run into a couple of hiccups when we first get started here, but after the first couple rounds, I think we'll have this figured out. So can everybody in the chat hear me? Mo, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm also here. And welcome to the Kaizo community. Wow, what the fuck, we have 230 viewers at the moment. And yeah, I think nobody can wait to see the first match between Shellbird and Captain Kirk. I'm Damo, the German part for the first race, and with me is Nia.
Hey guys, I'm Ninja Lifestyle. I will be translating for Mo. No, I'm joking. I only know one language, and I'll be the comic relief. I watch a lot of Captain Canuck, and I've known Shellbird for a while, so I think this is going to be a really competitive match coming up. You know, these guys have been grinding for maybe 2 months. Shellbird has a lot of world records. Captain Canuck has several also. So it's a good matchup to start us off. And every competitor today is super talented. So you guys are in for a real treat.
I really don't know Captain Canuck's actual PB for the tag. Shellbird's like the speedrun.com schedule says 21 minutes 42 seconds. Do you know the actual PB of Captain Canuck?
Last time I checked, I think he had a 21-minute time. So I guess Shellbird's is 21:42. So on
Yes,
paper,
yes.
these guys are pretty even.
Yeah, yeah. And also the same, I think, for the interviews we saw.
Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing Canucks interview and Shellbird's.
Yeah. I mean, I think Sakaya and the White Grim, I think the White Grim just set a new PB, which was maybe a bit better than Sakaya's. So
Oh, it looks like
there
we're
will
already
be
jumping into it.
Yeah. I just want to say there will be a lot of insane races today. A whole tournament in one day. That will be really insane.
Yeah, there's a lot of people working behind the scenes too. So I'm a little bit new to commentating Kaizo, but I'm a big fan of these games, and they're going to be a lot harder than they look.
Yeah, especially Orca's hack here. That's really, really hard.
Yeah, I guess since maybe some people here on SpeedGaming aren't familiar with Kaizo, it's Kaizo Mario World. These levels are very hard, and they oftentimes kind of fit a format to where the designer has a very specific way that he wants you to beat each level. That's sort of how I've always categorized the Kaizo genre. We're gonna see that a lot of the strats these guys are doing, they're all going to be doing really similar strats.
Yeah, that's most of the time in Kaizo. You just have the one only right way.
I'm actually excited also that we have the players' videos, so we can see if anyone gets really tilted. And I know maybe not everybody's into that, but sometimes we watch the Kaizo streamers that get the most frustrated. And I know in a tournament setting, everyone's going to be like, try and keep it professional. But once you get tilted, it's sometimes impossible to not keep like to keep a straight face.
Yeah, I've seen it in the last German tournament. The players, reactions, just funny as hell.
I keep looking over at the actual Twitch stream and not our stream. They both seem to be having a little bit of trouble here in this level. But there's not going to be any deathless runs today, guys. It's not a matter of who's gonna flawlessly beat every level. It's really gonna be an issue of who makes the least mistakes or the least costly mistakes.
Yeah, it's not like speedrunning. It's no reset here. Just run your run and hope the best that you can get through it as quick as possible.
You guys can see jumping on these fire, these pieces of fire and the munchers. All these jumps are really tight. There's very little room for error. That's what's going to make this even more impressive when you see, I'm sure at least one or two people is going to have just an absolute barn burner of a run. So we're going to see like some good pop-offs as well. But rest assured, these levels are very hard.
Yeah, and for those of you who are new to Kaizo, you have to imagine, if you see the guys here, it looks very easy. But if you play it on yourself, then you just notice that it's really, really much more harder than like what you see here. So if you think these are hard levels, then just imagine they are way harder if you play it yourself.
It looks like they're both going to get through this level right around the same time. Shellbird's probably about 10 seconds ahead. So our first match is already pretty competitive. It's going to be
10 seconds was a good call.
This is the kind of game where someone can be ahead by 5 minutes and just have, you know, their opponent has one bad level, and you know these comebacks are a lot more possible than in, you know, a game like a sporting game or even like a non-Kaizo speedrun. No one's ever really out of the match, and we are doing best of 3, correct?
Yes, yes. And it can go both ways. I've seen also hacks like Baby Kaizo World in a tournament. It's also around about 25 minutes, and there are players who get through the finish line at the same time, at the exact same time. I think we always also have here some delay of 2 seconds. That's when one player gets 2 seconds behind the first player to the finish. Then it's, I think, a tie.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it, or at least to judge it. Because, you know, I think there's a difference between if someone's playing on emulator. I think both of these guys are playing on NT. But I never can really keep up with the rules they come up with, you know, like some players have more lag or less lag.
Yeah, the time between go to the finish line is more that you have to click in Race Time GG, where they stream and the times get that they disclick to cover this time delay, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll see this level, everything is difficult in here. You know, everyone's gonna make it look easy, but I played through this game last week, and I used a bunch of saves to get through it. You know, I'm not obviously I'm not a competitor like the people competing, but man, I was hitting the save button every 5-10 seconds, and I was still having a lot of issues with these levels. You know, a lot of this comes down to visual cues, and since these guys have grinded this game so much already, you don't really see exactly what they're looking for. They might be trying to line up Mario's foot with a spring or a muncher. A lot of time went into what both these guys are pulling off right now. So don't feel like anyone's having a bad game just because they die on a level a few times.
Yeah, for me it's even harder. I'm not closely in the range to play this hack. That's way too hard for me at the moment.
Yeah, I tried to play it so I could get a feel for each level and maybe point out some things that would go unnoticed, but it hits hard, man. It's a tough one. I know that's one of my favorite parts about watching Stu is him sciencing out levels to figure out, okay, will this be more consistent? Will this work better? I think that's something that everyone does. But it's a part of these levels, routing out exactly where you want to jump or what you're going to be looking at. It's kind of like an interesting piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, and we see Shepard burst through the level.
Silbert gets through it. Maybe Canuck will try and catch up. These saws that go in this square are deceptively difficult. Oh, this is the Desi's room. So in this castle, Shellbird has to beat every room without dying. So if he dies in room number 3 or room number 4, you have to start right back at the beginning. So this is what I always thought was going to be the big like separator for a lot of the later races. If somebody has a bad time in this castle, you know, you could wreck the whole run and give your opponent a huge advantage. Oh, and Shellbird, see, starts right back at the beginning here.
And just a look of the pairings for today, they are just really good. If you see Shellbird and Captain Canuck, they are in a range of their skills, especially if you look speedrun.com. Stu and Kalko, the first and the second place in the world records. The White Grim and Sakaya are also close what the times are. So I don't know what it was. It was a really, really good pairing for those matches.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are excited about the Calco Stu match because not only are they in first and second place, but their times are, I think, 5 seconds apart, something like that.
7.
It looks like they both got through this castle right about the same time. Canuck may be ahead by, I don't know, 5-10 seconds. P. Miller says, impressive that Shell didn't let that death tilt him. Yeah, dying in that castle is a huge setback, so you really got to keep an eye on who's moving forward. But yeah, what a competitive match. They're both just erasing the castle together. Cleanup crew, boys.
And here you see how close it can be. And it's exactly so close it can be also in the end.
How many levels are there? Orca would be able to tell you that in the chat, but our estimated time for these runs is going to be 23, 24 minutes each. So you can assume that we're about halfway through the run for now.
You and Orca helping out 12 levels.
I played this level with this disco shell, and I realized that good players here, they must have an extra finger because I could not figure out where to place my finger to do this. It's a lot more complicated than it looks. You know, these guys have their fingers on 3 buttons at the same time to control the shell and to control Mario shooting fire.
Yeah.
Again, it looks like they're both getting the checkpoint
They
right
are
around the
so
same time.
close. I think the first nervousness for the tournament is over, and now they show a great gameplay.
Yeah, there's no jitters here. It looks like both these guys are having a pretty good run. Like I said, there's going to be, you know, dozens and dozens of deaths for probably all of the runners. But these guys are the first ones out, so they're kind of going to set the bar for what we're going to see today. These disco shells can be really difficult too, because if you get 1 or 2 bad bounces, it throws off the momentum. These guys are also racing that P-switch. A lot can go wrong in this level, and it looks like they're both struggling a little bit, but I'm sure we'll get through it shortly here. As I played through this, I kind of noticed, you know, you play a lot of Kaizo and you see a lot of repetitive tricks and a lot of repetitive things, but this game had a lot of fresh new ideas. At least in my opinion. Shellbird gets through.
Yeah, Kanak is in the lead, but yeah, it's just one death and the lead can change. And here it is.
He called it. The commentator's curse. We're starting it early.
One commentator has to be the first.
Yeah. We're going to see a few different ways that people play this level. If you guys are going to be watching for a while, you're going to see that the way that people initiate the P-switch off of these dolphins, everyone has chosen a different way to do it. And I said earlier that a lot of these levels, everything's going to be the same, but when you get everyone kind of having a couple of areas of each level where they do something unique, it kind of shows the creativity of each player. I think these games are really fun to watch, even if you're a casual Mario player, or even if you just played when you were a kid or whatever. I think watching Mario at this level, it's got to be mind-blowing. Shellbird gets through. And we get a bunch of people to repeat the word orb in the chat. Orb. Nux leaning forward in the chair. That means he's got his try-hard attitude in full throttle. I don't think Canuck's gonna lose it here today, but man, part of what I like to watch of these Kaizo players is just them losing their minds, you know, getting frustrated. And Canuck's one of the good ones. It's hard not to get mad at these games. It almost feels personal. I know it's a bad habit, but I'd say some pretty mean things about some of these hack creators in the heat of the moment. And there's a lot of rude tricks in this game.
Yeah, Kaizo can be a lot of raging. I think I only saw one Kaizo player who kept just smiling, also if he dies a few times. But yeah, that's not a rule.
All right, Shellbird pulling ahead a little bit here. We got 2 yumps and a Mario booty. It must be my birthday.
So happy birthday to you.
Yeah, these guys, we keep talking about how evenly matched they are. We got 2 yumps on the very first run. Exciting. It's rare. Also, for those not familiar with Mario World, this cape can be really frustrating to use. I think all of our players today are pretty well versed in the cape levels, but it can be really frustrating to learn. It's not what you remember, you know. It's not just pressing forward and pressing back. There's a lot of intense things going on with these guys when they start flying around with the cape. P. Miller says Shellbird looks like he's in the zone. He's got the competition shoulders. Yeah, this is close. This is awesome. Stu says it's never over until Wendy sings. That's true, you know. You see one player pull away. You know, don't forget there's a level with shells in a little while that can be kind of rough. Castles, bosses, still a lot of game left to play.
But now we see that Shellbird is a bit more ahead of Captain
Yeah,
Canuck.
he's pulling out in front by a significant margin. That's what makes it exciting. So in the level Shellbird's on right now, he's kind of manipulating Mario's item box. And it may not look like a big deal, but all of this is like really like planned. You know, I don't know how to put it into words without sounding, you know, weird, but if you don't jump the right time at the right place and press select and move your entire left hand over, you know, it's over. So this one's rough on the hands, or at least it was in my opinion. I think this boss is pretty straightforward. All you have to do is pretty much just survive. I don't expect anyone to have too much problems with this ghost boss. Just getting to him is going to pose some problems. Shellbird makes it look easy. I mean, this boss is not too much. I would be very surprised if anyone blows it fighting this boo.
It's just crazy how much inputs there are. I'm just wondering if Olga not want us to do a handstand while playing.
Yeah, the trick where you have to hit select in the middle of the level. It's like, dude, how many fingers do you think I have? I only have 2 hands.
It's like the fireball while riding the crochet.
Yeah,
it's
same.
Just insane.
I think Shellbird just one-shotted the level he's on, which is going to give him an even larger lead. But it's best of 3. There's no reason Canuck should feel tilted or feel behind, because best of 3 and still some tough levels coming up. Wow, Shellbird is gaming. Oh no!
Up pipe. And boss up pipe.
Wow. Yeah, those up pipes, they're really not that hard, but under pressure, you know, when it's all on the line, you finally got through the level, you just one-shotted it, you're in the lead, and all you have to do is press the up button. Oh no. It's harder than you might think.
But that's a good moment for Captain Canuck to catch up.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Here we go. Makes it the second time. Easy.
But he was again far on the right side of the pipe. But it worked.
One-shotting the shells. I think that's my favorite level. I'm a big fan of anything shell related. Except Shellbird. I mean the shells in the game. But to get through that shell level first try, it's just gonna put him even farther ahead. Now he's on the final ride. I thought this final room that Shellbird is on, man, it is so creative. I've never seen a level quite like this. And that gets through the shells. Shellbird is significantly far ahead. And this might be... We might be getting close to the end of this race. Again, anything can happen.
Yeah, and we're talking about how creative this hack is and how hard, and yeah, we can say.
I've never seen a boss fight quite like this either. There's this auto scroller. This isn't even part of the boss fight. This is just what you have to go through.
Yeah, to the boss.
Get to the boss. Yeah, it's.
And if you die at the boss, then you can do it again. Yeah, but I'm looking forward because we can listen to our car in the next race. And
Oh yeah.
that will be also great. Then
Oh yeah, by the way, guys,
because-
it's not gonna just be our voices for the entire tournament. These commentators are gonna be in and out, switching as we go. You'll get some other voices, some other ideas from some talented players. Elbird makes a few mistakes here. Oh, and that's gonna be it. Shellbird takes game number 1. Excellent game. Excellent play. What's our time? 24:57. Still a respectable time. Absolutely a good time.
that's a really good time for a tournament.
Next gonna finish. It'll be interesting to see. Maybe it was nerves. Shellbird had a rough final boss fight, so we'll see how Canuck, if he can get through it on this first attack, and then we'll have something to go off of for the next race. Shall they get to this last level on the same pace? And GG to Captain Canuck.
That's really close. I mean, 40 seconds. It's nothing in a tournament. You just have to remember that you can't reset here. You have to take the game how it comes.
Yeah, a lot of the times when the speedrunners reset, it's sort of like they're starting fresh. You know, they can go, okay, now I can calm down and try again. But in this situation, the tilt is real because you take 2 or 3 deaths on something that you know you can achieve pretty easily, and it can weigh on your soul, and then you're just stuck in the spiral of death. But great job, guys. Man, game 1 is in the books.
So I don't know exactly the rules, but maybe they can also reset here in the tournament, but the time still goes on. I don't know the rules. Maybe if a player needs a fresh run, then maybe he can reset, but time goes on. No time reset.
All right, Shellbird's going to be feeling pretty comfortable getting the first win, and Canuck is going to be feeling the pressure this next run. But I have faith. Like you said, last run only 40 seconds difference between these two guys. 40 seconds is nothing. That could be one level. Excited. Seeing these guys play so similarly and their times, and they were neck and neck all the way until the end. Game 2 is going to be something you don't want to miss, people.
And I've seen so many things in past tournaments, and one win means nothing. Captain Canuck can win 2 times in a row, and yeah, then he's the winner. So it will be thrilling.
You know, as I was chatting with a lot of the players, Calco and Stu are sort of like the heavy favorites here. But anybody could have a good game, or a bad game. Anybody could have one bad run, or maybe 2 bad runs back to back. And you know what? Maybe your favorites end up not making it. We're gonna find out. I wish we could have came up with some type of sports betting thing, like we could bet channel points or something like that. Next time. You know what? Next time. I'll forward that to the CEO here and we'll figure it out.
I mean, Stu and Calco are the favorites here, the very important players. I don't know how to say it, because they are in the ranking, the first 2 players, but they have to be calm if they die, because they are speedrunning this hack so many times, and they can reset at any time to get to this world record, and then the tilt is not that much. But
Yeah, exactly.
if such good players take 2, 3, 4 deaths in bad situations here, they have to be calm. While other players who are maybe like Shepard in the 3rd place of the world list, they are more used to take a death and just go on.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how everyone prepared. I know Stu is like a really into the stats. You know, he loves the stats and the math, and I know Shellbird's really smart with math too. But I'm wondering
Yeah.
if they're really diving into which levels are going to be this amount of time, or if it's more just doing the no resets.
Yeah, also in the German tournaments, Shepard just loves to show all of the speed strats. But I don't think in this, this hack is a bit too hard, I think, to show all the speed strats you can show.
Yeah, that's going to be. I'm sure a lot of the commentators are going to talk about that later. There actually are going to be like safe strats that are a little bit slower compared to really fast strats that are much more high risk. So everyone's got to decide what's best for them.
Yeah, sometimes the slow strats, the safe strats.
Looks like Shellbird took an early lead, I think. I saw him get a checkpoint. The H. Oh, no, I'm incorrect. Captain Canuck's a little bit ahead. Papa Nug says the best strat is don't die. Yeah, that's the issue too, you know. Where you die in the level is going to depend on how badly it's going to hurt you. You know, if you die at the end, which is where Orca put some of the hardest jumps, and it's going to be a lot more detrimental than dying at the beginning of a level a couple times.
Yeah, I've seen it in the Baby Kaiser Turnier. There was a death counter in the hack, and yeah, you can see that 25 death player can beat a 10 death player.
Yeah, exactly.
match.
That's pretty interesting.
It counts where you play, where you die in the level.
That's what kind of makes this game, you know, a little bit more unpredictable, is because, like I said, a lot of the harder movements are at the end of each level. I mean, that's pretty typical for all Kaizo games, but here some of the endings are just really cruel. Yeah, these guys are, again, head to head. I guess we're gonna, you know, expect that for the first few levels. But we haven't seen anyone just pull completely out in front. That's good. I'm glad match number 1 is so competitive. Sometimes you watch these tournaments and it's just an absolute blowout, and you're like, ah. And it makes kind of makes you wonder if the players would want like a forfeit button. Like, ah, yeah, forfeit, dude. I'd rather just play another. I'd rather just start again.
And I think it's maybe the first time we've seen a lead of Captain Canuck this much that not one death can change it.
Yeah, that's
and
pretty
maybe
impressive.
not 3 or 4 deaths.
Well, he knows he's under pressure. You know, he knows he has to make a statement here. And going to a round 3, that's going to be exciting too. But they're both such good players. You know, you can't call it either way.
And there can always be a death loop at any time.
Yeah, I find that whenever I'm playing a hard level, you know, I make a lot of progress, and I get to the hard part, and I'm like, okay, cool, you know, all I gotta do is learn this one trick, and then all the previous tricks start holding me back. So then you're in the real spiral, because the things that you thought were easy are suddenly impossible. And that gets through, gets the key. And Canucks significantly far ahead, but you know, we're gonna be repeating ourselves all night, you know, just saying the same thing, like, oh, you know, no one's ever got it in the bag, but it is impressive to be this far ahead at this point.
The race is not over until the fat lady sings.
That's right. That's right. Delbert gets through. And these games are so hard. You can just casually talk about it, you know, but man, these games are tough. The ceiling for Kaizo is, you know, it just keeps getting raised. You know, we keep saying things are too hard, too hard, too hard. And maybe this game's not the best example, but these games are getting to the point where it's kind of ridiculous.
When I saw Kaizo the first times, it was just a new world. You know Super Mario World from your childhood, and yeah, you could take a pause after every jump. And here you see it, you have no platform at all in those levels, and just jumping to the next, and yeah, that's just insane. Kaizo is
a lot of
really
these levels,
in
they
a whole new
like
world.
you're not even allowed to touch the ground. You know, you're not even allowed to breathe.
Not allowed to touch the ground, that's more childhood. The floor is lava.
That's right. Man, Shelbert has really shortened this lead quite a bit. I don't know if that's because he's just turning it up, or maybe Captain Canuck is in his feelings right now. We're on to Desi's rooms again. To remind you guys, you have to beat every room in this castle, or else you start at the beginning. But this is what I expect a lot of the nerves to come out. This is a big run killer too. Just because the death in the final room is just devastating. But both players getting through with relative ease. I think Captain Canuck takes the death there, jumps into lava, because it makes these makes the enemy sequence predictable. I could be wrong. I'm sure someone in the chat could correct me.
I think I
Well,
saw it
whenever-
also by it's Stu stream.
Oh wow!
I think if you
We-
die
we
if you
went
die
wrong.
there, it's the manipulation that you get the right sequence, the known
Okay.
sequence.
Well, just like that, guys, we're neck and neck again. You know, I said earlier that there was a significant lead change, but man, we're 1 second apart. This is exciting, people! This is exciting! Look at this. Looks like I'm watching
Oh.
two screens.
That close.
Better see some
And
hype.
and if this would be the finish, then it would be a tie. That's just too close to say one of them is the winner.
Yeah. Dude, this is great. We got some real competition here. This late in the run, 9 minutes in, they're 1 second apart. What's more exciting than this? Let's go. Oh my god, Shelbird missing the door. Level's so miserable. There's so much going on here. Those two disco shells at the bottom, they can collide sometimes. And then you have to start all the way back at the beginning. Oh no, Shellbird takes a death. Got a little clumsy there. Got hasty. That was a pretty devastating death as well. But the level's hard. You know, the whole game's hard. Oh. Oh, the save! People, the save! And then the fail. Shellbird had dropped the P switch and was still able to activate it while on the disco shell. These guys are freestyling it. Nut gets through. Oh no. Shellbird's having a rough go at this one. This gives Canuck a good chance if he wants to further his lead. You know, again, nothing set in stone. You know, anything can happen, but if you have the opportunity to secure a lead, you should not be dying on basic shell jumps, people. Canuck, you should be ashamed of yourself. In the year 2022, could you imagine this day and age to miss a shell jump in front of your peers? This is great. And that gets through. He's not going to make that mistake twice. I think that was one of the unwritten rules. If you miss a shell jump in this tournament twice, you're banned. Lifetime ban. All speedruns.
And Captain Canuck so far ahead.
Are you guys hearing this cat jam? Oh, this music. Canuck is playing like a man in desperation. He knows what he needs to do. He knows how to do it. He has to remain calm. No time in Kaizo to pat yourself on the back. You got to keep moving.
Now it looks like that Captain Canuck wants to win here.
Shellbird makes it through. That was nice of Orca to make those munchers not kill you. It was a good troll.
Little bit anti-troll.
I feel like it might be part of the troll though, because the ground falls out from under you. You sit there and you look at it for a second because you want to think.
If you stop thinking and then the ground falls off.
Yeah.
Testo said real munchers, like I says.
I think you made the right choice. I think you made the right choice.
That's mean. On end of this level, key tricks.
Oh, no yump for Canuck. So, probably lost a couple of fans with that one. But he's making it through. Shellbird's making some mistakes here. Broadening the gap. But don't forget, guys, this is game 2. So if Canuck does happen to pull this one off, oh, I shudder to think what round 3 would be like. Oh, what is this shell? Missing a shell jump. All right. I've seen it all. For the non-native Kaizo players, it is an actual sin. Miss the shell jumps, and we've seen Canuck really breaking the rules here. Oh, Shellbird is not having any luck on the disco. Yeah, Canucks playing great in this round. Shellbird gets through with the orb. Orb.
What
Who do you guys think was the first person to say orb? I always hear people doing it. Cat Makes does it a lot.
Ooh, Captain Canuck. Almost faded at up pipe.
Leonardo da Vinci. Okay, that's what I thought.
Ah, that was easy. A forgivable death for Captain Canuck. Not that far on the level in the second half.
Oh my! See, I had a big problem hitting that whatever that red thing is. I don't know what that enemy's called, but the spin seemed to not work sometimes. For any of the other players in the chat, is that a problem that you guys had? There's a part where well, on Canuck's screen right now, he runs up a red triangle, and then you have to whip this red thing. And sometimes it just doesn't work. In my experience. I don't want to blame anybody. It just doesn't seem to work. Canuck gets through another level. Shellbird not too far behind.
Oh, one level now.
And we got some great commentators coming up too, man. You guys are all in for a really fun evening. You got these good players, you got some good commentators, you got some good people behind the scenes making everything work. You got close games. I hope you guys brought snacks. Oh, Canuck making a basic mistake there. You have to keep some of those blocks alive.
And Shelber's dying just before the age.
These levels where you have to escort the fireballs, I think those are pretty cool.
Did you notice if Shelbert does the jump? Or was it also a nump?
Missed it.
I also. But maybe the chat can help us. Did
I hope so,
Shelbert the jump?
I'm finding that it's a little harder to pay attention to
Oh,
both
Captain
screens.
Canuck died
Even though
again.
they're right next to each other. Yeah, he did. Even though the screens are next to each other, I find myself like, I start to watch one and then I take my eyes off the other one.
He also numbed. Yeah.
Canuck falling apart here a little bit, making some mistakes. Gonna give Shellbird a chance.
So here are, in this run, the 2 deductions of style points.
Yellow card. Shellbird gets through. The gap is shrinking here.
Yeah, because of the struggle with Captain Canuck and the Wimp. Is it Wimp? This block with
yeah, the square. The
the square.
I think there's a text box at the beginning of the level. It just says gray square. I could be wrong, but I think if you hit the text box, I'm sure it needed to be explained what that gray square was. Yeah, Canuck really making a couple mistakes here. Not over. Shellbird's like bringing it back here, getting it together. And just like that, I think Shellbird is now in
Shepard
first.
overtook him. Yeah.
Wow, excellent.
What a recovery.
Yeah, he was behind maybe a level and a half, and now he's ahead. It's crazy, people. This is great. I feel like I'm watching like pro wrestling or NASCAR. Look at this race. You can't predict it. You can't call it. Both these guys are on the same boss at the end. Oh, wow. Is anyone else sweating? It's just me. All right.
It's like Captain Canuck just waited for Shepard to make it more exciting for us.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling the pressure. I always wonder if they have the stream on so they can keep track of the other players. I feel like that could either help you or really hurt you if you can see your opponent. Kind of curious what everyone's going to be doing today. You know, if I was playing, I would like to know if I'm ahead or behind. But I think a lot of people would.
In past tournaments, I've seen two different mindsets. Some wants to see it, some not. So I don't know what Shepard's mindset was, but yeah. I think I didn't want to know. It's just demoralizing if you see that the other player is so far ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, Shellbird with a very costly death there. And as I say that, Canuck gets through the level. So just like that, the lead changed significantly. Oh man, we got a game. Look at all these people in the chat. They're grabbing their heads. Not like this.
Whoa. Shepard with another time loss. Massive time loss.
Yeah, we have a real opportunity here for Canuck to tie up the series. He just has to keep it together.
Not like this.
Like you said earlier, you know, it's about staying calm.
Yeah. Not like this, Captain Canuck. Let's go. We want to see more Kaizo. A third match.
Yeah. Oh, will we get in the pipe? Oh, makes it look easy. Oh, he was slippery when he went in, I could tell. Now we got shells. I love the shell level. I really like watching it. Man, Canuck gets through relatively easy. And Shellbird gets through the level. Nicely done. It is a big lead. And on this stage last game, I think Canuck actually played this stage faster than Shell. So we'll see if he can keep that momentum going.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
it's not much time for Shepard to get in the lead again. You can just hope.
Yeah, you can't count anybody out. This last level's tough. I know Canuck said he was struggling with that final chuck right there. But after that, pretty smooth. Pretty smooth. Shellbird's making it through though. He's already on the shells. Canuck's on the final auto-scrolling boss. I gotta imagine if he gets through the auto-scroller with no problems, I gotta imagine he's gonna one-shot this boss. Which, if that's the case, Shellbird does not have a shot. All right, gonna come down to the final bounce. He's gonna bounce on the left and then the middle. That's gonna be game two. What does that mean? We have a third game? Oh! See? We have a third game, people! Oh, it's competitive.
And that's a very, very clear victory for him.
Yeah, it was. I would say the margin here is definitely going to be more than 40 seconds.
Definitely.
Oh, this is great.
Just looking like 2 minutes.
Yeah. Captain Canucks got to be happy with that one.
Yeah, but doesn't it look like his time in the last match?
Yeah, what was...
I'm not sure.
What were the times? I already forgot. I already forgot. I think it was 23:50, I think Shellbird got, something like that. Oh, now I don't even remember.
I just remember I saw a 24 and I saw a 40 something. I don't know if it's if it was both on Canucks side, but very close to his first run.
Well, now the warm-up's over. The gloves are coming off. These guys, they know what each one's packing. They know each other's skills and weaknesses, and they both know they have the power to defeat one another. So it's going to come down to who wants it more. Who's hungrier for victory? A lot of prize money on the line.
And there's no group phase. We have KO system. Who loses all. Just who wins can go to the next round.
All right.
Yeah, and like I said, hardly 2 minutes.
26, for how hard this game is, you look at everyone's PB and you think that everyone PBs every single run. 26 is still a fantastic time. We look at these games like it's Canuck against Shellbird, but it's really Shellbird against Shellbird and Canuck against Canuck on who can pull it off, who can play to the best of their ability today. That's pretty much how all these video game speedruns are. Canuck can't do anything to mess up Shellbird, and Shellbird can't do anything to mess up Canuck. They just need to play. They just need to do what they came to do, and play good and not die.
And hey, if you have a bad day and a bad run, also 40 minutes would be an insane good time. Not a time to win this tournament, but a really good time for completion of the sec.
Yeah, I think if I tried to actually speedrun this, not that anyone asked, but it would probably be 6 or 7 hours. Because the later levels are much, they're deceivingly difficult. So, for me, up there at the 6 or 7 hour mark, watching these guys breeze through with 25 minutes, exciting. We have a whole day. We have a whole day of Mario players playing at this level.
Speaking of time to finish the sec, I think with my skill at the moment, I would take for the first playthrough 1,000 hours plus maybe eternity. Maybe with save strats, but no, not even with save strats. Those inputs with the shell and the fireball, it's just too insane for me now with that skill.
Tough. Is that what you like to hear, Orca? That your game is intimidatingly hard? Does that make you smile? Are you proud of yourself for creating something?
He wants to hear that his hack is pain in the ass.
First level, I kind of like the theme here. You get a nice happy level, nice bright greens, just nice music. And then by the time you get to the end of the game, it's just scary, rude. You're shooting fireballs at everything. Disco shells. Oh, it's just a nightmare.
And again, Captain Canuck is in the lead, half a level.
The Canuck pulls ahead. You know, they got the jitters out. They both have a win. I think that can do one of two things. That could make Canuck feel confident now that he's, you know, playing at a higher level momentarily. Or that could motivate Shellbird to really turn it up.
It's always the two sides of the coin. It also can take much of pressure to both.
Yeah, I agree. Lineup. I think I have a copy of the lineup right here. Let me explain what the lineup is. You got Canuck versus Shell, Calco versus Stu, Thad's 10 versus the Reaper, and Sakaya versus the Wild Grim. I think it's going to be in that order. So right after this match, maybe not right after, but shortly after this match, you guys are going to see the real money game that everyone came to watch. You can't sleep on any of these players, though.
Yeah, I think
Guys,
our support will need some preparation time for the next match, but
We also have some interviews. Every one of the players, I believe, was interviewed. We can watch them.
I hope so.
Find out what their favorite item is. I don't know where they're from, what they do for fun. I don't know. I've only seen one interview, and I saw it 3 times. I'm very familiar. Sakaya loves the fire flower.
Yeah, what they do for fun. I think it's not Kaizo, because Kaizo is sometimes not that fun.
Yeah, I
But
agree
sure.
with that.
But sure, I think they also do it for fun.
It is impressive. You know, it's a testament to humans' ability to grind. When you watch somebody playing a level for 5 hours, 10 hours, 30 hours, and you say, "Why would you do this to yourself? Are you stupid?" They go, "No, no, no. I'm just determined." Love to see it.
It's like the hack community just took a game, SMV, SMW, and just, yeah, made Dark Souls like 2D out of it.
I never heard it put like that. You know, a lot of the Mario community plays Dark Souls. There must be something about it. Something about dying hundreds of thousands of times that really makes people happy, I guess. Shellbird gets through. Control for that level, so the spiny, it's actually a shell. So if you were playing and you didn't already know, you would spin jump on it, because that's what people do. You spin jump on it, and then you would accidentally destroy it. So these guys, since they've played the game before, they're not going to fall for any of these trolls. But I feel like some of the viewers might want to be informed as to how unethical this hack is in certain areas.
I have to say, these are good draws. I've seen hacks where the draws are not that good, so also speedrunners, also if they know the draws, they can step into one. But here, if you know it, I think you can step into a draw.
Gotta love the Kaizo blocks on like an Ultra Star level, where there's thousands of blocks that are invisible. Can you imagine creating a level and then looking at yourself in the mirror after adding 98 Kaizo blocks to an invisible level? Canuck is pulling ahead. Shellbird gets through a level as well, though. We've seen larger leads than this be lost. Kind of proud of that alliteration right there. Larger leads have been lost, ladies. And this is great. Nuck has made it into the 5-room castle. So if he can get through this, you know, with very few deaths, he can really widen the lead because it's a I would say like the turning point in the run. If you have a bad level and it's this level, you're gonna lose 5-10 minutes. I mean, worst case scenario. These players would never lose 5 to 10 minutes. What am I, crazy? We're talking about the best players in the world. But it can happen. I've seen it happen. Canuck gets through, takes the death. Shellbird's on his way, though. Also, I hope I'm saying everyone's username right, because I know there's some German runners, some Austrian runners, and I don't know how to say the accents on some of the names, so feel free to correct me if I'm saying anyone's name wrong. So it was at this point, last run, it was head-to-head. They were 1 second apart. This run, they're a whole level apart, and it's a long level. This is a significant lead. I always like in the Mario World game, I don't know which castle it is, but you beat it, and then Mario walks over to the castle, and then the castle just explodes on him. I'm glad, like, the creators of Mario, they added some comedy in. Here we go. What a tough level Canuck is in right now. At least in my opinion. You know, it's all relative. You know, the hardest level to Canuck might be the easiest level to Shellbird, and it'll be interesting to see. Maybe we can talk about that later with the players. Find out what's their best and worst level, and see if we get some comparable answers.
I don't know exactly about the interview situation. I just heard that it will be the first interview after the last match, after the finals. So maybe we can't hear the streamers' opinions right after the match. But at all the viewers, you are free to join the streams of the players and just ask them in one of the next streams what I felt in the race.
Canuck makes it through, and so does Shellbird. It seems like they're beating levels at a similar pace now. It's just there's still a lead, you know. Shellbird is a bit behind. But yeah, last race, we were in a similar situation. One death spiral changes it for everybody. Yeah, you see the block that Canuck goes in, and that Shellbird will be reaching soon. Like the timer's pretty tight. Or at least in my experience it was, so it's also a costly death if you get in there and the P timer runs out, that block turns into a coin. Then you can no longer even get into the pipe. Nice. Shellbird's feeling the pressure. Ketchup's coming. And just as I say that,
for Canuck.
gets through again. Like they're just beating these levels on a similar pace. Canuck's not giving Shellbird a chance to catch up. That's what you got to do. Cutthroat game. Strike when your opponent's at his weakest. But again. These levels can go crazy. Great, man. We got a whole day of players that are just filled with talent. Will we get a yump? Will we get one? No.
No.
Let's down everyone. No yump, huh? We don't deserve it? Jeez, the nerve of some people. With that, solidifying his lead a little bit more. Some people's kids. Am I right?
I'm very impressed by the way Shepard plays in front of his monitor, because the closer you are to the monitor, the more concentration you have. So he's pretty far away.
Yeah, I would say that indicates that he's relaxed. He's not falling apart at all. I know whenever I get really like anxious during a level, my shoulders come together and I start looking like a weird like hunchback. But I also squeeze the controller super hard. All of those would be terrible in a tournament situation. Yeah, Shellbird's relaxed. He's relaxed. He's been here before. He's been counted out before. And what did he do? Game 1? Oh, he shocked the world. He came from out of nowhere, took the win. But who's to say he can't do that again? I dare not speak like that. I know these guys are capable of anything. You guys are superheroes. You should be on a box of Wheaties playing at this level. You know what? In fact, I'm going to dress up like Captain Canuck for Halloween. And getting the jank again from that little red thing. Did we ever come to a conclusion as to what that little red thing is called?
I don't know. But we have But the chat is with us. Here we see 10% more focus. The plus 10 focus if you lean to the monitor. And it's also for me. The longer I grind the level the first time, the closer I get to the monitor. And yeah, it's just then it works. Then you beat the shit out of the level.
Do that when I'm driving. Whenever I have to park, like back in somewhere, I turn my radio off, even though it doesn't affect my ability to park at all. Yeah. It's kind of like that with these games.
even if you have a rear camera, even then, just today it happened.
I need silence to concentrate on this very simple task. Oh, Canuck's having some problems again with the gray square. That was a big hang up for him last run. So if he's still in that mindset where he's gonna mess up to this square, Shellbird could have a shot here.
No. What was that? I have to watch back in the stream. The block just disappeared on Shellbird's side.
I think someone has some splaining to do. Orca's making games where blocks just disappear.
Janky hackmate.
This is crowd control now? How much did you get paid for this? We got some real unethical stuff going on here. Stu comes in. Stu the scientist says, if the block disappears, it means you were too slow. Is that what it means? Or are you part of the conspiracy also? I don't know.
No, I didn't notice it, but it's just because the player did it right every time I see it.
I think Canuck is moving into an even larger lead. I feel like I look away for a couple seconds and I forget where everyone's at. Oh, look, Shellbird did the people a favor, a gift. That was his gift to the people.
Yeah. But
Now,
Yump.
This guy's an entertaining player. He comes here to yump. Okay? He came here to yump for us.
But I watched closely to Shellbird's try now, and he was as fast as before, and the block wasn't there before.
So Stu is lying. We're gonna let a liar in this tournament? I'm joking. Oh, this is great. Oh, Canuck making some silly mistakes. Giving Shellbird a chance. Said I was gonna pay attention last game to who had the stronger end game, but I don't even remember now. It's too much excitement. How can anyone keep track of these games? All right. It's hard for me to gauge how good any of these runs are, because usually I just pay attention to the player splits. If it's green, I know it's a good run. If it's red, I just leave. I'm joking. I'm joking. Do it for the pace pals. I know a lot of players, they throw that spring. There's a spring that Canuck is just throwing. A lot of people do that in a different way. I remember I was watching Canuck as he was sciencing his way through it. But that's an area that a lot of players are probably going to get hung up on today. And Shellbird gets in. Never over, but it's like I said, it's up to who's hungrier. Who wants this win? You guys came here just to mess around and do a casual playthrough, or did you guys come here to compete? Tell you what. You guys are in for a whole day of exciting matches. Not just this match. Oh, no. There's 6 other players on the card. And then we're going to slowly get him down to fucking 2 players. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to say bad words. I messed up. Won't happen again. I promise. I'm so embarrassed now. Okay. We're gonna pretend that never happened. You know what we gotta do? We gotta take some notes from our Kaizo brothers, and you just gotta keep it going. You gotta regroup. Got to regroup. You know, you took a death. Commentator makes a mistake. He's got to remain calm. Stay on the job. Wow, this is a great run.
Captain Canuck has a great run.
All the other competitors are here in the chat too. Is anyone shaking yet? Is anyone nervous? We're gonna see potentially a 22 here or 21 what? 2140?
I don't know when is the split. Is this the right time to split? Then
Yeah, I believe it's right when you lose control of Mario.
Then he has now beaten Shellbird's time on the world record list. Shellbird
You know
with
what?
21:42 and Canuck now 21:39.
If you have to lose, if you're in this type of situation and you have to lose, you want to lose to somebody who's just beat your PB. That way it's undisputed. Still an excellent race. Shellbird came to play. It just wasn't enough. Canuck was hungrier. He wanted it more. He reached deep down into his soul. He said, I'm not going home empty-handed. He said, not today. Not at Kaizo Kup Invitational. Live on twitch.tv/SpeedGaming in multiple languages. No. I'm here for the #1 spot. And he did a good job.
Captain Canuck wants Shellbird to lose everything. Shellbird out of the tournament, and Shellbird lost his 3rd place on the world life list. That's sad. That's really sad.
From him.
A sad day for Shellbird.
Oh man, it doesn't matter. Shellbird, I believe, still has the most world records in compared to any other Kaizo player, except maybe Wanthak. I could be incorrect. Maybe Shellbird could clean that up. He takes one podium spot from Shellbird, but still an excellent match, and we have plenty more matches coming up. Let's listen to these interviews. Take a short break. Grab some water. Grab a snack. Tell your friends, and we're gonna be doing this for several more hours. So stick around.
Soccer game.
Yeah, I think now you hear a few interviews, and then our moderator will come for the first time today. Neptune Neon guide you through the whole tournament, between the races.
I think it was pretty good.
The next race, we said it already,
Lost interest
but I have to check. Is between Stu and Kalko, and commentated it will be by Orca and Neptune.
I think I have 2 favorite hacks.
All right, well that's gonna be it for me. I think Mo, you're gonna stick around for maybe some more races later, but this is the last you guys are gonna hear of my voice.
Probably because it was my first, and I got to it through Ryuka, and I liked his YouTube videos a lot. And after a while, about 2 years later, I started playing Garlic, which is I think from the same creator. Maybe I just like the creator style. But Garlic is a hard hack, but I had so much fun speedrunning it, and I think that was one of the my second favorite hack, probably after Super Real World. For me, it's easy as the shell. That was one of the big reasons I came to Kaizo, because shell jumps look so awesome. I can't say it otherwise. They look incredible, and they feel incredible to do. Every time you do a shell jump, and you make the shell jump correctly, it's awesome. And when you have a whole level only doing shell jump, that's even more awesome. I just really love shells. My playing style is a pretty dumb one. My playing style is hit your head against the wall as long as you can until it breaks. my goal, even if unrealistic, is to win the tournament. When I play a tournament, I want to win it. But I'm very aware that I'm clearly not the favorite. I'm hoping to get out of round 1, and if I get out of it and play either Calcos 2 in the semis, I hope that they do have a bad day and don't play at the A game, and I hope I do, and maybe I can cause some damage. Captain Canuck is a fantastic Kaizo player. I know him for since more or less since I started playing Kaizo. I've watched his streams. I still do when I catch him, since time zones are pretty bad for me. But he likes to play the hard hacks. He likes to play a lot of hard hacks, and that's what I fear about him, because since he plays a lot of hard hacks, I assume is pretty consistent at them. That's my biggest weakness in those hard hacks, to be consistent, or more or less in all hacks to be consistent. And I'm really looking forward to our match. If somebody would really make a hack for me, at number 1 would be extremely honored. But if I could wish for something in the hack, I'd wish for a hack that's speedrunnable, not too many exits, maybe 10-12 exits, not more. I like shorter speedruns, so 20 minutes max. And they should flow. They should have a flow to it. You should go through them in a speedrun and it should feel great. You shouldn't have waiting times. You should be on the move and it should just flow. Invictus is a game that flows, even though it's an incredibly hard speedrun, but it just flows when you go through a level. When you one-shot a level, it flows, and that's what I would like to have in my own hack. My name is Shelbert. I'm from Germany, and I'm the organizer of this tournament. My most common nickname, I have about 200. I had about 200 in my lifetime. The most used nickname nowadays is either Shelly, here in Austria where I live, or just Shell for my German friends. I played a lot of FIFA, also soccer game. As you can imagine, I played FIFA.
All right, welcome back to the Kaizo Cup, everybody. What an opening race. What a great race that was. What's up, Orca?
Hello,
How's everybody doing?
can you hear me?
We can hear you. I can hear you, Orca. How's everybody else in the chat? Can they hear us?
So I can't hear you.
You can't hear me. All right. Well, everybody, my name is Neptune Neon, and this is Orca. If you want to introduce yourself, unless... Can he hear me? Or no? Maybe Orca is not. Maybe Orca's having some technical issues here.
All right, I'm here.
There we are. Hey, what's
I
up,
hope
Orca?
you can hear me.
How's it going? We can hear you. Can you hear us? Maybe it looks like Orca can't hear me per se. Anyways, can we get some claps in the chat for that last race? I mean, Canuck and Chelber did a really good job. That was an awesome race, keeping it all the way close to the end. Even bringing on a third rubber match right there. That was awesome. What a great way to open this up. So yeah, it looks like Orca's having some troubles with his microphone. But no fear, guys. I am here to help fill in the time. But we got another great race coming up here, as everybody knows. We got Stu versus Calco in a legendary Goliath versus Goliath. In
I
this
think
round.
I fixed my problem right here.
Hey, Orca, we can hear
I
you.
can commentate. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, Orca?
I am Orca BLN, the creator, who can now listen what you're saying.
Awesome.
The
Glad you got
Discord
that
issue.
working.
Yeah, I'm ready. Really hyped for this race. Not only first and second place on the leaderboard, but also like two of the best retro gamers.
Oh, absolutely. To not only speedrunning Kaizo, but they speedrun vanilla SMW and many other retro games that they're
Exactly.
well known for.
The competition between these two has pushed the time down to close what's humanly possible. And I want to single out Stu because his strats have made this a really interesting speedrun.
Oh, the way that he signs his strats down to shave off even just a frame or two is
Not
is
only
fun.
that, he has eliminated an intentional death that people do. He even has fixed some jank that I swear is not my fault. And,
what's SMW without its jank, you know?
Exactly.
That's right.
So it will be really interesting to see what strats both runners will be going for.
So I do know here in the first level, I'm not sure. We'll see if Stu goes for it or not, but he does a nice little P-speed strat near the end here, where he's able to keep it and he can jump past the last two spiny eggs and technically take off about 2.5 seconds. He says.
I would be surprised if he actually goes for that because that's a pretty risky strat for like a second or two of time save.
Very tight to get indeed. He has to do a little left-right wiggle just to even keep the P-speed, and then, not to mention, have to hit the Goombas and the bombs.
He's going for the safe strat here, which is, I think, a good choice.
Yeah, safe strat here.
He
Trying to
dies,
keep the
though.
consistency.
Unfortunate death. Yeah, level 1 is not typical for this hack. It's relatively short. It's still tricky, but compared to the rest of the game, it's pretty free.
This is a great first level, too.
I think it kind of shows the trickiness of this game. Level 2, I made this for Romic races and then put it in a hack. Pretty straightforward, but here we have 3 sections. All pretty tight platforming. Let's see what Calco does.
Oh, that's interesting.
He does not go for the one cycle. You can one cycle that ending. Tricky. Let's see what Stu does, because there is a safe strat to also get the one cycle. You get the key here. Go back on the munches. Connect to the same thing. Boom. Very nice.
Yeah, it looks like both racers are taking the slow, steady strats here, which is probably the smart way to open up a best of 3 race you got going on.
Exactly.
You know, this is not just only a sprint, but we got a little bit of endurance going on.
Here in the second room, you have to eat that berry to give yourself 20 seconds more time, which is a vanilla property. This game is completely vanilla, except for a retry, of course, and the death block.
Yeah, the fact that this is all pretty much pure vanilla, you know, with your quality of life patches. I gotta ask you, what motivated you to want to make an all vanilla hack? Because we usually see a lot of chocolate coming out now. What made you want to make an all vanilla hack?
Well, you have to blame my chat actually, because I was asked to make a hack on stream, and I said yeah, but only if I don't have to take care about like aesthetics, ASM. You know, so it was just pure level design. I didn't even change any palettes.
That's awesome. I'm a big fan of all the vanilla, like the old school hacks and all. So,
yeah, me too. It kind of like during the process of making this, it became kind of an old school hack.
Yeah,
kind of like a 2017 hack.
Yeah.
Look at Stu Green. This is not a spiny. It looks like a spiny, but it is a buzzy beetle. And I just changed the graphics settings. It's still vanilla.
We got our infamous auto-scrolling level now.
Of course, every
Not
auto
much-
flag has a cave auto scroller. It's necessary.
Yeah. It's a very tricky level here. I've actually just started playing Titan Mario myself to get ready for this tournament here, and playing this level, I was quite shocked about how difficult. Well, the whole hack really is very difficult, but especially this level, because I guess watching Stu and Calco being playing this level, they always make it look easy. But
This is the first difficult level of the hack, like really difficult level. First half is very long, and second half is pretty technical. Gotta like get the right bounces, low bounce
Yeah.
off the milk block, get in the pipe, and
Yeah.
keep the Yoshi.
very
Keep the
fun
Yoshi.
though. Keep the Yoshi.
Stu
Stu's
probably
struggling-
is gonna ditch the Yoshi because it saves like 0.2 seconds if you ditch Yoshi before the pipe. Because coming out of the pipe with Yoshi it takes a bit longer for some reason.
Yoshi got to load in those graphics though, I guess.
Yeah, it's a bigger hitbox as well.
Stu's struggling a little bit here in the first half of the icy cave level here. About to now just get the H.
Yeah, Kaizo very consistent right now.
Oh, and an unfortunate death by Calco.
Now check out Stu's screen. He will keep the Yoshi, do all this stuff,
Let's see if he.
and now he will ditch Yoshi and just get in the pipe because you don't need Yoshi anymore.
And that's what we do in Kaizo hacks. We ditch Yoshi.
So now, Kaiko is going to enter the 5-room castle of the hack. Classic 5-room castle, no checkpoints.
They're classic. Yeah, just
Yeah,
like
there is-
as any vanilla hack should have, is a
exactly.
good old 5-room castle.
If you saw in the very first room, the info room, there's candles, and they make it so that the boss fight has RNG, but only if you don't die, which therefore only matters to speedrunners.
That's interesting. So you're saying the background candles actually dictate the RNG for the boss fight?
The candles, that's a sprite, and it's one of the sprites that make the game have RNG, like in the boss fight.
Wow.
Only, like, I made this boss fight so you don't have to worry about RNG. But if you don't die, then that's not the case.
That's right.
So-
yeah. Usually
When
the
you
intentional
get them-
death is what will reset it.
Exactly, that's why people take an intentional death.
Yeah.
But not Stu. When Stu gets into that very first room, look at how he will enter the door. Because he will try to enter the door on one of the first frames, but not the very first frame. It's very interesting.
He's keeping in mind what frame he wants to enter the door in. That's interesting. Okay.
Kind of, yeah, he will basically manipulate the RNG. So let's see
And
what he
now-
does.
You'll see Calco here do the this is the typical pattern you'll see is this Iggy? Is that right? Am I getting that right?
This is Lemmy.
That's Lemmy.
Okay,
That's
let's see
the
what-
typical pattern you'll see every time. That's what I was familiar with when I was playing that level because I kept dying over and over and over. But he'll always show up in those pipes, right? In the same order.
What is going to happen now? Stu will take the intentional death because he struggled getting into the door, which means he will most likely get a very bad pattern. So in order to avoid that, he will take the intentional death, unless of course he dies in this level coming up.
And there's a good, cool wing block skip he could do there. Sometimes he chose not to do it there at this time. You can actually one cycle those whole jumps instead of having to go back and forth.
Yeah, in room 3 you can save a lot of time. Now Kaiko, this is, I would say, one of the hardest levels in the run for sure. It's not really disco shell level, it's more like a multitasking level. Yeah, there's not just disco shell riding, but you shoot the fire flower. You have to worry about P-switches. Here you have to duck.
Oh yeah, very interesting
have
Kaizo
to
level
replan it.
indeed.
So he uses the P-switch to get back up because he has to shoot Fire Flower. So it's more than just a disco shell level. It's actually really difficult.
It's very, yes, it is. And just even if you're not familiar with using like fire flower tech, combine that with riding on a disco shell to stay consistent on that. Yeah, that makes the difficulty in this level really high.
Now on Kaiko's screen, you can see him getting to the end. And the ending is very tricky. Before coming here, I taught you to use the P-switch to duck or get up. And there you have to do it mid-air. It's really tricky.
That is very tricky, yeah. It was only then. That's when I learned that you can duck while hitting a P-switch in midair. That's when I learned.
Yeah, the P-switch, like you can jump off a P-switch if you frame perfect, of course. It's because it kind of has like it acts like a platform, kind of.
Only they were Mario Maker P-switches, then we could the levels we would be making with them.
Yeah, I think West Slasher actually made those in SMW.
I could see that. I know West Slasher did make the Mario Maker versions of the Bob-ombs, which is really cool because now there's the, and if nobody knows what I'm talking about, the Mario Maker version of Bob-ombs you can actually spin jump on, and West Slasher actually was able to alter a Bob-omb sprite to make it like that.
Mario Maker 1, of course. No.
Mario Maker 1, of course, that's right. It's not in 2? I did not know that, actually.
So.
I didn't play much of 2. I didn't play much of 1 either. I never even had a Wii U, but...
Kaiko right now, super consistent. He had like a couple of deaths, but nothing big.
Calco's playing it cool. He's going along with the motions, not doing much, not taking too many risks, which is obviously the right play here. He's got a comfortable lead. We'll see if he can take this all the way through. Stu's also, don't count him out yet. He can catch up pretty quick.
I'm not counting him out.
He's got some strats on his in his sleeve that can he can take it from being 8 seconds behind down to 2 seconds behind if he had to.
Whoa. I thought about who might have an advantage, and maybe Kaiko could have an advantage because he doesn't really have to change any strats for this tournament. Like Stu went for more risky strats during speedruns, but Kaiko could mostly just keep doing strats that he's been using for the speedruns.
Yeah, you could see Calco pretty much playing the same way as if you were watching his world record video right now. And of course, Stu likes to take a lot of those risky strats, but I think that's what makes him get so many world records at the time, because he'll keep doing them over and over and over until he gets it.
Let's see if he gets the jump.
Nice clean level from Calco here. Does he get it?
Of
Yump!
course. Very nice. By the way, this pace is awesome. Calco's on, it could be almost a sub 20 pace.
We could get a sub 20 in one of the races tonight. Now that would be, yeah, world record for this race, folks, is 18:26. Is that right? By Calco and Sid?
Yes, Calco got an 18:26.
18:26.
Which I don't know. I was very, very impressed. Because it's deathless and it's just like 20 seconds of his sum of best. In this game, it's very hard. It's very hard.
A deathless run. Stu is, for Stu to take back the world record, he knows he has to go deathless as well. His strats could definitely get him the world record back. He just needs to do that deathless run now.
Okay, so Kaiko is in Mutation Run. I think this was the first level I made. And yeah, it's all about pushing power-ups and a lot of weird setups. Like in the first playthrough, it's very difficult. But I think in speedrun, it's one of the easier levels.
Yeah, very interesting, unique kind of level here with the different techniques there. Switching back and forth with the cape and the flower. Even item swapping here. Now, who sees that in Kaizo hacks? You don't usually see a lot of item storage. So you even kept that aspect of vanilla in there, and that's amazing.
Yeah, I thought about like why nobody is using the select button, because except for anonymous bloodlust, of course.
Right? I think that's the first time I ever had to strategize pressing how I was going to select the press the select button. I used my left thumb and my right thumb. I didn't know.
But this
I
was
had to actually
fun to make. It should also teach everybody who thinks about switching to hitbox instead of controller where to put the select button.
Oh, that's
Because
true. Yeah, with the hitbox.
I was watching Noble Tofu play this, and his select button is at the back of the hitbox. So that was very interesting playthrough.
Wow. Stu catching up here a little bit, coming up to the end of the first section here in Mutation Run.
Kaiko is going to get to the section where you have to swap the power-ups. Kill the spike top, shoot the fireballs, then back to cape.
Oh, in the backward slide with the
Nice.
swagger.
Saves a couple of frames to not take damage immediately there.
Yeah, that was a good level. Clean run by Calco there. Let's see what Stu's got going on. Here usually, yeah, there's the skip of the saw.
Kaiko is in House of Bloodlust, of course inspired by Anonymous Bloodlust. And again, you need the select button to feed Yoshi. And the real gray block, by the way, is a wimp. I couldn't fix the graphics without doing some chocolate stuff, so I just let it in.
I see that. That's the thwimp just showing up as a gray box. At least we get to see the real hitbox, though. You know.
Yeah, thwimps and the green bubbles are not compatible. That's why that happens.
Oh, okay.
And Stu
Different
gets
sprite set.
SNW'd, unfortunately.
Now
It's
this
not
is
very consistent.
This is an interesting boss fight you came up with here. You have to be able to hit every block here in order to stay alive long enough in order for the boo to go through the motions and die. It was very interesting.
Yeah, this fight is more for fun. You know, the level is so difficult. I didn't want to make a difficult boss fight. So all you have to do is survive. You can kind of put yourself in a bad position by destroying the wrong blocks. But after a couple of attempts, that's usually no problem.
Have you been able to do it by missing one block, maybe? Or no?
Yeah, you can see one block is a bit higher, and you have to make sure that you keep enough blocks intact so you can get up there, because you can only get one tile higher with a spin jump like that. Yeah, if it's 2 tiles, then you can't get up anymore.
All right, Stu, almost a full level behind, but we're seeing the fight come back in him. He's gaining. Maybe he'll go. Maybe we'll see if he gets some one of his risky strats coming up.
Oh, that's a very long death for Kaiko.
That's gonna cause Calco. Good news for Stu. Now here in this level, there's a nice little camera manipulation I know Stu likes to go for here. I don't know if we'll see him take it there when he, I guess we'll see when he gets to that part, but it involves having to spawn the Koopa enough so that he can actually hit the Koopa instead of using one of the care platforms.
Yeah, he skips the platform there. He also might skip the last setup where you have to do the second grab jump. We'll see what he gets there. For me, like when he does this grab, to me it looks more difficult than just grabbing the block.
Sometimes it looks like that too. Sometimes they even make it look even harder than it is.
So Kalk was in the last level. I didn't want to put much item stuff in this hack, but it's all here in this last level. And every level kind of plays with layer 2. We saw that in the first room, you need to move the layer 2 to the side to get the items you need. In the second room, layer 2 is just for aesthetics, to make like transparent blocks.
I love shell levels.
This is a 12-second section, but some people have spent hours there. It's very difficult in the first playthrough. And Stu goes for the camera.
Oh, Stu does in fact get it, but he does not get the block steal. Oh, and he's... Oh, but he does... He saves it, though, with the steep slope jump there. He has a backup strat for that.
I want to say that was no save. I want to say he actually just did that.
It's really good. All right, now both racers are being in the final level. Kako coming up to the final boss. Now here's where the racers also. This is where every racer also takes an intentional death.
Again, you see candles in the background. Now they're gone. That's why you have no RNG anymore after dying. This boss fight, by the way, is also completely vanilla. You can just put Wendy on a different screen and auto-scroll your way over there. GG.
GG Calco. 20:35, the winning time there. Round 1 goes to Calco.
Wow. Just a casual third place run.
Very well done. GG to both racers. Stu coming up still almost right there, just not far behind in the third room now.
Yeah, Stu loses this race, but still his time would have probably won the previous race as well. So yeah, it's tough. These two racers have become very consistent at the game. Really,
oh,
really
absolutely. Them two going back and forth with each other this week, just trading the world records is like, you know,
roller coaster.
Some amazing things to watch. Like watching Ali and Frazier again. Although I wasn't alive to see that.
By the way, you see everybody do the fast spread here in the Wendy fight, where you use a dummy to get to the safe spot, which is actually very tight. You have to hit Wendy as early as possible, otherwise the dummy will despawn.
Oh wow. Yeah, having to use the fake Wendy's right there to get on the safety platform to end the level. That's a pretty clever idea there. GG's to both racers. Wow. Another really close race there. Good job. GG Stu.
Yeah, really good run from both actually.
So we didn't see a lot of risky strats taken yet by Stu, but it looked like near towards the end he knew he was falling behind, so he decided to go for some, and he actually pulled them off at the end. Let's see if any one of them changes their mind in the next race coming up. You know, Stu's eyeing for that win. He's hungry.
The second race, I think, will be super interesting because now Stu has the work cut out for him, and the nerves might be gone a little bit now. So I'm excited. This might go on into the third race.
Yeah, both races are warmed up. I'm not going to say it, but it is possible to get maybe both runners to do a deathless run. I don't know. Maybe we see it here tonight. They both have been working really hard at it. I mean, world record has to be deathless. So
I think you can afford a very short death if you have the right threats. So Stu actually with his strats can get a like 1809 or 1810. So he could afford a short death.
yeah,
But yeah, like, if you don't have the best speed strats, you really have to be deathless.
yeah, you got to be deathless and consistency. Nerves of steel, just something
Yeah.
I do not have.
Kaiko actually would have to change strats a little bit to get another PB.
I wonder if Calco has any backup strats that he or he knows that he can probably come up with. All right, back at the first level, and now both of them matched up. Here we go. Now let's see how much of a mirror match we can get going on.
Pretty much in sync right now.
Yeah. Yes, and good luck to both racers for this second race. Once again, Calco won the first round, so Calco is up by 1. If Calco wins this second round, he will move on to the semifinals. Stu wins this round, we will have a rubber match coming up. Oh, I just missed it.
This is the first time I see Stu do the normal strat at the end of this level.
He went for it?
It's
I
so
can't
fun.
believe I just missed that. I was watching. I saw Calco and I didn't see that he did not get the P speed strat. But both racers are neck and neck right now.
By the way, here in this room, these platforms that look like underpants, they extend by 1 pixel to each side. So you can use them to rub against the wall. And it looks like you're standing on nothing.
Yeah, it looks like you're wall riding for a bit, and
Yeah, exactly. You are exactly next to the death blocks. 1 pixel away.
like just Mario just breathes on the death blocks and he can die.
Yeah, this is pretty much a classic Kaizo level. It's all about platforming. There's a little trick here. This Hammer Bro platform suddenly has a Hammer Bro, which is a pretty interesting thing that happens in vanilla because these Hammer Bros only appear on the platforms. So no matter where you put them in the level, they only spawn on the platform. So you can actually make them spawn later than
That's
the platform
right.
itself.
And so you did you actually place that Hammer Bro sprite in there on the platform,
Yeah.
or do you have to place him just anywhere in the level and he?
It doesn't matter where you put it. Like you can, if you put it in the next screen, the platform will spawn and then the Hammer Bro, and that's basically what happened there. Little troll that also is actually makes it a bit trickier to jump over, get the berry. And
Yeah, with the fake spiny shell and the shell jump in there, both Calco and Stu are out of the grassland area. Still neck and neck.
So of course, this first half is an auto-scroller, so the only thing you can do speed spread-wise is get in the pipe as early as possible, which I think now everybody is doing that at the end.
Going for the Yoshi ditch right away and getting right before the shell drops. That's right.
Yes, exactly. You can see later that there's a shell coming down, which is full speed, but you can
And
barely
Stu
avoid it
gets
getting
in.
the pipe. Save like a second.
Clean first half for Stu. Let's see, Calco in there as well.
Yeah, looks like Stu shook off the nerves, and this will be very interesting. There's 2 strats you can do with the red shell. You can eat it to spit out the
Ooh.
fire, or just bump it to the right, kill the chuck that way.
Calco with an unfortunate death there.
Mm.
Let's see if he recovers.
Yeah, this part is tricky. It's not very long, it's not super difficult, but you only have one chance at everything.
Doesn't go for the skip, but he keeps Yoshi.
Yeah, Kalko does not do the skip. It's not super necessary, it saves like a fraction of a second, but if it saves time, Stu goes for it.
If it takes, yep, Stu will take it. And indeed he did. This level is probably one of my favorite ones when I was playing during your hat, because this is very the music and the aesthetics all felt right, and the platforming was just pretty fantastic. I had a lot of fun playing with this level.
If you look at Type Mario, there's I put a lot of survival sections in the game, and this maybe is the hardest one of them all, because you have to survive on one soul, avoid the other one. That's very tricky.
Yeah, really tight.
Like unlike any other setups in this game, like it's not scripted. Like everybody does this a bit differently.
And especially that part right there where Calco just ended, where you had to just hover on those two rotating saws. That was just nerve-wracking trying to just survive there and while playing it, and you know, getting through it like that. Very fun level.
Oh, I didn't look at how Stu got in the door. So we'll see if he takes the intentional death or not.
Does not go for the door skip here. Calco now just entering the 5-room castle.
So here on Stu's screen, you survive on this grinder, and an eating block is gonna take care of the wall. Takes about like 2 cycles, not too bad. No intentional death.
No intentional death.
Time.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, so what he did, he went into the door in the very first intro room on one of the first frames, but not the first frame. So he knows there's 2 possible patterns, and he can prepare for them by staying on the right side and then react. Very, very impressive.
And there, Calco, you can see, is took the intentional death for this.
And yeah, in this race, those strats actually might matter at the end.
Oh, eaten by the Podoboo. Unfortunate by Calco. Was that a mistake, or did he just walk right? Did he swim right into that?
I don't know what happened.
Pretty avoidable. Nonetheless, though, he's got a lot of catching up to do to get this Stu.
If you wonder why Stu does a little jump in this level at the very start, it's because this has ice physics, and it's actually faster to do a little jump than to just run, because it takes longer to gain some speed. Which I didn't know before he started running this.
Yeah, this level added with the ice physics there. Very, very tough. You also saw there where Stu waited for that piranha plant to go down below, so he would just jump over it instead of actually jumping up and shooting the piranha plant.
Yeah, one thing I did a lot in this game is use a P-switch to basically just open up a door at the end. Not necessarily to put you on a timer, but just to, like, you have to do something with the switch and then you can get to the end. So there you can actually wait, it doesn't matter. Not
Oh.
That wall is actually kind of a troll. Like, in your first playthrough, you will just keep going, and then you have to go back, and then you're dead. So Stu is on a hell of a run right now.
Right out of the first level already. first world. I can't speak right now. Now we're getting into Aaron Fleet. This is a deceptively hard level also. I was taken aback by how difficult this could be.
This speedrun, this is very difficult because the P-switch timer here is, for a change, very, very tight.
Yes, it is. And
we
very
actually have to do, there's a setup of the two dolphins that you have to do just right. Otherwise you will not have enough time. And the second half is just, I don't know what I did there, it's just super tight. This level is a shout out to Aeroban, and specifically to a level called Iron Fleet, which I always had fun with in Ultra Kaizo World 2.
The Iron Fleet level in Ultra Kaizo World 2, correct?
Exactly. So blame Aeroban if you play this.
Aeroban, the creator of Ultra Kaizo World 2. It's a hack I have yet to get to myself, but always love watching Canuck do speedruns of it.
Looks like Kaiko could catch up a bit here. Oh.
Closing that gap a little bit each by each level.
Yeah, looks like he grabbed the spring there instead of just landing on it.
Yeah, bad timing for that death there.
Okay, so the level it's used on, this also is all vanilla. These eating blocks will just eat everything, and at the end, you have to be just fast enough. Not too fast, not too slow.
That's what I've learned too.
Yeah, because if the block is ahead of you by too much and the block that spawns in that screen spawns too early, then the block will disappear. That's just how SMW works.
Yeah, it's a very, very tight window to make it into, to make that block still appear there.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed how consistent both runners are at this level. This level is really difficult.
Absolutely. That part in particular, right there where Calco just died, is really, really tight spin jumping, going back and forth between the fuzzies there.
Yeah, you have to do everything just right here.
You're getting a head start on the mutation run. I think now.
Not many spreads have changed here for Stu, except for the first time you take damage there and get the second Fireflower.
Yeah.
They are set a bit differently in speedruns, but it's almost as far.
Nice. Calco gets in the pipe there. So Stu probably knows he's in the lead right now. I'm pretty sure he's gonna make sure he takes the safe strats there from here on out.
He didn't do the safe strat there though. That's a very fast strat to dive bomb twice. Slide faster under the munchers. So yeah, he's not holding back.
Well, that would be classic Stu speedrunner right there. Never hold anything back. That's how he wins so many times. But yeah, we're shaping up to get another third race.
Pretty close. Still pretty close. This time Stu does not get SMW'd. Kills the spike top. And he's out.
Across the finish line. There we go. Yeah, Calco's gonna have a lot to catch up to get to Stu before the end of the race here.
Yeah, Stu actually has to make a big mistake.
Pretty much, it's all in Stu's hands now.
And usually does not make so many mistakes, so this might be give us a third race.
I think there's a very good chance. And another chance to possibly see that deathless run. If there's anybody that can pull it off, Calco's already done it, and I know Stu can do it too. Good old SMW showing the graphics of the breaking the blocks on the wrong parts of the screen, but thanks to layer 2.
Yeah, so W remembers where the block spawns. And does
Always-
not change the 1840
I
shadowing.
always laugh when I see that.
So
All right.
a chance for Stu to go for some threats here. He will probably try to keep the throw block up
Yeah,
to
let's
the
see what
very
it is
end,
here.
just to make it easier to get to the ending.
Yeah, he got that. Oh, he kept the
Nice.
block.
So you can skip this one, and that makes it way easier.
Very good.
You can
Goes for
still,
the-
you can still use the steep slopes in the bucket, but that's not very consistent because you need like a really good jump.
Wow. Entering the final level now, Stu is.
Wow. Okay, this could be sub 20.
Could be. I think this is definitely sub 20. Stu does not look like he's going to die now. He is in the zone. He's going all the way for it. What kind of pace do you think he might get here?
This might be around 19 minutes. I really like the spring jump strat Stu does. Oh,
Oh. Nice little swag juggle there Stu does for us.
nice recovery. Wow.
Keeping us all on the edge of our seats. That's our Stu.
So now if Stu one-shots this room, he might activate some jank. Okay, never mind.
Oh,
In
unfortunately
the
not.
next room with the disco shell, if you one-shot this room, the Cooper will walk into the wrong direction. But Stu has actually found a strat to avoid that.
Oh, and that's so he can land on the disco shell right away at the beginning of the next part.
Yeah, that's a very new thing that he just came up with. You one-shot this room, the blue shell room, and then you do a little turn back in the transition room at a specific moment. And for some reason that fixes it. SMW is just weird.
Oh, I don't want to say it, but it looks like Stu's calling into a Kaizo death trap here.
Luckily that section is very short.
Oh no! Still plenty of time ahead of Calco right here. No need to panic just yet. Calco with another death here in ultra tight. You hate to see this happen.
Stu is making it interesting right now. Nice.
There he goes. Nicely done. Nothing to worry about. Still has a very comfortable lead over Calco.
Yeah, the Cooper that activates this disco shell walks into the wrong direction if you one-shot the previous room. We've seen it actually happen in the race of Canuck versus Shelbert. It happened to both, I think.
And that's a very new strat that they just found out, right?
Yes, Stu just came up with that like last week.
He was always still sciencing out, and no matter how many times he's doing a run, he's always finding some new science.
So now you see where Stu is. You see the candles in the background. Now he dies. And now the candles are gone. So now there's no RNG.
And those candles is what dictates that. That is That's your classic SMW right there. Coming up to the final Wendy boss. Let's see what this final time is.
Sub 20.
Ooh.
Wow.
Whoa, 1959. Round 2 goes to Stu. GG's in the chat, everybody. Wow.
This is insane. This is exactly what I wanted to see. We go to the third race.
And Calco already up into the second section in the final level. That's amazing.
So he one-shot this, right? I think.
It's a one shot of that room, yeah.
So let's see what happens. He might get lucky. Yeah, no. This is
Oh.
what Stu managed to fix.
And that's
And it
what, yeah.
looks like Kaiko has not seen it yet.
Nice, very nice. Keeping it clean.
Everybody's so consistent at this room today.
No problems whatsoever for Calco right here. Wow, this is amazing. We got another race for y'all, everybody. We got another Calco and Stu race coming right up. We're about to see the rubber match.
And GG.
And that'll be time for Calco. GG's. 2144. All around, congrats to the racers. That's an amazing job. We got a third race coming right up for y'all. Who do you think's gonna take it in here, Orca? Who do you think you got in the third round? Oh, maybe Orca might be taking a break himself. That's okay. What do you think, chat? Who do you think's got it in the third round here? We're down. We got one apiece for each racer. Dude, Calco, the heavyweights just battling it out right here. Really, both races have been really, really close.
Kaiko may have lost this round, but it was still faster than Stu's first race, Stu's first run. So yeah, neck and neck, neck and neck.
Yeah. Who do you think? Who do you got coming up in the third round here, Korka?
I have no idea. This is anybody's race.
It's hard. It's a hard decision. Both are playing lights out right now.
Kaiko is very consistent live.
He had a really good first run. Looks like he took a little bit more deaths than he wanted to in the second run. Stu looks like he's finally getting into his settled into his calmness. He's getting very fresh with that now. He's got 2 full runs in. I bet he feels even more confident in himself now. Calco, just like always, ice through his ice water through his veins. I don't think that guy ever gets nervous.
Yeah, if you saw Kaiko do Yoshi's Island 100% at GDQ, when was it? This year? Last year? I was so impressed. Like,
yeah,
it was almost a podium time run.
Yeah, Calco is just one of those legendary speedrunners that we'll all have to thank that we were able to watch.
Looks like we're ready to go.
All right, racers getting set up. Ready for the final race between Calco and Stu. Winner goes on to the semifinals. Now, I'm not sure if the winner of this race will face off with Chillbird or if all the semifinalists are going to be redrawn to be two new matches. But either way,
I think whoever wins here will race against Canuck. Maybe somebody can confirm that.
the winner of this will face Canuck. Okay, so that is what we have here. So it's either Stu or Calco.
Yeah.
The beautiful in-synced gameplay right now.
Let's see how long they can keep this up. That checkpoint you see right there, maybe try to go for that on your first playthrough. Maybe not in the speedrun.
Trying to go for that first that checkpoint there. I unfortunately did go for it in my first playthrough. I saw that, but I'm a sucker for Kaizo blocks because I love them myself.
That is the only Kaizo block in the game, though.
That's right. That's the only one that I've ever found. That's a very well placed Kaizo block. Quite mean troll though, but it's very good for your standard midway point troll. I like it a lot.
I mean, the first level should introduce you to the hack, and there's quite some trolls.
Oh yeah, let the player know you mean business. You know, like I'm not gonna start you off soft. We're gonna throw you right into the lion's den. That's how we started off. And you know, Kaizo players are just they're like let's go. A lot of them.
You will see Stu goes for the one cycle again, the safe one cycle, and builds up a bit of a lead.
All right, both coming in to the next spot clean here. We got it. Here we go. Off to the third section here. Now, does the timer for this little transition room, is that always set at the same time of, 19 seconds? Or is it based on the time you enter that pipe?
It depends on how you enter the pipe. It's not supposed to be a tight timer. So you eat a berry, you get in the pipe, first or second try, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah. And that room is just there to scare you a little bit, but if you get through the pipe, you get the W. What I try to do in this game is to not have super difficult ending tricks at every section. Most likely, in most sections, you get to the end and you get the clear.
Right. Yeah, that's
trying to go for.
That's what a lot of the levels that felt like too. Yeah.
There's not like the difficult up pipe, you know, with some exceptions, of course.
Or the spiny that comes from behind the goalpost to kill you right before you hit the tip. Which I'm guilty of in a level I made before, but we won't talk about that.
Well, yeah, I may have died to some of your trolls as well.
Oh, yeah. I got some nasty trolls coming up.
Yeah, this level, by the way, is called Wonky, and it is really wonky. Like, there's ice physics, or Stu dies, unfortunately.
Oh.
There's a lot of staying on like one tile with ice physics, which is really tricky.
Yeah.
And it also kind of shows what happens in auto-scrollers, because everything is super consistent. So you can create like crazier setups. It will work every time. Like there, that shell barely hits the wing block on Stu's screen. But it works every time.
Oh, another death by Stu. Oh no. That gap's opening wider. That's a big loss for him.
Very unfortunate. This is kind of how the first race went up to this point.
Falco getting a start on the saw level. Yeah, there's not much you can science out for a speedrun strat in an auto-scroller level, except for just getting in the ending pipe as fast as you can. Stu's gonna do that, just that.
Let's see how Kaizo does in this level. He had some trouble here earlier.
This part always makes me so nervous. Nice
Good.
job from Calco. A good level by Calco here. Stu's just entering in the Saw level now. About a minute of a time loss for Stu there with those deaths. But folks, let's not count him out. We know Stu is capable of coming back and recovering from this. This is not over.
Yeah, like mentioned earlier, the 5-room castle gives you a lot of opportunity to lose time. I think if you die in the last room, you lose like 45 seconds or something.
45 seconds, wow.
Yeah, this is pretty long. Not only because of the rooms, but also like you go through several transitions, which take time. And that matters in the speedrun.
Well, I bet in terms of maybe some other 5-room castles, I bet it's maybe not as long. It doesn't feel as long. As
Yeah, it's not easy, but it's not like crazy long.
Right.
Except for this last room, maybe.
Nor did one room felt like really ridiculously difficult either. I felt it was really evenly matched. I liked the 5-room castle was very, very good.
I think Stu managed to get the RNG minute, so he can actually skip the death at the end. Which might help in the end. Let's see.
Stu does not go for the winged block skip here again.
I tried to do that strat myself. It's tight.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah,
it looks
takes a lot of practice.
really tight. That is a long gap to jump over, and to do it off of a moving block like that. Yeah.
You also have to time it so the wing block is like at its high point because it goes up and down, and you have to be like at the high point of it to make that work. It's very tricky. Yeah, he doesn't do the death there. And gets the same RNG again.
Oh, into the Potabu though.
Yeah, in the speedrun that's a good idea. Now in the tourney it's very risky. Because you can skip the death, but then the pattern is difficult to actually execute.
Right. Calco now back into the starting the ice physics level with the fire flower.
Disco Shed / Fire Flower /
I'm losing my mind. I can't even remember what the names of these levels are called again.
Yeah, this level is called De-Recycle.
That's it.
Actually,
Thank you.
because I made a level in Comfort Zone, and this is kind of like the continuation of that. So basically a recycled idea.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I only played a little bit of Comfort Zone myself. I haven't finished that one yet, though. But yeah, that I had a lot of fun playing that one. I know. Nicely done by Calco. That is a tough trick to pull off. Dude's still trying to recover some of that time he lost in Wonky. Let's see how close he can pull back in within Calco here. Calco doesn't go for the the fast P-switch activation strat there. Probably keeping it safe here.
Like, Kaku's been consistently doing that stretch in all of his speedruns.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like it loses a lot of time. It's like fraction of a second, maybe half a second. You can save them. Definitely a good play to keep it safe.
Probably, yeah. Probably keeps his confidence in it and doesn't have to worry too much about taking that risk.
Wow. Oh.
Well, both racers into the second world. We have Calco in the lead with a slight lead. Could see this going all the way to the end, maybe. It looks like Calco would have to make more mistakes here. Obviously, for Stu to catch up, but he can catch up quick if Calco starts dying here.
Whoa. Kaiko almost slipping off the block.
Right there, yeah, almost.
And again, perfect.
Nice clean exit of the level there. Does he get the yump? Indeed, he does.
Of course.
Calco does not disappoint when it comes to yumps. All right, Stu just now entering the fuzzy level here. No problems with that block at all, Stu. No problems with that at all.
This race is still hot.
Very close still. With these racers, anything can happen. And with the way this hack's difficulty, one death can change the lead dramatically.
Especially in the ghost house coming up after this level. It's maybe the longest section in the entire game.
Alright, I think Stu was having a little trouble with this level in the second race earlier. Let's see how he pulls this one off now. Both are playing flawlessly right now. I can't find whatever mistake that needs to happen for one of them for that gap to close in. I don't see it happening. These players are in the zone.
Let's do a strat there with the double dive bomb. Very fast.
I can tell with every jump I see from Stu, he's trying to just do it a little bit faster or jump it a little bit longer so he can try to gain whatever kind of time he can get.
That goes still flawless.
Still very close here. Both of them are hungry for this win. I can see that. We're coming down to the final stretch of the hack. Who of the two titans here? Who's gonna come out on
well on
top?
his way for sub 20. Two more exits.
Is Calco is this a deathless run from Calco?
I want to say no. I think it
can't
would be
remember.
faster at this point. Oh, is he? Ooh.
Chat saying he is.
Yeah, I see that.
Of course. When I say the commentator's curse.
Neptune.
Oh man. There's my first encounter with that curse. I apologize there, Kyle. Oh no! Look what I started here. Oh no. Well, we had to find some kind of way to keep it entertaining for you folks, right? We got to keep it closer. Oh.
Nice.
Oh, nice recovery there. Looks like he did that intended.
Everybody who ever tried to jump off a steep slope like that knows how difficult it is.
Yeah. It's not just any regular jump. All right, Calco heading into the final level here. That's an interesting question from chat. So does the community actually consider it still a deathless run, even though Calco may have done an intentional death to manipulate that RNG boss?
Oh yeah, totally. Intentional deaths that don't really count, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, as for strategy, yeah, especially
Because often a deathless run is not possible without an intentional death.
right.
Stu dies, unfortunately, to the bucket. He tried to do the same thing as Kaiko, but then caught the edge of the death block.
It's the block skip.
Yeah, this is what he wanted to do. Still both in the last level.
Calco working on the third room already.
Mm.
Getting close to that boss fight.
Yeah, it looks like Kaiko is bringing this home.
Orca, could we get a sub 19 here?
This is close.
Very close.
This is close. I think the last bit of the last room is like 40 something seconds. We'll see.
Let's see how he does.
Yeah, this is sub 19. Wow.
The sub 19 run. There it is, everybody.
Holy hell.
Calco wins in the
This
third
is-
race.
22 seconds behind second place.
22 seconds behind the second place run, indeed. Wow. GG's to Calco.
Oh.
Holy crap.
That time is disgusting. Really,
What
really,
a
really well
run.
played.
Deathless all the way up until my big mouth had to open up in the seconds of the penultimate level. Sorry about that, Calco. But we'll give you a pass because you won, right? You'll give me a pass.
Yeah, how can you not be hyped this insane? Did you see Stu do the turn back there? That fixes the Koopa going the wrong way. That's all it takes.
Yeah. Stu hanging in there pretty good though. I mean, he made this race very close. Look at it. He's already in the third section. I mean, both races were very compelling and riveting there. Seems like in both races as well, because Stu also had one in the second race that both when they had their Kaizo death spirals down. They didn't really lose their position, even though both were ahead when they did it. They didn't lose their position at all.
True. Yeah, it's very hard to win against the sub 19.
You run a sub 19 like that, yeah, that's
It is insane live in a tournament. Yeah.
it's an insane run. We've seen Calco break world records on races before. So, and that's it for Stu as well. GG's to Stu with a final
GG.
time of 20:47. Way to go,
Great race.
Stu.
Great race.
Great races from both
Wow.
racers. Let's give some claps in the chat for our racers here, everybody. What a riveting race. Definitely lived up to the hype. We got the rubber match in. Both were just swinging haymakers until one had to fall. And unfortunately, that was Stu. But a valiant effort from Stu. Great win for Calco.
Tournament. My most common nickname I have about 200. I had about 200 in my lifetime. Shelly, here in Austria where I live, or just Shell for my German friends. I played a lot of FIFA, also soccer game. As you can imagine, I played FIFA for I think 7 years, about 7 years. The second year I was
Hey, my name is Stu. I'm from the U.S., specifically in Florida. Funny enough, my best username I ever came up with was my original Twitch username was under3 and oneable, which was related to a game called Heroes of New Earth, or Dota, Defense of the Agents, and revolved around me being a carry type player and not being able to be denied the creep score. But eventually I switched over to Stu underscore when the names were released on from Justin TV, and everyone was calling me Stu anyways. So that's kind of been a nice fit for me. But interestingly enough, I don't. My family doesn't even usually call me Stu. It's only a thing I switched over to like when I went to college. So kind of funny how that stuck. But I like it. So my Kaizo journey began in, I believe it was October of 2020. Okay, so my favorite hack, it's hard to pick a single favorite, so I do like to give my top three. I would say Storks, Grand Prix World 2, and El Dorado. In the exact order, it might be that exact order. It might be Storks, Grand Prix World 2, then El Dorado. But the common trend between those is going to be they all have fantastic soundtracks. I love the level design of those hacks, and just they're just a blast to play. They feel so good in the hands when you know what you're doing, and there's like almost nothing I would change about any of those three hacks. It's like they're near perfection. I'm gonna pick the cape. I mentioned earlier I have a background in vanilla SMW 96 exit, so I have a huge soft spot for cape. I have a few a few goals. One, I think it'd be pretty cool if I could go in and like enter into the tournament with the record at the time. Calco and I have been battling it out recently. I had it, then he had it, then I just got it back. And I'm sure he's still grinding. So it's we have a little bit of a fun little rivalry there. We'll see who ends up having those bragging rights entering the tournament. So that would be like number one, I guess. And then number two is I would like to make it to the finals. It's going to be a really tough challenge, considering I am up against Calco in round one. And I would think that he and I are the favorites for the tournament. So obviously, with the way things are currently set up, there's no way that both of us can make the finals, which is a shame. But I'm really hoping I can. I have a lot of really cool strats that I've worked on over the last few weeks, and I would love to get to showcase them for everyone. Calco is a fantastic speedrunner. I know of him originally from Yoshi's Island stuff, but he is very well versed in a lot of different things, including vanilla SMW and Kaizo SMW. So I know he's a top tier competitor, and I'm really excited for that match. I think it's going to be fantastic. We did have an exhibition match a few weeks prior to the tournament for fun, and he and I were just neck and neck the whole way. I mean, we were within 30 seconds the entire run, pretty much 30 seconds to like a minute. And it's going to be exciting. He's got really high consistency, and I think I have the slight edge with the strats. So it's going to be a nice little match of like speed versus consistency, and see which topples what. So I just checked the total amount of play time that I've done with the timer running is 2 days. 13 hours and 30 minutes. So that's a pretty hefty amount of time investment into Titan, but it's been, like I said, it's been more and more fun the more I've speedrun it, for sure. The obstacle I would like to change is the double nudge / shell jump at the end of the first half of Aaron Fleet. The reason that I would make the change is that currently you have to do not one but two wiggles to line things up. So it's a little bit awkward, and it's at the very end of the whole section. So the punish is huge. And if you over wiggle, you either die or you could easily run out of P-switch timer. It would be nice, a quality of life change, if it was tweaked in a way where maybe the tiles were extended by one, so that you didn't have to back wiggle to line up the first shell bounce, and set it up where you didn't have to back wiggle to grab the second shell in the air, where it just kind of boom popped into your hands. That would make that flow so much nicer. So if someone were to make a Super Stew World, one, for the love of God, please don't make it like crazy shell jumps, because those are the ones that wreck me the hardest. Which means, of course, that means that Super Stew World will have nothing but shells. But for my playstyle, if it was to like reflect the way I do things, I would say, as we kind of mentioned earlier, the robotic style, eliminating the things that are like touchy-feely in terms of execution, having everything be like really consistent, and ideally, this is hard to do, so I don't know how exactly they'd be able to plan this out ahead of time, but having setups that have multiple options of success. Hey, my name is Stu. I'm from the U.S., specifically in Florida.
Hey, hello everybody. How's it going? I'm P. Miller.
Hello everyone, I'm Kupa, and we are doing the commentary of this race today.
Oh, how crazy has this event been so far? Back-to-back 3-round runs. You can definitely tell nobody wants to be the first one eliminated. You go down 0-1 and you lean into the monitor and you start gaming. It's been pretty crazy. I'm really excited to see how the Reaper and Sadios do today.
Yeah, me too, me too. I'm actually pretty exhausted from the last race. We've seen a huge battle between Stu and Calco, and at least for me, they pretty heated up the whole situation.
Yeah, it's been crazy today. I'm really excited to see how they do. Yeah, big shoes to follow after that matchup. I mean, but let's see how level 1 treats everybody. This hack is, like I said, all the commentators have touched on how hard this is, and levels 1 and 2 are like the considered the easy levels, and when this is the easy level, you know what you're in for,
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Titan is a hack I personally didn't touch until today, because for me it's like just too tight setups and too many stuff going on, especially in the shell level, which is later on. And all the runners are doing so great today. It's absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, it's been what an event put on. I mean, honestly, it's been a real pleasure seeing. This is honestly the top level players competing at one of the top level hacks around. Shout outs to Orca making the hack, and I think Chillbird put in a lot of the organization and everybody behind the scenes and all the runners. This has been a crazy event so far. So we're clearing level 1 at about a minute and a half or so. Pretty quick level 1. So interesting to see in Kaizo that your path is so very forced in these levels, but there's like minor differences in how all the runners approach them. You saw a lot of the differences in the speed strats of Stu versus the more consistent, safer strats of Calco. And even in the runners, Canuck did a lot of faster strats compared to Chillbird. It's really interesting to see in a race environment how they still are willing to risk it sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, some of the speed strats, I think in a race they are not that viable. I mean, Stu pulled them off anyways because he just didn't care. He's a machine. He can do them. He practiced them. But in the first race between Sakaya and Captain Canuck, we've seen some parts where Sakaya especially tried to go for a safer strat. And I mean, for race, it's absolutely fine. Safe strats are the speed strats.
This level's really, Orca touched upon how he made the hack to be entirely vanilla, and it's cool that when Yoshi eats green berry like that, it adds time to the timer, which is required in this level, to force you to eat it like that. And he didn't have to do anything fancy, that's just regular SMW mechanics. Very, very close race so far, as the screens are, matched up essentially as a mirror image of each other.
That last Spiny was so confusing when I've seen that the first time.
I'm so scared, not scared, but I'm nervous for the racers that they're gonna miss that final little shell jump. It's just from the pressure of the race.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just a basic shell jump, but these one are the hardest ones.
Now the auto scroller, which is always really fun from a speedrunner perspective. Basically you don't really want to die, and I think there's a fast strat into the pipe, and that's about all you got.
Oh, look at that! The runners even mirror their deaths.
It's not always the best thing to do, but you love to see the content. I feel like the first round is always kind of the nerves. You shake it off, you get out there, you feel how you're doing. you know, all the racers have had times. Their first race was within a minute 60 seconds. So you feel like if you lost, you got a chance, and if you won, you realize you're in for it. It's not gonna be a cakewalk. And looks like we're starting to settle in and see some gameplay here. Quick strats into that pipe under the shell. So pretty to see. We have the Yoshi dismount there by the Reaper.
It's funny how it actually saves a little bit time to ditch the Yoshi there. I didn't even know before Orca mentioned it today.
I'd seen it as a different strat, but I just thought it was an alternative strat, not really particularly faster. But yeah, that is an interesting time save. You'll see, yeah, Saw Dios keeps the Yoshi on the right, does a more of like what I would think of as an intended strat. This level is incredibly deceptive to watch as a viewer. It looks like you just ride along on this saw and you just got to kind of match up, but the way you can control the speed of Mario's fall faster or slower in Mario World, you really need to be finely controlled to make sure everything lines up just right, or it just doesn't work for you.
And that's actually something pretty hard to pull off, but it looks... Actually, it's super easy, because you just see Mario falling down, jumping up. But if you have to do it yourself, then it's absolutely madness to do that consistent. Because the switch of slow fall and fast fall, you can't really see where you have to go. You just have to feel it. At least for me, it's like that.
Yeah.
And this level absolutely gives me anxiety.
Sadio's out of the level. It's funny that at the checkpoint, you don't want to grab the rope or it trolls you. It'll pull you through the floor. And then at the end of the level, you need to grab the rope for it to pull you through. I've seen players and myself on our first play totally do it backwards. Grab the first rope and miss the checkpoint. And then at the end think, haha, I got you. You're not going to get me twice with that joke. And then you realize that you actually needed to grab the rope and he did get you twice. So well played, Orca, on a lot of first players playthrough.
Just a mean double troll by Orca.
It's amazing how close the races are considering how tough the levels are. Everybody's favorite castle, I think.
And especially in the race situation, the pressure must be so hard right now. Because if I remember correctly, if you die in any room, you start from the beginning. And
That's
nobody
correct.
wants that. Nobody wants that.
And it's crazy that even if the final rooms are almost entirely free, it doesn't feel that way, which no level in this game is free, but even if it were that case, it wouldn't feel that way in other ROM hacks that have 5-room castles, similar styles. The more you go without the checkpoint, the more you feel it. No problem for these players, of course. Reaper checkpoint takes the intentional death. I did see some questions about that. It does set the pattern of the RNG so that the Lemmy always will appear in the same position, and they'll know this pattern. Yep, always to the right. There you go. Wow.
Damn, it's nearly at the same time.
I believe the draws for the face-ups were random, but it's been crazy how tight every single round has been. I mean, we're literally... it can't be more than a few frames apart here, and the other races, again, went all 3 rounds. So, this is as good as it could be. End of the recycle. Deaths are at this point incredibly meaningful and where they happen. And this level is another one of those very deceptive levels, whereas if you try to adjust and you move a shell too far to the left, they will collide below, and you're done for. Much harder than it sounds, and it's much harder than everybody has made it look. I'm the P-switch. So easy for me to go early there, just in anticipation.
A little unfortunate death.
Breaks the in sync.
Oh, that was actually a pretty big time loss for the Reaper. Grabbed the P-switch instead of activating it.
That's so tough to do. You want to get back on your run button, which is also your grab button, so you just a little early there, it seemed. Into the pipe for Sadios. And the fake troll, which does the key jump, probably for swag, but what a legend. Those are fake munchers that he key jumped anyway. Reaper, yeah, runs across those munchers. Another little joke from Orca.
That part with the dolphin and the shell jump is actually pretty deceptive.
Insanely tight, much tighter than it appears. There's a jump here near the end that is also very, very difficult to time. That death from Sadios, the Reaper looks like he's catching up here. It's a very, very difficult level and very difficult section. Timing these bullets off the disco can be very challenging. And then this part at the end is very tight with this numbered platform. See how the Reaper does it. He grabs the shell, times the Koopa, and he's got the orb. Very nice. Pulls ahead by a half section or so.
It looks like Sadios doesn't have much fun with this second part of the level, but I'm sure he will do it now. I'm pretty sure he will get everything right now.
The vine, very clean. Shell, and the Koopa. Wow, you called it.
Yes, that's what we want to see. The game is still up.
Orb. Very nice, Orca. Perfect. Looks like this Fuzzy's given the Reaper a little bit of trouble. Sadios does seem a bit more comfortable now that he's left the previous stage behind him. Can feel that way sometimes, even if you struggle for a while. Once you beat the level, you can feel a lot of like almost momentum on your side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sometimes when a level gives you a really, really hard time and you finally break through everything, the next one it doesn't matter what you have to do, but it just feels like so much better.
We got the Yump. No reset. Does the Reaper. Oh.
Nump.
You can see it on the face. Ah. I'm out of the pipe with pipe speed here in this level. I've always enjoyed levels like this. And it's always fun when you have a power-up in Kaizo. A lot of times you're a small Mario. Where in this level you get more than one power-up, and it's really fun. These almost precision shots required with Fire Flower. And as Orca mentioned that he made this on stream, I remember watching him make this part and struggling to make that Yoshi eat to get to the checkpoint part line up and work. He makes you get flight into the pipe, and then you jump out of the pipe. I think you have a few frames. The faster you jump out, the faster you have your cape here. If you don't do it quickly enough, you don't get cape speed. Everybody here, I think today, has managed to get it, so you don't even realize what they're doing. But if they don't jump quickly coming out of that pipe, they will not be flying. It's vanilla SMW. Just part of the setup, you'll see that Orca makes you fly to get into the pipe, and then they immediately jump out because they know they have to, obviously. Oh, unfortunate on Sadio's part. Into the pipe for the Reaper.
Wow, the second part is like the most visually confusing part of the entire hack, at least for me, because you have to do so precise timing of the item swap.
The famous SMW frame rule interaction with a cape for the Reaper there.
Oh,
unfortunate. You are right about the confusing part. Anytime you do enter more even moving parts, like having the item box, which again, as a Kaizo player, you don't see very often, if ever, and now suddenly you're dealing with it and doing multiple things at once, it can be very confusing to figure out the first time around. Reaper gets out despite the SMW.
And checkpoint for Sadios.
Absolutely giving himself a chance. Got SMW'd again with the cape interaction. Sadios is out, making it a race. It is still very competitive. Round one. Interesting to watch how the different runners have handled that section with the gray square and the turn blocks that you have to spin jump on. Checkpoint for the Reaper.
Yeah, especially in this boss room, we've seen so many different strats of which blocks to break and what road to take. And I think it's pretty cool that you just can do your personal strategy.
It was a pretty interesting boss fight. I've always enjoyed doing boss fights made by Orca. He's made a few hacks, and they're all very fun and interesting, especially with the constraints of maintaining the vanilla of the hack.
Alright, let's see how he handles the throw block.
Ooh.
I shouldn't have said anything. I'm so sorry.
I don't blame you. I blame the Yoshi. Sticky Yoshi there. He tried to get off. You could tell he's pressing the buttons. The Yoshi just wouldn't let him.
Mean Yoshi. That's why we always throw him in every pit we can find.
That's exactly why you throw him in the pit. That's it. Ooh.
Yeah, but that actually gives Sadios a lot of opportunity to catch up.
Oh, absolutely. This is anybody's race at this point. The way that these levels are designed, I mean, the way the game is, the harder levels are, the game does get harder as you go. There is a difficulty curve for sure. And especially in a race situation with the pressure, even if you're in the lead, no lead is safe. We've seen a lot of comebacks. We've seen a single level, almost decide a race. Been mentioned in chat the death cycle. You can be so consistent and practice a part a million times, and then suddenly you died to a muncher you didn't even know was there. You've never died this way. I can't believe that happened. And next thing they just start adding up over and over and over, and it seems like you can't make any progress. And we've seen it happen a few times. And during a race situation like this, you can't reset, so it's down to who can mentally tough it out.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen that, especially in the last race between Calco and Stu. I mean, both of them know every level absolutely by heart, and they are so... how do I put it? I mean, both are pretty good players, but you've seen them both focus every second of their races, and so
Absolutely.
have basically every other runner had to stay focused for the entire time.
Reaper moves on. Sadios. It's very close here. Welcome on in, Raiders, from SpeedGaming 2. You're coming into near the end of the first race between best of 3 between the Reaper and Sadios. It's been insanely close. You're just in time for joining the end of the race. And the pipe for the Reaper. And the door. Very, very impressive section to watch here with all the shells and the juggling, but I'm sure insanely difficult to pull off under this circumstance. Very nice P-switch activation. Really interesting level design, keeping the disco shell precisely where you need it to be, not going too fast so it falls off, not going too slow so that things don't line up. And it's all still a vanilla property of SMW.
Yeah, that's an amazing side fact. We always have to keep in mind that this hack is basically all vanilla. No chocolate in here, all vanilla.
Sadios is not giving up here, putting up quite a fight to the end. Got the 2 hits. And the 2 hit out. Very nicely done. 24-36 or so, probably. Did you lose control? Very nice. GG's in chat for the Reaper.
GG to the Reaper. That was actually a pretty good pulled off last level.
That would be good enough, according to speedrun.com, for 6th place. On only a leaderboard that has 10 submitted runs of, again, one of the toughest hacks. So you're facing pretty stiff competition. To even be on this board is pretty impressive. Well, we've seen so far 2 comebacks, 2 0-1 comebacks, 1-0, so we'll see. Will we have our third or will we have our first 2-0 elimination? It's been a pretty insane matchup throughout the day.
And at this point, shoutouts to the organization from this tournament, because any racer had basically a competitor at their own skill level. So we could see a very interesting race at any time.
That's the fun thing about this, is that you're not just comparing PBs, you're not getting to reset a bunch of times and submit the best run that you could do in a set amount of time. It's the best run that you're doing head to head, what you can do now. There's no retries, there's no oops I made, there's no mistake. And in golf, we call it a mulligan. There's none of that. So it's been insane to watch everybody execute the way they have. Very strong finish. Sadios is out. Sub 27. GG. Scary, but we made it through, indeed.
Alright, get them runners a short break to catch some breath, and then we will go into the next race to see, will Sadios get the 1-1, or will the Reaper get the first win in 2 matches from the day?
Again, thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks everybody for watching and tuning in. It's been a pretty insane Sunday so far. I've been here from the start and haven't really been able to look away. Every race has been so competitive. Shoutouts to everybody organizing, and shoutouts to Orca for making. I'm sure he never thought that this would be the outcome when he was making this and goofing around on stream, but here we are. Good luck to the runners. If you haven't already, make sure you drop a follow if you've been enjoying the speedrun content. A lot of these players speedrun other Mario World games. If you're interested in Kaizo, you want to get into it yourself, a lot of these people would be happy to point you in the right direction. A lot of them are newer to Kaizo themselves, so make sure you drop a follow to twitch.tv/thereaper, twitch.tv/Sadios, and say what's up to them. Give them a hello. I gotta think both of these players want to get a strong level 1 under the belt. They want to get out and be sure to get a nice strong start to the second round.
Yeah, and as always, let's see how good can any runner handle the stress of the second race? Maybe they are all set now after the first run and kind of got themselves heated up for the next run. And let's see. Right now, Sadios is leading a little bit of like half a level, if I see that correctly. But
entering
the
level
Reaper
2?
has. Huh? Excuse me?
Yeah, he's just entering level 2. I was agreeing. Yeah, he does have a little bit of
Yeah.
a lead.
And yeah, the Reaper has still lots of opportunities to catch up, as we've seen in the previous race of both runners, taking any chance to get back some of the lost time. But yeah, let's just enjoy how they handle this level.
Really nice door entry there from Sadios. It's really another vanilla property there. They're death blocks that are custom, but they don't extend beyond the pixel that they are. So you can hug the wall there and then not press anything when you're using the diaper platform. And you'll see when Reaper gets there, I believe, how you get into that door without touching the wall there. Right there. And then you just jump up and over. You have to carefully enter the door and not go too far to the left. Oh, Sadios getting robbed at the pipe there. Brutal.
Also, Orca told us earlier, this level he had originally designed for ROM hack races. And I played that version actually, and from seeing it today in Titan Mario, this is actually a little bit harder. Because on some parts you just have a little bit less time to pull the trick off. Or you have like I think the death blocks in front of the door are no death blocks in the ROM hack races version, if I remember correctly.
We are back to almost in sync. We do love our survival sections here. Survive until the star comes to you and saves you at the last second. Ooh, that shell jump scares me so much. And we got the orb.
Orb.
Be sure to avoid that star there, otherwise when you go to bounce off the bullet, you will kill the bullet and fall through it. Nice pipe entry by the Reaper. Right under that shell. And these levels are much trickier than they look, how everybody's executing them. Can be very, very, very hard on the first play. Even top players can take a long time to beat them, so it's not nearly as smooth as these people make it look.
Oh, unfortunate death. But that can happen, especially in this level, because if you do fast fall for a little bit too long, Mario just can't get enough of his way to the right and falls into a mancha or some death blocks. And that's not what you want.
It's just so impressive to watch how smooth everybody makes the grabbing the springs and the spring throws look in SMW. Sometimes that is a little bit tricky. Everybody's so consistent at all these sections. It's kind of blows my mind to again see this as a hack in a race situation, let alone a tournament situation.
Yeah, huge shout outs to the runners for practicing that, for getting the consistency. And yeah, the spring jumps, they feel super weird sometimes because they kind of stop Mario's motion, and you kind of have to recover from that. And also, if you throw the shell, I think when you're falling and you throw the spring, it stops you as well, right?
Yeah, so springs do have a very strange interaction with Mario's momentum, and sometimes you can get as consistent. Sometimes it seems like you just got to react, but they definitely have their setups to make it so they know exactly how it's going to work every single time. Again, this race is incredibly close coming into Desi's rooms. The Nintendesi size up before the name change, before the prefix change. According to Orca, it says that spring throws stop you unless you are at the beginning or at the very end of a jump. Well, there you go. As the pressure mounts for the runners in the 5-room castle, no checkpoints. In the second round, it's very close. Reaper's up 1-0. Again, sets a pattern on the boss fight. Breathes a sigh of relief and moves on. Casually takes a sip of his coffee. It looks like. Use your favorite sippy mode in chat if you have one. Both players have left Desi's room. Sometimes you get into Desi's room and it's not as easy as you think to get out, but they both managed to do it. We're on to the, again, very deceptive disco shell level. Which I thought I liked disco shell levels, and then I played this one and I realized I don't like disco shell levels. Back to near mirror images. Makes it easy to see any differences in strat. Ooh. Sadios takes the death. Which when it's this close, every death feels so costly.
Yeah, the later it gets in the hack, the levels get kind of longer and kind of harder. And also, any death just takes you, it gives you so much more time loss. As you have to do so many tricks again, you have little waiting sections, long levels. And if you're already in a race situation, we've said it earlier, it's just so stressful to keep your mind calm and focus on the game.
Oh, absolutely. And the Reaper manages to move on and is out of the recycle to the next world. I think this level is a shout out to Aerobam and Iron Fleet from Ultra Kaizo World 2. Another very difficult ROM hack that I believe Orca has the world record in both the categories for. Kind of a cool community of Kaizo players, shout each other out and their hacks and stuff like that. It's pretty interesting. Very clean from the Reaper. Sadios is not far behind. Wow, the players just make this level look so easy.
Wow, that was super clean.
And the Reaper is in the zone, it seems. Orb. Let's see. How does Sadios do? He needs a nice, clean finish here. Oh, the platform.
That hurts.
That one's on Orca, I believe. That is definitely not the commentator. That is 100% the maker. It's unbelievable he would do that to him. Yeah, not like this. Not like this indeed. Reaper does have an opportunity to extend his lead. It's a very tight level riding these buzzies, these fuzzies. I'm not sure. Once heard them called a living beard, and it's hard to not think of them as just a straight up beard, but he manages to ride them pretty easily.
I think that's the most accurate description of these little sprites I've ever heard.
Gotta have the yump though. Oh no. No yump.
Oh no, we have to reset. I'm so sorry.
Oh no. That's a shame. It was a great run. You can see there's no giving up in Sadios though, as he's fighting back. He's managing to maintain. Seems that he never really. It seems he's having trouble closing the gap, but he does not seem to be losing much ground at the same time. It's got to be tough to be fighting back knowing you're down 0-1 and you need this. And it's getting late into the hack, and it seems that he's still hanging pretty tough in these really hard levels. It's pretty impressive. Everybody's favorite cape. Oh, and another failed yump. First try into the pipe for the Reaper. We've seen a few bonks, and it gets a little scary when you miss your pipe entry there at the end of the section. Oh, again, the SMW for the Reaper. There's, I believe it's a frame rule interaction where you can twirl the cape and destroy the enemy or the sprite, but it still does damage to you in the same frame. Just a little unfortunate. It's luckily not at the end of the level, and it's not a long section, but it is rough to see. Reaper deals with it though, shakes it off. and moves on.
Now let's see, how is the gray square how is the gray square I don't know what I want to say, I'm sorry.
We've seen it be a problem though. We have seen it. We have seen this level give runners some problems. Again, with Kaizo, the levels tend to get harder at the end, and they're already very difficult to begin with. And with levels with the runners this good, every death starts to matter, and every second starts to count. Oh, big save from Sadios there. Reaper drops the mushroom at the right time to grow the Yoshi. He's entering the infamous gray square section. Eats the bullet, damages through the green balls. Kappa. Midair activates the P-switch for swag. Into the pipe for Sadios, and the checkpoint. An interesting boss fight in that you just survive and time your jumps correctly, and the boo will just run into the shells for you. Both runners clearing a level at the same time almost again, just not the same level this time. Nice turn block jump. Sometimes I have a little bit of trouble with those personally, and they can be frustrating. We have another one, very nicely done by the Reaper. Okay, there's an orb up here that if you jump too high, avoiding that bonsai, you'll grab the orb, and then celebration music plays, and you walk to the right uncontrollably to your death. Fortunately, nobody has done that today. Yet.
Oh no.
Ooh, Sadios,
Oh,
nice
that was
save.
super close. Nice save from Sadios. And this proves that Orca is a really friendly creator.
I mean, I think he mentioned earlier that he tried to make the ending sections that if you got to the end, you would win. That it was challenging enough to get there. And that seems like a really fair and smart way to design levels.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what some modern Kaizo hacks are kind of lacking, because everything is hard and nothing is friendly anymore. And it's good that we have some hacks that are hard to execute but friendly in the end.
A pretty hot pace from the Reaper right now. He's got a chance here to seal the deal, but it's not over yet. Another vanilla property to enter that door. You activate the block, and there'll be an invisible block for you to stand on there with the coin above it like that. It's kind of weird. Oh, the Reaper almost making a mental mistake there of taking the death without grabbing the checkpoint. That is not the play you want to make. Almost, but he does not. That would have been very costly and embarrassing, but thank goodness we did not see that. Whew. I got a little nervous there myself. I don't know if you clenched, but I clenched a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Great
Sadios
reflexes.
is not far behind. I mean, that would have been a huge death and hard to shake off mentally.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine being in a situation like
I mean,
that.
Sadios is in the pipe. I mean, this is GG to the Reaper. Wow. We have our first 2-0 match. But again, the time difference between each runner is not... I mean, it's oh, nice. Look at the mid-air P-switch jump for swag. I mean, these runners have been... The times have been incredible all day today. They 21, 22, whatever, he stopped the timer, according to him. Which, again, we're seeing these are podium times being posted today. I mean, that is... I'm not sure what the Reaper's PB was, but that surely smashed it to ribbons. That is a fantastic run to do live in front of a speedrunning audience. It's been fantastic performances in every single race so far today. And shoutouts to Sadios as well. I mean, this has been unbelievable gameplay from everybody. This hack is incredibly difficult. And to do it with the pressure, I mean, it's just, you know, congratulations to them for agreeing to this. If you're watching this and you are interested in this, yeah, go to smwcentral.net. You can talk to any of these great streamers, twitch.tv/TheReaper, Sadios, Stu _ you know, Calco2, I think is his Twitch handle. Urka_BLN is in chat. We'd be happy to point you in the right direction, help you out getting started. They're all great streamers, you know, incredibly talented and pretty cool people.
Alright, final boss fight for Sadios. Let's wish him the best of luck to finish it clearly.
Nice and clean, GG's. Sub 24 is, again, these are insane times being posted.
Alright. I think the next race up is... Let me check the list. It's the Wild Grim versus Sakaya. And I think we can enjoy the next very interesting race.
And good luck to the runners, and thanks again, everybody, for having me.
All right, there you have it. Thank you, P. Miller. Thank you, Lord Fura, for that wonderful commentating for that race. How about that race, everybody? How was that? A good race there between Sadios and the Reaper. Our first sweep series of the race of the tournament tonight, going to the Reaper. Congratulations, Sadios. Well run. Good there. Good job there. GG. A little background here on Sadios. Their home country is from Mexico. Their PB in Titan is a 25:36. And their first speedrun appearance was playing Kaizo Mario World, all the way starting back in July 2018. Pretty interesting. If you guys are interested in checking out Sadios, twitch.tv/Sadios. He does stream, and he does a lot of speedrunning as well. Checking out his speedrun.com page. He does... He's just recently ran Newbie Kaizo World, Super Swunch World, the new Quickie World with a Vengeance from Valdio, and of course an Orca Bin Classic, the Comfort Zone. He's been running that one as well. He's actually got all golds in Comfort Zone. All right. So the next race we have coming up is the Wild Grim versus Sakaya. Let's take a preview of our new upcoming racers with an interview. Here they are.
I am the Wild Grim from the United States of America. My nickname is Grim. The people in real life call me Grim, actually. Sometimes it gets kind of weird because I've been at parties and stuff, and they'll introduce me to people and they'll be like, "Oh, this is Grim," and then the other person always say like, "Oh, your name is Grim," and I just kind of roll my eyes and I have to explain to them like, "No, it's just my online name. My real name is Chris," but like nobody calls me Chris. I think 2016, 2017, so like 5 years ago, I started with, well, the first hack I ever played was Bonsai Mario. It was really frustrating, and I almost quit like right away. I was like, man, it's not very fun. And then I played Dram World, and I don't know, I just enjoyed that one a lot more. I stuck with it, even though the first level took me like 6 or 7 hours to beat. And I've just been playing it since then. It's fun. Probably the first game I ever played. The first game I ever played was SMB3. I started with Mario and I'm still playing Mario. It's very close between Grand Poo World 2 and Super Rift World 2. I think Grand Poo World 2 has the edge because it's got a really cool final boss. But just both of them are great level design. They're really fun to speed run. Like they're both aesthetically pleasing. They're like the perfect length for me, which is like 20, 22 exits. I think Rift 2 is a little longer. Just both really good, really, really well made games. I think Barb and freaking Ha did like fantastic jobs. They really knocked it out of the park with those two. I hate that I'm going to give this answer, but I think it's the shell. It's really versatile. You can bounce off it, which is fun. It's like, it's just a cool item, you know? You can make whole levels out of it. I really like Link Dead. Unfortunately, I can't really watch him anymore because he inverted like his streaming times. Well, not inverted, but he ended up streaming a lot earlier. So now I'm basically asleep every time he streams. But he was like my guy to watch for Mario because he knows the game very well. He makes it really fun. He's willing to sit down and grind out like the worst stuff. He's a really good player. Like the dude a lot. Right now, it's not get slaughtered, but honestly, to win a round, I think would be pretty cool. I was watching Sakaya the other night do some practice runs, just kind of gauging where he's at, and I think I can take him. I think I can take him if I put in the work. I think I can put up a fight. Well, I didn't really know much about him until the other night. He's German, so we have like different times. So I was up very late when he was streaming, and I was just kind of like watching him in bed on my phone. But I don't really know him very well. He seems like a cool dude. They were all speaking German, so I don't really know what they were talking about. But it seemed like a pretty chill place. To execute, probably ultra tight. For me, it's because of the block grabs. Those block grabs just destroy me. Just with it also being just a tight level, like already. Just to have that on top of it, it's really hard for me to one shot usually. At least it's short. That's like all it has going for it is that it's short. I think it should be definitely challenging for me. So, and what should it look like? I guess that's up to them. Like if they know me, they'll know that I like levels with a theme. Like, desert levels, just like levels that make sense thematically, like between the music and the graphics. So just really well done, pretty challenging hack. And I'd be fine with it if it had my name on it.
All right, there you have it. That was
I am
the Wild
Grim
Grim.
from the United
That
States
is
of
your
America.
That was your next racer preview
My
upcoming
nickname
here.
is Grim. The people in real
And,
life call me Grim. Actually, sometimes it gets kind of weird because I've
Looks
been
like
at
we
parties
have the
and
race
stuff,
already here for you. We
and
got the
they'll
Wild
introduce
Grim
me
and
to people,
Sakaya
and they'll be
coming
like,
at
"Oh,
you
this is
live
Grim,"
right up
and
here
then the other
next.
person always say like, "Oh, your name is Grim."
And we got Papa Nug and Mo on the commentating mic. Let's switch it over to them and see. And let's get ready to enjoy another good race.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. The races, Mo, have been fantastic, have they not? Just the gameplay is pouring out today, and it's been really exciting, as you mentioned. I'm really excited to see this race in particular, DeWild Grim versus Sakaya. DeWild Grim was a late entry into this tournament because Wantek had to, unfortunately, not be here, so shoutouts to Wantek. But Grim ran this game about a year ago. Really excited to see what he can put up today. And I'm not very well versed on Sakaya. I have his SpeedGaming profile up, and it looks like he's ran a couple of Kaizo hacks. Do you have any information about more information about him, Mo?
Yeah, he run a couple of Kaizo hacks, also won German tournament against Shellbird. And yeah, 2 times tournament. I don't know in his first tournament what was his place, but yeah, he's not that bad, but he started really, really late to play this hack. So maybe this was a failure and he didn't get enough training.
Well, we'll see. Right now, it looks like both players are struggling a little bit, but you know what? It's early. They're just getting the nerves out, and I'm sure they'll be able to tighten it up here very soon. Looks like we're in sync right now, which is just always fantastic to see. This first level, relatively easy compared to the rest of the hack, but that by no means this is simple or easy to do. They make it look, like it's nothing, but the reality is that it's pretty difficult to do, and both of them getting the gold tape at the same time, pretty cool.
Yeah, especially if you're new to Kaizo. I mentioned it in the German stream before. If you watch this hack, if you just watch the players play it, you can concentrate on the whole screen. But if you play it at yourself, you just concentrate where you have to jump, and so it seems easier than it is in reality.
Much easier to see.
And it seems very difficult. And it also seems very difficult, and you can imagine it's even difficulter than you think.
No, I 100% agree, Mo. It looks so simple. Just jump Mario duck, Mario jump, spin jump, whatever. But in the reality, the amount of time and reaction that you need to complete a Kaizo level is just, it takes a lot of skill and practice and dedication. And these runners, again, the easier it looks, the more time and dedication they put into it. This level, again, as mentioned previously, if you were here, was made for a ROM Hack Races race, which is a community-ran weekly tournament, I guess you could call it, where Kaizo players of all skill level can get together and race a community-made hack, level. And Orca had made it for this level in particular for that. And then incorporated it into this hack. So it's pretty cool to see just the creativity that Orca put into not only this level, but the entire hack is pretty cool.
Yeah, but also he tuned up the difficulty very hard. If you see if you see how many inputs you have to take, and then add just ice physics to it in this one level, this is just insane.
You're 100% right, Mo. And not only that, but all of these players, like just a reminder out to all the viewers here that these players All of them are top tier level Kaizo speedrunners. And but that just speaks to the difficulty of the hack and the creation in general, that they're dying. Like, they're not going to play perfectly because it's so difficult. So even top level players playing this hack, your first blind playthrough can take anywhere from 6 to 30 hours depending on your skill level. And they're going to beat it in less than 30 minutes, 25 minutes. It's pretty insane.
Yeah, and if a player has a bad day, a bad game, I don't know. Even 40 minutes finishing is insane good.
Oh, 100%. Yes, definitely.
You have to get there.
So the level that Grim's on, Grim's a little bit ahead right now of Sakaya, about maybe a full level or so, calculating in the checkpoints. And this is an auto-scroll level. The entire level's auto-scroll, which is usually the worst for speedrunning, but Orca makes it interesting. There's a lot of inputs. There's no waiting for most of this auto-scroller. You're constantly thinking and planning your next input, and that keeps the player interested and invested. So it's really unique to, say, a traditional auto-scroller. Sakaya's struggling just a little bit right now. However, it's still early, and even if he can't come back right now, there's still at least one other race for him to keep it in. So hopefully he can shake off the nerves and bring this thing back a little bit, and I'm sure he can.
And I could say he showed a lot of nerves in his streams. He's really nervous about the high class players which play here. I think it's incredible pressure for him to play here with them.
I mean, that's understandable for sure. When you see players like Calco and Stu putting up sub 19 runs, I mean, that's intimidating for anyone. So I totally understand where he's coming from, and rightly so. However, he seems to be doing a fantastic job. Just beat the level. Look at that. To Wild Grim, just about a level ahead right now. Still anybody's race. There's only 12 exits in this hack. Relatively short, but by no means easy. Every level requires a lot of talent and skill and patience. The first 5 levels are there's a difficulty curve in this hack, and the first 5 levels are relatively easier in comparison. After this next level that the Wild Grim is in right now, in my opinion, the hack really steps up in difficulty. It becomes a lot more tighter, a lot more difficult. So that's when death spirals can happen more so than the first half of the hack, in my opinion. Sakaya looks like he's really getting his inputs under control here after a little bit of a rough start here. Wild Grim with a unfortunate death. If you haven't noticed already in this level that Wild Grim is in, if you die at all prior to the boss fight, you will have to complete every room again. There are no checkpoints in these rooms. So it's very, very punishing.
Oh, these 5 room classes. Everybody loves them.
It's a Kaizo staple, man. I'm almost at the boss here. He's got one more cycle to go. Here we go. He's getting in that door. And you'll see Grim take an intentional death here by jumping into the lava. That, again, is intentional to set up the RNG for this fight that he's now in. You'll also notice that he's swimming in lava. Your eyes do not deceive you. This is a vanilla mechanic. So the first tile in this particular lava set acts like water. So the player, that is like technically lava that the player can swim in. Sakaya almost done here. Getting in that pipe. Perfect play. Mo, just a personal question here. What's your favorite level in this hack?
My favorite level? I don't know exactly. It's I don't know the names of the levels, but I will tell you when they are in.
Perfect. Wow, Grim. Again, in my opinion, this is when the difficulty curve really steps up in terms of level difficulty. So, Wow, Grim entering in the more difficult levels now. They become longer and more challenging, and more. And the amount of inputs needed to complete the level is such as the one he's in right now, where you need to be ducking and shooting fireballs and managing the spatial differences of the disco shells. A lot going on. That the player needs to be aware of compared to, say, just jumping. So, this is where a catch-up, if Sakaya plays his cards right and Grim has a little bit of a struggle, Sakaya could come back. He's not out of it by any means.
Yeah, and this level of Grim is my favorite level because it's just, you know what I mean. Not those much inputs. Just insane ice physics added to it. I don't know. It looks really, really great.
This is one of my favorite levels too, the one that Grim's in as well. Like you said, not only the amount of inputs, but I think just the creativity of the layer 2, managing the disco shell movement, the jumping. You'll see Grim just died there because he didn't crouch. That's just like another added component. So I think like Orca is one of my favorite creators in the Kaizo Mario community. I think everything he puts out, whether or not it makes me rage, I still really enjoy playing it and watching it.
Yeah, it's just too much going on in there. This is incredible. Mid-air P-switch, yeah, it's an easy trick, but yeah, you have to do it all with the other inputs you have to do. It's just crazy.
Exactly. Little fake out here with the munchers. You think you're gonna die, especially your first playthrough. You're like, oh man, I spent 2 hours on this section. Where do I go? I have to key jump. But no, Orca is benevolent and lets us live. Moving into Aaron Fleet now, another very, very challenging level. Please do not let this level deceive you in its simplicity. It looks like Grim is effortlessly flowing throughout this level, and that's a testament to the level design. However, the speed at which Mario's falling, the controlled heights, the controlled inputs, everything is calculated in this, and especially this end pipe right here. You have very minimal time to get into this pipe. And Grim's going to make it look easy, and I'm sure Sakaya will too once he gets there. It is not easy. Let me just repeat that again. And the second half is even tighter. I don't know. I can't stress that enough. The second half is probably the tightest section in this game. Everything from the disco shell on is just incredibly... I keep saying tight, but I've run my vocabulary isn't good enough to have any other words. It's just tight. I don't know how else to describe it.
You can say tight much enough in the sec, but it loses its meaning the more you say it.
I know.
It's just tight.
It looks like Sakaya just about a level, maybe 2 behind Grim right now. Grim moving into. I've always thought this level is kind of a shout out to Search for Salmon. It's very, very tight. You're bouncing on these. I said tight again, but you're bouncing on these fuzzies. You're counting your bounces because if you don't go at the right time, there's no way to continue throughout the level. And then with the extra thing that's just great about this level, in my opinion, is these moving blocks where you have to keep Mario's momentum, run right, but don't run off the block either. It's just a really cool addition, and the block just stops right there. It's kind of memey. It's silly, and you know what? That's what I like about this hack. Doesn't take itself too seriously. It's silly. It's fun, and that's why I think it's memorable and people like it. Is that it's not trying to be a masterpiece. It's trying to be fun, and that's exactly what it is. This level that Grim's on is, in my opinion, the longest. I don't think it's an opinion. I think it's just a fact. It's the longest level. It's like 3 or 4 sections. There's 3 checkpoints. There's cape. There's item dropping tech with the select button, which you rarely see in Kaizo. There's this fireball section. When you first get there, you don't even know what you're doing. There's a lot going on in this level, and it's a lot longer than any of the other levels. And when I don't know if anyone was here earlier, I'm sure you were, when Orca was speaking about the creation of this hack, he said this was the first level he made. And I think the length is a testament to that. All the other levels seemed a lot more short, with the exception of the race level. And I think you can just see the growth of his creating, like him as a creator, if knowing that this is the first level. It's a little bit longer. It's a little bit different. It doesn't really feel like it fits in the hack, even though it's a great level. And the rest seemed to find his style, I think, a lot more.
Yeah, and you remember the troll with the munchers? Orca mentioned before that the playtesters actually had munchers that kill you.
Oh, really? I missed that.
So if you just push the run button, jump on the key, and just accidentally hold the jump button, you die at the munchers after this section of playing with the shell and the fireballs and the ice physics and the layer 2 movement.
That's evil. That's evil.
And just dying before that, that's really evil, yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that. I like the change. We've seen multiple people die to a frame rule interaction here at the spike top. It looks like Grim was able to avoid that, which is good. Unfortunately, SMW is going to SMW, and it's not perfect. It's not a perfectly coded game. If anything, it's barely held together by duct tape. And a lot of times creators just have to build around it, and sometimes the setup is just going to be a little bit more finicky than others. But that's not a knock on Orca at all. It's just SMW being SMW. And it was really interesting to hear earlier from Orca about just like how he didn't change any, like, so this hack is mostly entirely vanilla. And what we mean by vanilla is no outside assets are imported into the game. The physics are all the same. And he even mentioned that the palettes are like, and the sprite palettes are all, he didn't change those either, which is why you'll see a square block here in Grim screen for a thwimp. So that's normally a little thwimp, which is like a little thwomp guy who jumps around. But because of because of the vanilla assets and not wanting to change that, he just went with the gray block.
Yeah, but it fits really good in the level.
Oh, it's fantastic.
From the color.
And again, I think that it speaks to the having fun, the silliness of the hack.
Yeah.
Both of these runners doing an amazing job right now. I know Sakaya just got a little bit hung up here in some of these levels. It's just totally understandable. The time he's going to put up, which is looking, if he keeps on pace, would probably be about a 28, is a fantastic time. We've seen some amazing times today, but as Mo said earlier, anything under 40 minutes in this hack, you're a gamer. You are a gamer. So both of these runners doing amazing jobs. And Grim playing pretty well right now. He's looking probably for a 22 if he keeps on pace right now. We'll see what happens. Maybe I just cursed him and Sakaya will come back and win it. So, well, who knows? Sakaya getting that orb. Guys, get some orbs in the chat for Sakaya. That was a great level.
Yeah, Sakaya is here struggling, but yeah, you have to know, before this tournament, he's in the world ranking place 4, with 22:59. So not that bad, but I think he maybe needed a little bit more time to stable his time, that he can show it for us in a tournament.
Yeah, well, who knows? This could just be first race jitters. He gets it out and wins back to back here. We've seen it today, so you know, you never know. If anything, if he's watching the race right now, I would just practice my strats, get ready for game 2. Get ready for that. Grim, so I speak to Wild Grim sometimes, and he has mentioned multiple times about this level in particular, the block grabs being one of his least favorite tricks, and we just saw right there that it happened. However, I hope he was paying attention earlier, because we saw both Stu and Calco miss block grabs and have backup strats to progress through the level and win. So maybe he was taking notes. We'll see. It's tough to incorporate a last-minute strat into a race setting, though. So
Yeah, you just heard commentating 1 second before it happens.
I know. Like,
Really
I'm trying to
good
make this interesting. I'm trying to
commentator,
jinx
just
Grim
now.
as much as I can. The final level for DeWild Grim here. If you haven't seen it yet, you'll see it right now. Very item abuse heavy, and what we mean by that is a lot of shells / any other item you're holding or can hold, like a spring, for example. Here, there'll be a lot of movement with it. Mario grabbing it, tossing it, throwing it up, throwing it down, dropping it, whatever it is. This is the only really real level with this sort of tech in it. So it definitely comes down. This is very precise inputs for item abuse stuff. So again, people can get caught in here. There can be a death spiral, and someone can stay here for a long time. So Sakaya, if he plays his cards right, could come back if Grim gets kind of caught up a little bit.
Yeah, especially in this section of the level. We've seen a lot things from Stu, and I just was curious because Stu died here 6 times, and it was a bad time for Stu. This section.
Unfortunate jank there. I wouldn't call it, but maybe not jank, but unfortunate spawning there of the Koopa. Orc already spoke to how Stu has found a consistent way to make that Koopa get in that shell, but initially sometimes he doesn't. If you don't do what Stu has labbed out, that Koopa doesn't like to get in there sometimes. And just a really unique approach to layer 2 movement. I don't know if you guys can see this, but or I'm sure you can or have noticed, but there's these death blocks that are following the player, and you're balancing this disco shell throughout the level. And the flow in this level, just the movement from trick to trick, feels so fluid and almost connected. It's almost like you're flying. Everything is repeatable and great. It's just again another testament to just how well designed this hack is by Orca. Again, an intentional death there to set up the RNG. We learned earlier that the candles in the background actually advance the RNG of the boss, which is a random number generator. It just means that the boss will behave differently. But if you die in this level, or in that screen, or in this screen right here, the candles are removed so that the RNG of the boss is consistent. So you get the same pattern each time. And look at that. DeWild Grim finishing with a 23, almost 23-20. Really, really respectable. Good time there. Sakaya, no worries. You're going to come back from this one right here. Make it a great game. I know it.
GG to Wild Grim.
Well, I'm hoping for a game 3. I don't know about you, Mo. I'm really hoping we can see. I just want more Kaizo, to be honest. I'm just selfish.
I'm always hoping for game 3.
Well, it looks like we're going to have just a little tiny break here while the runners get reset and focused. I don't know, chat. The runs today have been amazing. Everyone who's participated has just demonstrated their ability as a Kaizo Mario speedrunner and gamer. But not only that, just like it's just been crazy to see some of the times that these runners are putting up.
Yeah, just imagine beating your PB or a third place in the ranking in a tournament.
I mean, the Reaper's run was incredible. You're right, man. That was just crazy.
Yeah.
In a race setting.
I mean, we also seen Stu, who's really good player and ranking 2 and former world record holder. And he just, was 2 minutes slower than his PB. So normally in a tournament, because you have to take the run as it comes, and normally it's not in PP range. But then,
Exactly.
Then you see such players who just pull out a new PP. Crazy.
I mean, to me, that just shows how much everyone has been practicing and focused on this tournament. Really, really cool to see that, even like you said, even in a race setting, people are putting up PB times and you know, getting better, putting up better times, which is just very cool. All right, chat, we're back in level 1. Look at this. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen here. Looks like Sakaya has an early lead. Again, anything can happen, but this is all we would just want to see these two gamers game out of their brains, and it looks like that's what we're getting in this game too. And if everything goes well here, it looks like Sakaya has an early lead onto Wild Grim. Anybody's race, but look at this. Already trying to pull the upset here. I like it. We've already spoke to the diaper blocks, which are the ones that look like underpants, being just a smidge of a pixel wider than the actual death blocks. And that allows the player to ram themselves into the cement blocks and just stay there. If you neutral the D-pad, if you don't touch it at all, Mario will just kind of hang out right next to those death blocks and not die. It's a really, really cool setup.
Oh man, because of you, I can't unsee it. That you said it's a typo.
That's what, yeah, I mean, that's how I always call them. I don't know if there's like a technical name for it, but they're diaper blocks to me.
I thought of a cloud, but a typo fits too.
A cloud. I like the cloud. I had no idea. I don't, Mo, I don't know if you were, you sound like you were watching when Orca was, commenting earlier, but I had no idea that you could put the Hammer Bro guy anywhere in the level, and then, like, he'll spawn in later because he'll only go on those certain blocks. So you can, like, have him a screen ahead, and then when the floating blocks get there, the Hammer guy spawns. I always wondered how he did that. So that was really cool to learn today.
I will rewatch the tournament because when Orca was commentating here, I was commentating in the German stream.
Oh, gotcha.
So, yeah, I will look back the whole tournament, I think.
Oh, definitely. I mean, yeah. Look at Sakaya. Looks like about a 40-second, maybe 30-second lead over Grim right now, that's a huge lead right now. And we're no auto-scroller, so Grim's not going to be able to get that time back unless Sakaya has some unfortunate deaths here. But if he keeps on gaming, it's not going to be until at least a level or two after that Grim can catch up. And this level is a lot more tricky than it looks, because you might not be able to notice, but there's ice physics all over, which means everything that Mario is touching, except I think the sprite, or I mean the spring, he's slipping on. He's gonna move and wiggle around. So like you can easily just kind of, if you're not on your A game, just easily just like rub up against one of these death blocks or munchers or anything, and have a bad time. And these gamers are just making it look easy. Grim with a really, really unfortunate death there. I don't know what happened. Looked like a double press. He was trying to re-grab and jumped off.
Yeah.
Sakaya moving into the Saw level. This is one of my favorites to play too. I mean, it's very precise, especially some of these jumps right here and after the checkpoint as well. But again, the flow, the connection of trick to jump to jump, the fluidity of it is really, really fun to play. It just feels good to play this level. This section right here with the exclamation point, and you're bouncing back between these two saws, waiting for this platform to come down. As other commentators have mentioned, everyone does it differently. I don't think there's a single solid strat that everybody does. You can do whatever you want there, which is very... you don't see it very often in Kaizo. Usually, if a creator has a trick that they want you to complete, you have to do it their way. But Orca gives you the freedom to kind of bounce however you want, as long as you survive. As long as you just, like, live, you can do whatever you want there. Which sounds a lot easier than it actually is.
Yeah, and that's not the usual Kaizo, because usually you have just one way to do a thing. And it's good that you have sometimes such sections.
Yeah, flexibility is always nice, for sure. Because everybody plays a little bit differently. Again, now Sakaya into the 5-room castle. If he dies anywhere, I don't want to jinx him, but if he dies anywhere prior to getting the checkpoint, he's got to go all the way back to the beginning. And we saw Grim die earlier here. Let's see if Sakaya can hold on. He's got one more room after this one if he can get in this door. Final room here. Something that has been very interesting to see today, Mo, at least from my perspective, is most of these games too, even with the previous one that we just saw with Reaper and Sios, the person who's been down has really stepped up in the game too. Even if they don't win, you can tell they're battling and they're trying to do what they can, everything they can do to win.
Yeah. You see this always in tournaments that, yeah, most of the games, the runner who just was behind, just getting better in the tournament. It's just insane to see how motivating it can be.
Yeah, definitely. I 100% agree. Grim, just about a level behind right here. Sakaya just waiting for this cutscene to run out before he can progress. And again, this is my opinion, only my opinion, the remaining levels that Sakaya have are much more difficult than the first 5 that he just completed. So it's still anybody's race, even though he's a level ahead. They can easily trip you up if you're not on your game.
don't know, I don't want to say too much, but maybe Shepard can help me there. In the last tournament, when Sakaya has beaten Shepard, I think he was also one match behind. So the first run he lost, and then the second and the third run he won. So maybe, like Shepard said, Sakaya is dangerous when he's in the zone.
He looks dangerous. I would not want to fight him right now. He looks scary, but in a good way. Not only that, maybe he enjoys playing from behind. Some players like that.
Shepard said he won clearly. Then it was another match. What I think.
Oh wow. These are all gamers here. Anyone can win. And there's a pretty huge prize pool too, so there's a lot of motivation for these players to play well. Looks like Grim has been able to catch up just a little bit. It looks like Sakaya now is just a little bit over a half a level ahead. Again, these levels are getting more and more challenging as the players progress. They've all practiced. These are all top level players, but again, the difficulty cannot be understated. So anyone, can come back from any deficit. And just like that, Sakaya out and into the second world here, the final world. This level, again, very, very difficult. However, this man is a gamer, and he has been showing off his skill, and I do not expect him to stop. I feel like he's going to continue to build on this momentum, and we'll see what happens here with these dolphins and shells. Grim steadily trying to come back here. Looks like he may have taken a death since the last I looked over at his screen. However, he's still not out of it.
Really looks like both players won the third match here. And we all want it.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, who doesn't like the drama, the suspense of a third match? It just sounds cool.
And more Kaizo is better than less Kaizo.
Yes, sir. All right, the section that Sakai's on right here, all this jump off the vine to the platform, to the other platform, down to the shell. This is all very, very precise. Oh, with an unfortunate miscalculation there. It's all right. It's not that big of a time loss, but it's easy to die here. Once you get off your game a little bit, you die in an unexpected way. It's very easy to get tilted by that and not, you lose your focus a little bit and boom. Next thing you know, you've lost 2 minutes. And look at this, Grim's right here. Sakaya getting out there, getting that orb. Grim, though. Look at Grim right here. He's coming back. Don't call it a comeback, kids. He's right here.
No.
As I just mentioned, it's very easy once you get off your game to just keep dying. Hopefully Grim can manage these deaths here and get this orb fairly quickly. Sakaya, in the meantime, progressing through the next level. It's a fairly short level, but very difficult, very precise. And it looks like if all goes to plan, Sakai's going to be able to get this. However, it only really counts if you get a yump, right?
Of course. And
Just a couple of frames off.
no style points.
Grim entering the level that Sakaya is just exiting. This is literally an insane race. I just cannot believe what I am watching, chat. I am speechless. I'm talking so much, I'm speechless.
When I saw the first run, I just thought, today it's not Sakai's day. He's too nervous, and now, look at this.
I mean, you just got to get settled. He's obviously an accomplished gamer, as you mentioned, beating Shellbird in a previous tournament. First race jitters, whatever it is, he's obviously calmed down, and he is just executing flawlessly. Look at this. Grim just getting into the pipe. It looks like, can we see a yump? Can somebody give us a yump here? Give us a yump. That is a pixel perfect trick, my friends. Look at that.
Beautiful. Almost hitting the blue.
I wonder, could you, I know I've seen in other hacks, not in this one, people yump and hit munchers and die. I wonder if that could happen in this.
Oh, no, you.
Sakaya just about 2 sections ahead of Grim right now. Still anybody's race. Orca's telling me you cannot die. I'm getting information from the hack creator. You cannot die from a yump. That's pretty benevolent. I appreciate that. Unfortunate. We've seen this at least 4 times today now with the frame rule interaction. So what that means is the cape, when you're spinning, interacts with sprites or other enemies or whatever every 2 frames. So they spin and the game does not register the interaction, and then Mario runs into the sprite. Which is unfortunate. I believe that's what's happening. I could be mistaken. However, he's not deterred. He's not letting him stop him. Grim catching up, though. This is becoming a race. And I'm not sure. So I ran this game about a year ago when it came out, and I haven't ran it in a long time. We used to do a big dive bomb there, and I believe that's like the intended way with the coin outline. Everyone here is doing a small fly right here now. You'll watch Grim do it too. But it's my memory serves me. There's a very specific cape tech you have to do to make the height that they're getting to after you bounce off that Koopa. And I think you have to hold the jump button or something. So even though it just looks like these players are just bouncing and flying or whatever, there's a lot of minutia tech that these players are doing to progress through these levels. Again, a testament to the difficulty of this hack. And just like that, Grim is now taking the lead. Mo, what are your thoughts here?
Oh, he's just lost too much time in the last level.
I agree.
But that will make it more exciting for the rest of the run. What happens next?
I'm holding my breath right now, and I don't even mean to. Great execution by Grim. Now ahead just by, I don't know, 7 seconds. Oh, so coming into the last 2 levels. Each playing there's like amazingly. 18-minute mark coming out of this level is fantastic gaming. Grim ending with 1815. Sakaya ending with 1820. 5 seconds. There's a 5-second differential here coming in the last 2 levels. And these 2 levels are the most tightest, like the tightest and the most difficult. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen here. Grim getting off these platforms very well. Some block grabs. We know he struggles with this. He mentioned it in his interview. Gets the block grab. Sakaya, unfortunate death. Grim with an unfortunate death. Sakaya now in the lead. I can't breathe. I can't even breathe right now. I don't know what's going on. Look at this.
I can't remember exactly, but now it seems like in this state of the hack, so in this level, the most the most racing experience here
Exactly.
for today.
Oh! Will we ever leave this level? These players, the lead changes. Look at this. Will one of these gamers step up? I know they can.
And the Wild Grim have to do his blue blocks again and again and again. Because he lost them so much.
Hitting it. Grim missing it.
Oh no.
Sakaya getting in, misses the orb, beats the level. What is this race? Both of these men look like robots. Do you see them? They have no emotion. I would be fuming.
Oh, now it's the death loop for the Wild Grim.
Sakaya, though, going into the final level. These are challenging rooms. Item tech, the whole deal. You can spend hours on a section if you're not prepared for it. These gamers obviously are, but still, the death loop can happen in any level, any section. Grim getting it. He's died a couple of times here. Can he get in?
No! Grim.
That is a very difficult hole to get into. Let me just say. And so, at least as a Kaizo, I try to call myself a speedrunner. I'm not very good. I count all my bounces, right? And for this setup, depending on when you get spawn in this last fuzzy, your counting changes, or this sparky, I mean.
Grim is getting
You hate
me
to
a
see
heart
that.
attack here.
Yeah, you hate to see that. That's just bad luck. That is just... Sakaya still on the spring section, so Grim has time to come back. Sakaya not shaking his head. He's saying, no, I don't agree with that one. Orca, write that down. He doesn't agree with it.
Change it.
Yeah, can we get a new version for the semis? Here we go with the shell jumps.
Oh.
Sakaya missing it. This is anyone's race, chat. Anybody's race. Can Grim hit this? We've been here for hours. Come on, Grim!
Oh, Grim. Oh.
Sakaya hitting his springs. He's finding it. He's getting the blue shells. Grim's holding blocks. Sakaya defeating the first section of the last level. On to section 2 of 4. Grim hitting the blocks. Let's see if he gets off this Sparky. Grim finally defeating.
He got it.
Just a reminder, chat. That's a 42 to 45 second level if played optimally. And Grim entered that level at like 1835. So that was a very bad death spiral for the Wild Grim. That being said, anything can happen here. This is a very tough shell section that Sakaya's on. Grim could just step up right here and bring it all back. Grim hitting his spring jumps. These can be tricky. Good P-toss by Sakaya. Look at these P-tosses. He tries the
No.
drop and misses it. Just a section apart. These two gamers, one section apart. Not even that. Wow, Grim entering the section now. He's maybe 7 seconds behind Sakaya. Sakaya doing great work here, though. Now Grim's ahead. What is this? Grim is ahead now? With
And
the
he's doing
yup!
it.
He's in the pipe!
Whoa.
Final section
And,
for the Wild Grim.
And now Sakaya has the death loop.
If Sakaya can just buckle down, calm it down a little bit, he's got this. He's doing it. Come on, Sakaya. Oh,
No,
he'll
he
fly a
caught it
little
again.
too early. Grim progressing through the final section before the boss fight. Getting in that door. What a crazy last 2 levels. Grim, all he has is this boss fight left. Sakaya's still on the shell section, but he's doing great work here. And Grim. Putting it away. Sakaya, finish this out. You got this, man.
GG to Grim, but it's this was, we've seen so much good runs, but this was for me, for today, for now, the most exciting, most thrilling run. Just too much changes of lead, death loops, just thrilling as hell.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Mo. I mean, the lead changes, we didn't know what we were going to get. It looked like Sakaya had this almost in the bag, right? Coming in the last 2 levels. And then just an unfortunate series of events. Sakaya still did an amazing job. Please, guys, give your GGs to Sakaya. Give them to the Wild Grim. The Wild Grim moves on. Sakaya did a fantastic job here. Played out of his shoes gaming. A little bit of bad luck. Did great.
So for now, we got all the quarterfinals, and now we're going into the semifinals, and we see next. I have to.
I believe it is Captain Canuck versus
Keiko, genau.
Yeah.
Yeah. Captain Canuck and Keiko. Yeah. Looking forward for it. Looking forward for the rest of the tournament, and we will see who's got to win here. So, it was a pleasure, Pepenak, to commentate with you. We will see.
Mo, have a fantastic day. I'll be commentating for the next run, but we'll get out of here right now for these interviews. Have a good day, guys.
Yes. Have a good day.
Sorry. Ich bin Sekar, ich bin aus Österreich. Ich spiele Kaizo und ich bin hier bei diesem Turnier. Das ist jetzt da knappe 1,5 Jahre her. Oktober. War es wirklich 2020? Oktober, ja voll, Oktober 2020. Davor bin ich halt so Classic irgendwie, glaube ich, wie viele andere auf Kaizo halt über das erste Mal GameStar und Quick aufmerksam geworden. Wie Grand Power 2 Ground worden ist. Das war von Mitch Flower Power. Da haben wir gedacht, ja, das kann ich auch. Das ist Mario, was soll's, richtig? und habe mir das runtergeladen und bin 12 Stunden gesessen für den allerersten Checkpoint. Aber es hat mein Interesse geweckt. Ich habe gesehen, ja, okay, ich kann's, nur nicht so schnell, wie ich dachte. Und dann habe ich mit Baby Kaizo angefangen eben. Und seitdem spiele ich Kaizo und komme nicht mehr weg. Es ist ein Wahnsinn, was man mit einem einzigen Spiel, was man da alles rausholen kann.
Captain Canuck 87, Canada. I am a security guard, and my shifts are all over the place. I do events, I do concerts, festivals. It's a very fun job. I get to walk around the grounds. I get to not pay for the event, and sometimes I'm watching movie trailers, and it's sometimes it's a very good job. It's very fun, and it's very rewarding. I started playing Kaizo about, I want to say, 4 or 5 years ago. I watched somebody do it. What happened was I met a guy in a channel, and then I went to his channel. I saw him play Kaizo, and I thought it was very interesting because I thought, well, I could play like what everyone else plays, like, you know, Fortnites, and it would be very hard to be good in that, of course, but I wanted something that it's not such a huge community. I don't really, huge community isn't for me. I wanted something that was a challenge and something that would take me a while to get good. And I thought Kaizo was just perfect. I would have to say Super Mario RPG. I remember the commercial. I remember getting really excited for it. And once I got it, I was hooked and I just couldn't stop playing it. Mario RPG was the game that really got me into it. And then Kaizo happened, and then it just kind of made sense. It would probably have to be GoldenEye 007 for N64. Yeah, music, and to multiplayer with friends. They bring them over, and it was a lot of fun. I like the music. It's one I definitely remember from my childhood. It was very fun. The SNW streamer most watchable for me is Katu24. He's a skilled Kaizo player with good knowledge of Kaizo mechanics, and I like his judgment when it comes to testing from his perspective. With many great hacks released as a result. Very fair streamer with a great attitude and well respected in Kaizo. My favorite hack is Ultraviolet because I think it's a short hack, and it has a boss at every level. It's very different, but I think it's different in a good way. I think it's very fair if you give it a chance, and I enjoyed speedrunning that game also. And I think MD Battlefrog is one of the more underrated creators. I think a lot of people didn't get his creations until later on because he made hacks that were very difficult. And for experienced Kaizo players, I think they would really enjoy Andy Battlefrog's work. So Ultraviolet is my favorite hack. Favorite item in SMW is the grab block. You can throw it everywhere. You can spin off it. You can drop it and spin into it. The grab block is my favorite item, but I don't like jump grabbing off of it. But yes, the grab block is my favorite item. My goal for the tournament is just to have a good race and finish at a reasonable time and have fun and just enjoy the event and enjoy the moment and just having fun with all the runners. And everyone is so much talent in this event, and it's a great honor to be able to participate among the best. Plenty of world records, very impressive in on all range of hacks, easy or hard. Seems to pick up whatever he enjoys, and he kind of reminds me of me. I just like to pick up a speedrun I like to do and do the best that I can. And make it a hard time to bop, and that's really I see a lot of him on myself and him. The hardest level in the game is the last level because you have to do a spring jump in the first section that you can do many ways. And the shell jump section after can get anybody because it's so hard. You could easily die a few times. And you just have to do 2 more sections after that. So the final castle is the hardest one. It's multiple sections. And while each section may not be super hard, it's a multi-room section, so it makes it much harder. And especially that shell section is a real changer in the speed run. Oh no, Nambona is making one right now. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna be playing as after the tournament. If someone made Super Canuck World, I would like it to be difficult but fun, which I know is hard to do. But I like to think I'm a player who plays the hard hacks and plays them within a relatively decent amount of time. Yeah, I'm a Kaizo player who likes to play the hard stuff and speed runs a lot, and I think a hard hack would be the way to go. Captain Canuck 87, Canada. I am a security guard.
Oh, welcome.
Hello, Shellbird.
Hello, Nug. We have the first semifinal. Are you excited?
Sorry, yes, welcome everyone to the first semifinal match between Kaizo Kup and Captain Canuck 87. This should be an exciting race today, right, Shellbird?
Oh yeah, it should be. And I'm really excited for it. Kaizo being the clear favorite, but Canuck showing what he can do against myself, fortunately.
Looks like maybe we had a false start.
Looks like it, yes.
Kaizo to an early lead. Don't worry, we'll get this back on sync for you viewers. It'll look like it never even happened. Don't worry about that. In the interim, I guess. Shellbird, at being a participant in this race, what was the level for you that you were most worried about?
Most worried, I'm always in every run, I'm most worried about the last jump in Aaron Fleet. There's nothing tighter than this. And I don't want to curse this nice jump.
It cannot be understated. That section of tricks, and just like you said, particularly the last jump, is very, very tight, very, very difficult. So I totally see where you're coming from there.
Yeah.
Once we get this back sync, we'll be able to see who has a lead here. I don't think either player's died, so it should be about even.
Yes, it will be. So don't worry, viewers. Kaizo will be stopped for 30 seconds, and then we'll see both not in the same section, cause Canuck dies in the first level twice.
Maybe some jitters there. Like you said, Captain Canuck, I'm sure, is aware that he's probably not the favorite for this matchup, and maybe just trying to push it a little bit faster than he typically would. That being said, though, nothing that's not, the loss there is nothing that he can't come back from.
Yeah, exactly. But it should be the other way around. He should be playing completely free, since he can only win. If he loses, it's just the expected result.
That's a fair.
Just a win-win.
Yeah, I mean, no, I didn't even think about that, but you're 100% right. That he should be playing to the win. So we'll see. Looks like there's some confusion.
Yeah, maybe. let's see what the admins tell us. Okay, our admins tell us we will have a new start.
Excellent practice by both of these runners. Look at the practice, the focus, the dedication.
And did Calco get it? Or is he hopefully not too into this run? This already happened once in a German tournament where I played about 5 levels before I noticed that we started new. So I can feel Calco fully. You're so concentrated in your run, and
I mean, look at him. He looks like a robot. He's just doing the inputs. DeWild Grim saying Calco will finish the entire run before he sees the ping. We'll see if that ends up being true. It looks like I'm not speaking with the admins, but it looks like Captain Canuck's going to keep playing.
He's just practicing since the timer has been stopped by him. Or did he? Admins, can you tell us what happens? For now, Calco still deathless, as expected, since it's Calco. Can somebody call Calco in the stream? That was the reason I got stopped, because a friend of mine watching the stream called me on my phone.
Yeah, if chat could just yell really loud, maybe Calco will
stop. I got the message from him.
Okay, cool.
So you got a little bit of those two already, and then we start the real match. Pretty good for Canuck, since he died a few times in the first level.
Yeah, it seems like this could be an advantage for Captain Canuck. More practice, and then, like you said, because of those early deaths, maybe he could play a little bit more tighter and in the restart.
So now you should see Calco. Yeah, now you can see him noticing it.
Again, apologies, chat. There's a little bit of a false start. We're just resetting the games here, resetting the timers. We will start the race over. This does not count. We will be picking this back up here shortly.
Exactly. I don't know exactly what happened, but that's just that can happen. That happens at tournaments. False starts are normal. Don't worry about it. And thankfully, we got Calco to notice us. Wouldn't we all like that Calco notices us?
What happened? There was just a little bit of a false start here, chat. Don't worry. We're going to reset everything. Everything's going to be okay.
Don't need to panic. The ship is that's just an iceberg.
We just wanted to hype up the match even more. You got a taste of their gameplay ability. Now you're going to see the real thing.
Watching Calco is always a bit funny to me. Since between the levels, he bites in his shirt, he tucks in his hands.
He does have some interesting mannerisms. You are right there.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's so calm and cool and collected. It's very impressive.
It's also what I noticed about Grim. Rarely shows emotion.
I don't think Grim has emotion.
Just a White Walker. So, as you can see, we have the great Kaizo Kup Titan game extra made by Orca for this tournament for all the players. Big thanks to him. Big thanks to everybody, also to Distelschreif who made this beautiful looking logo, and to Griswold who made all the overlays for us. The White Grim experiences love. Telling us.
Yes, and I think as a viewer, you might not understand just the amount of work that goes in behind the scenes to make something like this happen. Not only with the overlays and the art and the players themselves, but just organizing this together. So again, if you guys can just share your love and appreciation for all the organizers, Shellbird and everybody else, and the restreams too. It's just the amount of effort this takes to put on is incredible.
So, and now we have a good start, almost synchronized. Fantastic. And also, if somebody didn't know, we have a prize pool for this tournament. The winner will get 250 euros. The whole prize pool is 500 euros. Thanks to our great sponsors, Superban, Laser, Mr. Zeiss, who was a very, very big donor, and also Gizmo.
That's awesome. It's great motivation, obviously, but just like the generosity of the sponsors is just fantastic.
Yeah. And myself, I donated too.
Thank you.
So we see Canuck with the early lead.
Look at this. Maybe that false start was just what we needed to get Canuck a little bit of motivation to play out of his shoes. It looks like he's doing it.
Getting the first bit of nervousness out of his system, and now he's ready.
This is the same game. It will not change throughout the entire tournament. It's all about consistency. So you will see these players as they progress through the tournament and even through the staging. They will play the same levels, the same ROM hack every single time.
Exactly.
Which, to me, it not only the knowledge of the hack, but then also just consistency in terms of Kaizo ability. It's a great showcase for that. If you're changing hacks, it can be a little bit more challenging in different ways, but also maybe not the best representation of skill.
Yeah. Especially people can be better and worse in certain hacks, and they would just skew the results completely.
Exactly.
But we have ideas for future tournaments, how to shake up levels and hacks a bit more and more fairly.
Hear that, guys? Stay tuned.
Yeah, this won't be the last tournament. You'll see. So, as we can see, Canuck still maintaining the lead, and as I say, he dies.
Almost on cue with the commentator curse. But you're right, just barely now, but Canuck's still having a lead here. The really interesting section with the bouncing off the P-switch, and then a little timed survival section here at the end of Mix Up the Flow. Very, very cool and interesting level design.
And you also know you play against Calco, every mistake will be punished.
Exactly.
This
is a man of very few errors.
Oh yeah. I don't even know if he knows what an error is. I heard his world record was his first run through.
Was it really?
I heard it. Maybe somebody lied to me. But
No, I mean,
I'm
either way,
pretty
it's
sure
an
it
impressive
is.
story.
Yeah.
The man is a gamer. All these people are gamers, though, and it is anybody's tournament. Someone have a good day, a bad race, a good race. It doesn't matter. All these people are very, very talented at this hack in particular, but not only that, just Kaizo speedrunning in general. So, really could be anybody's tournament.
Yes, and we see the best of the best in the world here.
All over the world, exactly.
Those are probably, I'd say, at least 8 of the top 15 players in the world. So this is quality we see here. The only one who could beat them all is Papanuk.
That tournament.
But we all knew it would have been just a bit unfair to the players.
Oh, I mean, yeah, we got to give the other people a chance.
Yeah, sure.
All right, moving into the saw level. Just a few seconds ahead, Captain Canuck maneuvering across these saws. It's beautiful display of gameplay here and timing. Kaizo ability. Look at this. You're just spinning on saws. Cannot be stopped. Damage boosting. You're scared, but you're going to keep going anyway. Fantastic level design. Impressive as always. But Calco not letting up. He's right on Captain Canuck's heels. He's not gonna let Captain Canuck have any breathing room. And I expect that to continue throughout the rest of not only this race, but any match that Calco's in.
Yeah. He's like the BMW on the highway. Right
I was gonna
behind
say
you.
the Terminator.
Oh, and then he takes the lead.
Look at this, Calco with the lead change.
The BMW got tired of you and just overtook you.
Ooh. So it is possible to die to that death block if you get some bad, if you short your jumps on those Koopas that Captain Canuck was just about to bounce on.
That's such a damn death. It happened to me a lot of times, and it's really hard to figure out if you hit those saws or not.
Every trick in this hack cannot be slept on. It requires focus and attention, which is again a testament to the difficulty.
So now we see Calco in the lead for the first time. Doesn't go for the skip here, as expected. And also this fire room can be tricky. But not for the legend himself.
It terrifies me when I see Calco small bouncing on this saw.
Yeah, yeah, it's just crazy. Especially, it's way easier if you don't small bounce on it. But he's just so experienced. He knows he can do it.
And again, Calco taking an intentional death here to line up the RNG of this boss so that he can get the same cycle every time, and an easy win for Calco over that boss. And it looks like he's got maybe a 45-second lead, maybe a little bit more over Captain Canuck right now.
Nothing that can't change, of course.
As we saw in the last race, it's just anything can happen.
Oh no, Canuck. Oh, that's a heavy time loss. That could be almost the decision for this race.
If just joining in or didn't see any of the previous ones, I'm sorry if you have, and this sounds like a broken record. This is a 5-room castle. It's a traditional style of level design in Kaizo, and typically, and as in this hack in particular, there are no checkpoints. So if you die in a room, you go all the way back to the beginning, and Captain Canuck died on the last room before the checkpoint. So that's a huge time loss, as Shelbird mentioned.
Especially when you play this level and you get out of the fourth room, you normally feel safe because the last room is not hard. It's one of the few rooms in the whole hack where you normally feel extremely safe and just say, okay, got it.
Exactly.
I'll go one-shotting the first half of the Disco Shell level, which can be extremely tricky and can lead to a lot of death loops.
I think tricky is a phenomenal word to describe most of the tricks in this hack.
I know, I'm an English savant.
And it looks like Captain Canuck, after this cutscene, is going to be about a level behind, maybe a level and a quarter behind Calco. Nothing that's, you know, insurmountable, but just knowing Calco's ability, his reputation within speedrunning community and Kaizo community, it's going to be tough. It's going to be an uphill battle for Captain Canuck, but not impossible by any means.
And Calco, another time getting into the second world in under 10 minutes. This is just world class gaming here. He's one of 2 players who can regularly manage to do that.
And in a race setting too. I mean, that's just phenomenal.
So, but he died in Aaron Fleet, so commentator curse is working once again. Also, Aaron Fleet, probably the level that starts you the run. So when you speedrun this hack and you get through Aaron Fleet in a considerable time, then you can say, okay, we gotta run.
Exactly. When I speedrun, I typically have a split where that's the name. And that would be, this level would be it for that. Because, again, like, you can just lose so much time. You can just, it's so, this ending, as you mentioned at the beginning of our commentary, so difficult.
Here. Oh, and
look at that, chat. We weren't just talking, it's a fact.
And this lets Canuck see Calco's back again. Or he sees the plate on the BMW again.
But look at that.
Now
he's a robot.
Yeah. That's also a big sign of fantastic speedrunners. Even if they die in a level and that they have a really bad death, they just shake it off and then shut the level down after it. They rarely have death loops. Like Calco, did you see Calco on the death loop today?
It can happen even to the best, but you are correct. I think more often than not, a sign of a really accomplished speedrunner is someone who can just fall back to their muscle memory and strats and not get the emotions wrapped up in it.
So we see Calco in Dilly Dally. In the speedrun, must be a one-shot. And in terms of this hack, this is one of the easier levels. Even if it really doesn't look like it. And Calco
He's a young
almost
machine!
managed, and he almost managed to hit the munches up there. If somebody can do it, it's Calco.
I know. Of course, Orca confirms you can't die, and then we see Calco almost do it.
So Calco, in this case, maintaining his lead, going into mutation run. One of my favorite levels. Just using flowers and capes and all of it in one level. It's just awesome to see. Looks awesome when it gets one shot.
very unique, reminiscent of me of something from Jump Team or something like that, or Yump, where, you know, there or even Rift 2 with Freakenha, right? And the power-ups and stuff like that. You just don't see it a lot in Kaizo, except for like really talented creators can use it and not have the player abuse it, which is typically why Kaizo creators stay away from power-ups.
Canuck with an unfortunate death. And dilly dally. Oh, and it was a late death. And Calco just flying through the level.
No pun intended.
No. But now he has some problems not getting the block.
Some unfortunate low bounces there. Losing a couple of seconds. Nothing he can't handle, but that's hilarious.
This could be the worst time loss. No. He gets into speedrunner's greatest nightmare, the up pipe. We're getting very close to the death box here.
We have a question from Pepper Ann. So now with only 4 competitors left, who are the commentators picked to win the tournament? Shelbert, do you want to answer that first?
Let me guess an outsider. I say the Reaper.
The Reaper. I mean, they just got a PB.
Oh yeah, 2-minute PB. He's high now. His chemicals inside his body are rocking.
That's awesome. I'm not very familiar with the Reaper. But what I've seen today, they can definitely do it. I would not be surprised. I think the safe bet is Calco, obviously, just because of his accomplishments and what we've seen today in terms of the times he's put up.
And
that being said, I'm going to go with one of my personal favorite people on Twitch, The Wild Grim. I think he has the fortitude and the consistency to do it.
Dying twice in this ghost level, but Canuck still pretty far away. So we need a bit more of a death loop here. But yeah, of course, the safe bet is Calco, and they have a favorite. I saw Vegas not even taking bets for him. And yes, Vegas takes bets, of course. It's on the top. You see Kaizo Kup, then you see NBA playoffs. So we see Canuck having problems in the second section of Mutation Run, and I think this could be it.
It's only game 1, though. And we did see the last 2 runners really struggle with the next level that Calco's about to go on to. Not saying that Calco will struggle, but it can cause some delays if you're not on your game. So we'll see. I mean, who knows? It could be a 4-minute level for Calco.
It could be. I wouldn't bet on it, but it could be.
That's true. That's true.
But yeah, but I agree. Ultra tight can be a run killer and can just stick. Because once you die, I don't know why it's not even the hardest. Oh, and
he tried to save
you're a
it.
Magician, man.
It's a tough that section right there. It's very interesting from a creator's perspective. Very difficult to execute consistently.
It is the block grabs, and especially the last trick with the Sparky.
Yep.
You have to get the Sparky when it's not quite on the diagonal edge of the munchers. Then you can make 3 bounces on it when the Sparky goes down again, and you're safe. But it's really hard to manage to do that, to manipulate it so you get it right perfect.
It is, and there is actually a strat. I've labbed it out. It's almost stupid to do, but you can actually skip the whole down part of that with that fuzzy and just go straight from the top with a big regrab into that little
really?
tunnel. It's scary to do though.
Oh wow! What? Tomorrow you will see Stu doing it.
I told him about it. He's like, I know about it, but it's so stupid. I'm not gonna do it.
Oh really?
Yeah, Orca, I sent it to you too. Yeah.
And Calco flying through the first section. I didn't even see it. And now in the hardest section of this level, the shell section can also get you a lot of deaths.
Exactly, and I think it's from the design choice, which it's so open. You have so much maneuverability as the player that your cues need to be on point in order to successfully navigate that level or section.
Yeah, and it's a mechanically hard level. You have to wiggle around a lot. You have to have really fast inputs. You need to switch between up and sideways, and everybody knows the up throw you don't want. It's a really hard section to do.
It is. Shelbert, do you know if any of our racers today play on hitbox, or are they all controller?
As far as I know, everybody's a controller player here.
That's an interesting statistic.
I don't know if we have so much hitbox players overall. I know of 2 myself, 3 with Cascade, I think.
Yeah, Kez, Noble Tofu. I think there's a lot of people who maybe aren't speedrunners who play. Like I know the Java Brew, and I think It's John also plays on hitbox. There's a handful.
Yeah, I know of Tofu, I know of Cascade, and I know of the Purple Eagle.
Oh, Purple Eagle, yeah, of course. Xanian also, yeah. So it's a rising pop. I mean, 2 years ago it was just Tofu, right? So it's definitely growing, but it's definitely still a minority.
Yeah, and it's also a financial aspect, since hitbox is not really cheap.
It's definitely an investment for sure. And looks Calco won. Look at that.
Calco won. We missed this part.
I was so engrossed with the conversation. Apologies, chat. Calco with the win of a 21:01. A very good time. Really exceptional good time.
Number 3 in the world, once again.
A casual 3.
Yeah. And I think unofficially Captain Canuck is number 3. He has a PB of 21:22, I think. So it's better than Canuck's PB.
Wow.
And Canuck is on a really good pace. I think he would have
if everything goes well, it should be 24.
Yeah. And 24 on a race setting is really good.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
But it's not good enough if you play against the best player in the world. But getting back to the hitbox thing, I'm really wondered that there are not more people playing on keyboard.
That's it. I mean, it's essentially a hitbox, right? Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
That's a really good point. I know that like Mark Alarm does. I know that I think Morsel does.
Yeah.
A lot of people who aren't really much on Twitch tend to play on keyboard more.
Because I always thought of keyboard even being superior to a controller, since you can press all the buttons at once. You don't have to switch with your thumb. You can have every finger for D-pad. I never got why this is different.
Yeah, the versatility of using each finger as opposed to your thumbs is definitely an. I don't know if it probably is an advantage. I don't know how much. Like, it's probably negligible for most stuff. But yeah, interesting. I don't know why. I don't know why more people don't play on keyboard. I find it really weird. I just find it weird. I'm not good with my fingers though.
I would never do it myself, but when you think of speedrunning and really getting the edge, it just feels like the natural thing to do.
That's a good point.
But maybe the next generations of Kaizo players will surprise us and will beat us with keyboards.
But I'm also saying that anyone on console can't use a keyboard. I mean, I know there's adapters for PS4 controllers to a console. I wonder if someone could make an adapter for a keyboard. It's just a USB.
Ah, yeah, we in chat, the world record of Super Mario NES plays on keyboard. Yeah, that's right. How was it called? Mini something. The world record holder of SMB1. Who got, I think, he's 2 or 3 frames away from perfection.
That's just incredible.
Misty.
And speaking of
Misty.
incredible, this second
Misty, yeah.
race is going to be incredible, chat.
Oh, yes.
Captain Canuck, look at the determination in that man's face. Look at him. He is ready.
I don't know. He looks a bit confused.
It probably is confusion. But either way, I'm excited to see how Captain Canuck is going to attack this race. Is he going to get more? Is he going to try to be safe and just not die? Or is he going to go for more speed strats or, fast falling, any sort of edge he can get to pick up the difference between Calco? It'll be interesting to see how he plays it.
As far as we can see right now, it's just the same thing on both sides.
Mirror images. Look at this, chat. Which one's the real Calco? I don't know. I can't tell.
Admins, can we assure our viewers that we don't see this duplicate stream here?
We're just streaming Calco twice right now. No, these
do
gamers
the
are gaming right now.
Same bounces.
242s, count it, chat. 242s on the Mario timer.
I see Calco being in front by 0.05 seconds. Could this be the deciding factor for this game?
If the race came down to 0.05 seconds, I would literally explode.
Oh, and Calco. What a weird death.
A very uncharacteristic death. You are right. I like the strat that you see Captain Canuck doing of jumping onto the munchers and then getting the one cycle, making that one cycle easier with the key. Whereas Calco just waits.
Oh, I get it. It's also faster because you despawn the blocks, don't you?
I think so. I think you're right. When I ran this, we didn't do that. We just YOLO'd it for the one cycle and hoped holding jump would work.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I did it in the runs as well. But yes, now when I see it, sad that I won't run this game for some time now.
The good hacks always bring you back, man. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's right. So we see Canuck with 2-3 seconds.
Canuck in the lead. I don't know if you noticed this though. The Mario timer, when they entered that second screen or third screen, Calco was at a 16 and Captain Canuck was at a 15. So Calco is making up time, just a little bit at a time.
And for all our viewers, 1 Mario second is 0.7 seconds in real life.
That's right. It's a little bit faster of a timer. Calco in at a 365. Captain Canuck in at a 364.
Oh, and Calco misses the shot!
No!
Oh, I've waited for this, and the next death right away.
That's huge. I am out of my
Oh.
chair. I cannot. What? Did I just watch that?
Who misses shell jumps in 2022?
Now, this is by no means a run-ending death, but it is
No, not at
a
all.
huge time loss for Calco.
But if you can remember, we saw a similar thing happening in Calco's quarterfinal, where he dominated the first race, and then made errors in the second one.
That's an interesting pattern that you've just pointed out, but you're 100% right. I maybe it's lack of attention or just got a little too into that wall. In order to interact with a sprite for a shell jump, you have to be at least 18 pixels away, and he looked like he was just a little too close to the wall.
18 pixels. That's an odd number.
Panga wrote about it in his Kaizo kindergarten.
Oh. I just think about somebody counting.
Oh,
the
18
pixels
frames.
there.
I just got corrected. I'm wrong. 18 frames, excuse me.
Okay.
That makes more sense, because a pixel's
Yeah.
pretty big.
Oh, and Canuck with his first death. But still have a level in front. This jump is also really, really tricky. Since you need to have a right momentum, a rightward momentum. Otherwise you won't get it. And therefore you need to be on the saw in the right moment and jump the right height. It's really tricky to do. The
Yes.
whole hack is extremely mechanical.
That cannot be said enough, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It just looks like they're bouncing around and like jumping and doing these things. Everything is calculated. There's not a single like Orca makes you conserve your momentum to make some jumps, and it might not look like it, but like if you just tried to jump, you're not going to make it. You're going to die. So like when it's played at a top level like this, it's not noticeable at all. But if you just picked up this hack and tried to play it, you would find out very quickly that there's a lot of like very technical things you need to do to complete levels.
Especially when you try to speedrun it. In my opinion, I speedrun a lot of hacks. It's the most difficult hack I've ever speedrun in my life. Because it's so mechanical. It's really you need. Oh, and Calco here. I think his concentration is a bit gone.
Maybe resting on his laurels. That being said, you can never count the man out. You can never count him out.
No.
And just as we're talking about the difficulty of the hack, you know, even if you have a lead, it can quickly be gone. So Captain Canuck still needs to play with the intensity and determination that he currently is showing. I mean, look at that face.
That's a bear face. Bear ready to attack. And a grizzly, not the soft bears, not the red pandas. And goes through the 5-room castle. Important for him. Calco starting it.
Everything goes to plan here. Captain Canuck should have about a minute or so lead over Calco.
Oh,
and
but it
now I've
doesn't.
cursed him.
Stop saying stuff.
Hey, I'm trying to make these races interesting, all right? That's how you do it.
Let's talk about hitbox again.
No.
So now Canuck is through, but Calco is approaching.
Yep. Canuck was done at 7:57 on his timer. We'll see what time Calco gets done.
Oh,
But Canuck still with a commanding lead at this point.
Yes.
With his ability, it's definitely a good lead.
so the last hit, and it's over.
Just about
Thank
40
you.
seconds.
So I also like Calco doing a bit of swimming exercise after he finished Wendy, just to show her who's boss. So Canuck, disco shells. Who doesn't love disco shells?
Really interesting idea of keeping the space between them and using them to progress.
And this, what you just saw, getting on the P-switch, immediately shooting 2 fireballs, and getting on the disco shell again without any waiting time is really, really hard to do. That's a thing that looks extremely easy, but is so hard.
Definitely. And Orca, gives the player some flexibility. Obviously, in a speedrun setting, you could lose time, but most of the time in Kaizo, P-switch timers are very, very tight. And in this hack, there's a consistent theme of progressing through the level with the P-switch timer, but the timer isn't, down to the frame of you needing to be where you need to be.
In the meanwhile, Captain Canuck dying twice.
Allowing Calco to come back, you're right. Look at this. They're on the same section now.
He unfortunately wanted to shoot a fireball, but his disco shell ate the fireball. And then he had the, as I call it, the annoyance death. You got annoyed by your death and you die right away.
And again, not to discredit any of Captain Canuck's ability, but that's something you rarely see from Calco.
Yes. And that's also that's an emotional thing. When you can keep calm, that's a skill you need to have.
100% agree. And for me personally, I can't speak to any of these runners. It comes down to like how much I care. Like if I keep it, if I keep my mindset in perspective and be like, it's just speedrunning. It's not like, the end of the world if I, screw up. I tend to not make as many mistakes as when I'm like really into it.
Yeah, I get you. I'm the same. And Calco in the lead right now.
Wow.
Canuck with an up throw, with a side throw where he wanted to do an up throw.
Just like that, the 40-second lead that he has is now gone. It's amazing.
But let's just see if Calco gets this crazy hard last jump. Which is so hard.
I'm just holding my breath. I can't even... You got it. Look at that.
Ooh, almost hit the munches with his head there. And now we see the same thing for Canuck. Can he do it? Oh no! He had to wiggle. He had to wiggle.
It's so easy to hit that muncher. It's so easy to just fall off the platform. It's just...
And the reason for it is that you jumped off the platform a bit late. And then you don't have the height, and you can save it. We saw Grim save it today.
Yep.
With a wiggle, but you need to react extremely quickly. That's just hard to do. And now will Calco? Oh no!
Ooh, okay, that's about a 35-second death right there. That's a big one.
Can Captain Canuck use this? For the last jump. This looks good.
You got
And
it.
it is good. So let's get our eye to Calco.
That's what I'm like a hawk. I can't get my eyes off him. Calco in, give us a yump. Come on. Oh, the man's
easy.
a machine. He can't be stopped. That is frame perfect, pixel perfect. You cannot fudge those. Well, you can by pressing both jump buttons, but we won't say he did.
I think Calco doesn't know that this is called a jump. He just calls it jump because it's just so normal for him.
The man sees frames. But look at this. Captain Canuck one-shotting right behind him.
Great level by Captain Canuck. And Calco missing another shell jump.
Shell jumps in Calco's head. Yumps are in Captain Canuck's. What's going to happen here, chat? I have no idea. I'm trying to hold on to my seat, but my hands are too sweaty. I'm too sweaty right now. I don't know who's going to win.
And we're at the same section and same level again. And Calco!
Oh, so that's really tight. Everyone has made that section look very easy. It is very, very precise to get these fireballs off in time.
And you know
Captain
what?
Canuck with the lead.
Yeah. And
the shell jump! It's the curse of the shell jump!
Oh God, Canuck! Don't look at Calco and do the same things.
You're cheating off his test. It's an H for Calco. It's a checkpoint right there.
Oh no. And Calco's the guy you cheat off his test. You get an F and he's got an A and you don't know why. And now Canuck should be good with the first section.
Good sparky interaction for Calco there. Yep, Canuck getting that checkpoint about 2 sections behind right now. Definitely not insurmountable, but we're running out of levels. We are running out of levels, chat. It's anybody's race.
And chat, look. No, don't look just now, but in a few seconds, look at Canuck's screen. He will do a skip we didn't mention so far with the cape. It's this one here. No, he doesn't. He goes the intended way, goes on the saw. And you saw Calco there doing the speed strat and just skipping the saw. Which is way easier to do than going on the saw itself.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. Maybe it's just comfortability, you know, it's something you just don't want to die. Who knows?
So Calco in the ghost house, he had problems in his prior run in here.
If I was a betting man, I would bet he booted up his game after he got done with this race and practiced the crap out of any section he struggled with. If I was gonna bet.
And it looks like it's... Oh no!
Oh, can you save it? Go!
No, he can't. And we're
almost tied.
10
Chat,
seconds.
It's that close. It's that close. You can do little ghost shocky faces. That's right. Who's gonna win?
Oh God, I don't know what to say.
Both.
Oh no, look!
Now, Calco just died here. He hit the spike. Let's see what happens. Misses the spike this time. Gets the P-switch. He was frames away from hitting that spike again, though.
Oh yeah. But you also need to be frames away from the spike, otherwise you
Exactly.
can't get it. This level is, in my opinion, one of the easier ones.
And you know what? I agree with that. It's like based on like the difficulty spike that happens halfway through the hack. You think this ghost house is going to be a lot harder than it actually is.
Yeah. And Kanak getting to the boss.
It's about one boss fight behind.
The boss.
Now, we just saw Grim and we just saw Sakaya struggle with this level that Calco's on now. Can they one-shot it?
Ultra Tide can get you so many death loops. Well, just assume Kanak.
Orc, I agree with you. In the first playthrough, it's a cryptic puzzle when you get in that ghost house.
Yeah, that's why I watched the speedrun.
Nah. Here we go. Okay.
Oh, there was late. No, it wasn't. Not for Calco.
The machine, the Terminator, entering the final castle level.
But there's the shell level, and we saw Calco struggling with shell jumps in this run.
Captain Canuck playing out of his shoes right now. He doesn't have shoes on. He's playing so well.
Shoes just exploded. Oh no! Oh, this could be the nail in the coffin.
That was a jump. I don't want to say anything that's final, but that was a jump you really want to hit.
Yes, Calco getting through the first section easily. And we saw Stu struggling here. So we could see Calco. No, we can't.
And that's a danger that you haven't seen today, Chad. That just happened on Captain Canuck's screen. That Sparky, if he goes a little too low, even with a full jump, you can't get up there. It's very, very precise when you can enter that tunnel. Meanwhile, Calco just surfing his way through the final room before the boss room. Five bounces, then you hit the chuck.
That's not true.
I just counted.
Yeah, in this case, but that's not a general thing.
That's fair. Everyone's got their own strats.
No, it depends on how you get off the shell jump prior. Sometimes
really?
it's 6. Yeah.
Oh. There you go.
Maybe for people like Stu who can do the same shell jump 10,000 times.
We are
for normal people.
Oh, sorry, 2 hits away from Calco taking this home.
Yeah, and I'm calling it. He does it.
There it is.
That's it.
What a great race.
Yeah. And it's a 21:59. So Canuck had chances. He could have done it, and he's good enough to do it. Just had a bit of bad luck in this level.
It was exciting to watch, thrilling to be a part of. Both gamers gamed out of their shoes, out of their minds. Hats off, GG's to everyone. Just fantastic display of gaming.
So I think that was your last commentary today.
It was. I'm sure the people who have been here for the last hour or two are sick of me, so I will be stepping out. Thank you so much for letting me commentate. Again, hats off to everyone who put this thing on. All the runners, all the background people, the channel, SpeedGaming, give it a follow if you haven't already. Give the racers a follow. Thank you for letting me do this, and I hope everyone has a great day.
Especially thank you, Papanak, for commentating and for doing this in a fantastic fashion. It was a great time with you, great time listening to the match prior. Thanks a lot, and I hope we see you in the future again.
You'll be seeing me, and all I have to say is, how could I not be excited when races like this and people like this are getting together and just gaming and having a good time? It's impossible not to.
Well, how about that for a race? Once again, another nail biter there at the end. Calco and Canuck, way to go. GG's to the racers. Let's go ahead and get a preview of what the next two racers are coming up for the second semifinal race. We have first the Reaper, who was a winner of our race against Sadios. His home country is Brazil. His PB, his personal best in the run, is 23:24. His personal best he's done with Titan Mario, and his first speedrun appearance was Quickie World 2, all the way back in January of 2020. That is the Reaper, and the Reaper will be facing off with the Wild Grim, who hails from the good old US of A, my home country as well. He won the race against Sakaya in the quarterfinals. The Wild Grim's personal best in Titan Mario is 26 minutes 54 seconds. It says his favorite hack is Grand Prix World 2, Rift 2. Awesome choices, excellent hacks, and I agree with. And Grim's first speedrun appearance, wouldn't you know? Super Dram World back in May of 2017, Super Dram World. Another great vanilla hack. One of the earliest ones that we've all had to race. Or at least play. Stay tuned, everybody. We're getting the second semifinal match ready, up and going, and we will have the racers up on screen soon. I'm sure it's gonna be another delightful race to watch. Definitely one on the edge of your seats kind of races, so keep tuning in. We'll see who's going to be racing Calco for the championship in the final run tonight, everybody. Stay tuned.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the final semifinals. What we got going on, everybody? Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Got the Wild Grim versus the Reaper. Should be interesting match. All the games, all the rounds have been so close today. Yo, Orca.
This time with better mic quality.
Hey. What's up,
I
man?
apologize for earlier.
Yeah, it's not like you're in a hallway or something, but we didn't know. You know, maybe you had an emergency with the bathroom, and we just thought you were super dedicated.
Yeah, I hadn't used the Discord chat in more than a year and something changed in the settings. But yeah, everything works. We're back.
Nug says, are they in the same room? It looks like Grim is in the left corner of the same room as the Reaper in the right corner.
All right, I'm ready. This could be anyone's race. Both have had great times today.
What an exciting event it's been, man. I'm sure it's been a real pleasure for you to watch some of the top speedrunners in the world run today, and it's been an absolute insane day. I've been here since the beginning. Even the ones where I'm not commentating, I've just been stuck to my chair, just glued, watching every race. Every death seems so important, so close. Every obstacle seems so epic.
Yeah, same here. All the races were super matched. Nobody was like super in the lead ever, it seemed.
Yeah, it was kind of a shame to see Calco and Stu right off the bat, but it feels like if you would have gave them someone else, they may have just ran away with it, whereas we got to see the match that we saw right off the bat, and everybody else had also really competitive matches because of that.
Yeah, but every race was very exciting, and I'm sure this one is going to be as well.
This is the final semi-final. This is it. This is all the marbles here. You lose, you go home.
Yeah, who wins goes up against Calco, who is maybe the favorite, but yeah, you never know.
I think Calco's the favorite, but I mean, in a race event, you don't get to reset, and anybody can death loop, and we've seen that already with every skill level from the lowest favorite to the top favorite. They've all had their moments where they just randomly get stuck. Everybody wants a strong level 1, of course.
Yeah, again, level 1, not too tricky, but you can still die easily. Luckily, it's very short, so you can't really have a costly death here.
Competitive level 1?
Yeah, also like in the next level. It is itself pretty long, but all sections are relatively short. So it can't really be decided.
It does seem a little deceiving. Level 1 and level 2 are challenging for sure, but it definitely ramps up after this level. I felt like on my playthrough.
Yeah, you shouldn't start off your hack super difficult. I mean, of course, relative to the rest of the hack. But here we have a nice difficulty curve. You kind of get into the feeling of the hack.
Ooh, weird key spit by the Wild Grim there.
But good save.
He saves it though.
Good save. That strat is, I saw that the first time from the Wild Grim, like yesterday. And it's an awesome strat. It's safe, but fast.
I must not have been paying attention. That was deliberate. I thought that was an accident and a save. That's a strat. Wow, that's an interesting play.
He meant to spit out the key to the right onto the 1 of 0 and then jump with Yoshi onto the munchers and then onto the key. Makes the 1 cycle pretty free, actually.
Ah, I see.
I had not seen that strat until yesterday.
Really cool use of the vanilla mechanic eating the berry to extend the timer. Which is a nice way to force a player to hurry, but it isn't like racing a P-switch or just having a low timer.
Yeah, shoutouts to Link there who taught me that in Penga World. I actually didn't know about that in vanilla SMW.
I don't think any of us did, honestly. It's not something that's super color. It's kind of like Cape Tech, things like that. Nintendo doesn't... It's in the game, but it's not really utilized whatsoever.
I think it's
really interesting to hear your... Oh, I'm sorry.
I think it's in Special World once in one level. I forgot which one.
Really interesting to hear your inspirations and you know where you got your ideas from or where you learned the tech from.
Orb. Yeah, again, that Swiney is a Buzzy Beetle. It got almost anyone on the first playthrough. It's still vanilla. I put the beetle in, and changed the settings to forest, and that's just what it looks like.
We're entering wonky with what, maybe 3 seconds difference in the players, if that.
Yeah, very easy to die here. Everything is ice.
With being at auto-scroller, it feels painful when you take the death. Like, you want to rush, but there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, you also have to be careful when you are on the left side on the screen. The screen pushing you is actually a big deal. Like, when you don't expect it, you just fly off the wing block.
Oh, absolutely. And it's been mentioned before about the ice physics that if you're not paying attention, it's really easy to slip off of whatever you're standing on or into a death block, which are all very, very close to you at all moments.
Yeah, even without ice physics, wing blocks are pretty janky.
Really interesting to see the Yoshi ditch in this stage. I hadn't seen that before today.
Let's see if anyone does it here. It says like a fraction of a second.
I don't think Grim did it before. No, he doesn't here. Can't remember if the Reaper did or not.
I don't
think he
so.
did, but he does not. Oh, he does. Oh. I don't think he had to, but he did anyway, because why not throw the Yoshi in the pit? I like his style.
P. Miller's right once again. So here the saw level.
So much harder than it appears.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about this fire flower. It's only there to give you the damage boost. And it's only a fire flower because a mushroom would fall left or right.
I was actually going to ask if there was a reason why it was a flower and not a mushroom, if it was just a simple damage boost. But that makes a lot of sense. It's so much more consistent now. Is that the reason?
Exactly. Yeah, the flower just drops straight down. The cape, which you don't want anyway in that setting, would just fall very slowly, go left and right. And the mushroom is very inconsistent. It would
sure go you loved the clip compilation of this checkpoint.
Yeah, this is a bit meme. This rope will carry you through the floor, and then you die. And even if you don't grab that rope and survive, it primes you for the troll at the end.
It does. It kind of trains you.
Yeah, because you're like, don't grab it, but you have to grab it, and just go through the floor.
Reaper moving on, still clinging to a slight lead, but not much. Any mistake, honestly, could be the difference heading into the 5-room castle. Round 1, everybody wants to have a nice 1-0 start, but we'll see who can manage to pull it off.
It is a really clean beginning so far from both.
Incredible pace for both runners, for sure. I'm still trying to figure out the first jump at the 6.5-minute mark of level 1, so that's insane that they're this far into the game.
Yeah, everybody has had a little time to prepare. Like, for a game this difficult, like 2 months or so is not that long. Especially if you have other projects going on. But everybody's like in top shape.
Really does come down to who can execute today, per run. It comes down to now. It's everybody had the same levels, everybody's had the same amount of time, and you can really see that the people, the runners have really put in the effort.
I think Grim had the least amount of time to prepare because he came in for one tag, who unfortunately couldn't participate. So yeah,
make the semifinals on short notice. Then
it would have almost been me. I would have almost had to raise my own game.
Like taking a fight in the UFC on short notice. It's never good, but he's still somehow it seems to be here in the semifinals with a strong chance to make the finals.
Yeah, but if you have seen Reaper earlier, he had a sub 22 run earlier, which is extremely
It's scary good. When you see him take a sip of the coffee mug. Gameplay is engaged. Last time we saw that was the end of the run. That was it. He took over.
Oh boy. So it's still pretty synced up.
Saying to be this close, this late in the run, I mean, we're approaching the midway point, and there's not much distance between the two runners.
I'm honestly surprised that this disco shell level is not more of a gatekeeper tonight. Everybody is going through this really quickly.
It's really clever, the setup that you have to keep the distance between the two shells. It's really deceiving how the runners keep them apart like that, but you really cannot correct much. You know, you can't press left on the shell and slow down at all, or they will collide either immediately or eventually. And I don't think we've seen a single runner do that. They've all flown through this like it's a piece of cake.
It's just crucial to do the dolphin setup right, because that's when you have to like hold back a little bit. And if you do like hold back too much, then they will just collide, run into each other. Also, again, you have to duck, unduck in this level. Do all kinds of things at once. It's the first time this level is a nightmare. I assume.
Absolutely, with a lot of times, especially this half where you come out, and it's not much more of a relief with the layer smash where things come up and down. Like you said, on the first play, you know, a flower just appears. You know, you're just trying to figure out what's going on. Everything on the screen is kind of changing, and you don't know what's going to smash, what isn't going to smash. But with the preparation, you can get incredibly consistent, and it seems that even for a difficult stage, nobody struggled today with this at all.
Grim, again, no deaths.
Incredibly clean.
And it seems like it gets a bit closer now. Very short lead for Reaper.
And this is inspired by Iron Fleet from Ultra Kaizo 2, correct?
Yeah, you know that level pretty well.
It's a very challenging stage indeed.
Very difficult level.
Late in the run.
I don't know. As you know, I used to speedrun Ultra Kaizo 2 a lot. And I don't know, that level is always the most memorable for me. And so I just had to shout out all the setups. Like, if you remember, there's a disco shell in Iron Fleet.
There is.
All kinds of things. Chucks.
The chuck jumps. Yep.
No fire blow on this level, though. Unlike Iron Fleet.
Ooh, tough death for the Reaper.
Yeah, if Grim can clutch this out, then he will have almost half a level.
Incredibly tough ending. Oh.
Yeah,
anybody's stage now.
This level, especially the second half, is just extremely tight. It's fun platforming, but you really have like very narrow windows everywhere to do anything. Even that spring jump onto that gray platform, if you don't do that right, you will also die.
I just can't believe this is a semi-final match. This feels like a finale. This matchup right now. I mean, this is crazy.
Bit of a death loop.
As you can see, this is a very, very difficult stage, very difficult ending to time. You get back to it quickly, but man, is it tight. Reaper pulls it off. Orb.
Oh.
Grim nails it on this attempt, though. It's gonna stay close.
The Reaper for me was kind of the dark horse of this tournament.
Very nice.
And Orb.
And Orb.
Yeah, the Reaper is a very consistent gamer. He has both the Sheffy 2 world records, which is one of the hardest speedruns IMO.
I did not know that until today, that he had the records in the shell hacks like that. That's pretty impressive. Those are very tough runners that also run those categories in a very hard hack.
Nice. Let's see if we see any jumps here.
Butt yump, even better.
Yum. The jump is of course frame perfect. So every time you get one, it's pretty hype.
Oh, Grim. You see
What's
the
we haven't-
frustration and the rage at the missed jump. Unbelievable.
We haven't really talked about that troll. Like, you have to run over the 2 brown blocks in that switch room. They activate a creating block, and if you stop for a bit, then there will be a wall suddenly.
A lot of makers troll you in pipes for the switch palaces like that. So it is often that players hesitate, or they run across those blocks the first time and they're wondering what's going on, what's happening. They're looking, aware for a troll, and then it's like you said, you wait, and then it's all said and done. Really surprised the number of people that just duck right under that plant and don't shoot them.
Me
The
too.
Grim
that is,
did. The Reaper did not. Surprised. I think
way
Reaper's
more
one of the
difficult.
few that I've seen that did not actually duck under that plant. That's so surprising to me.
Yeah, why would you just not shoot it? Like, it's not slower and it's way safer. It's way easier.
Is the turnaround patch applied in this hack, Orca?
Yeah, it is applied.
Okay,
I've
I know it's
had
mostly
many
vanilla.
complaints. I've had many complaints though from people that say it didn't work right. But I don't know. Like, I never had that problem. It's weird.
Wow, this is very close again. I mean, we're about a screen of progress apart. Into the pipe. Both players.
It's funny to see that everybody has like different strats for the P-switch activation. Some throw it up, some throw it forward, some drop it.
It's interesting that in such a hard hack, everything is very, very forced. But everybody still has their own, quirks about certain segments that still manage to work, no matter how even very different they can be from each other.
Sometimes it's cool to let the player know, okay, you have to do this.
Wow,
But then
very
just
close
figure out
ending
how
there.
you do it. Yeah. Both 3 seconds on the timer.
This is just match 1 for these two. This is such a close round 1 for the semifinals. Again, this feels like a finale, the be all end all, and this is just the match 1 of round 1. This is so crazy.
Again, this block. Swims and these green big bubbles, they are not compatible. That's why we have those janky graphics.
And when you say they're not compatible, you mean when you're designing in Lunar Magic that there's like certain sets that go together for, say, a ghost house is not supposed to have something like that? Is that kind of how that works? And that's why the game doesn't know how to display that, because in vanilla that wouldn't normally be there?
Exactly. SMW is not really good at using the memory it has. Yeah, like the graphic slots are not very well used. So often sprites share the same graphic slot. So the FWIM has the same graphic slot as the middle of the bubble. That's why it looks so weird. You can fix it, but you need
Grim
some...
misses the door, but it's okay. You don't punish him.
You got it, yeah. Again,
some hacks they do punish you, but yeah, go ahead.
It's only there to force you bring the P-switch.
I'm starting the boss fight.
Have we seen a death in the boss fight today? I don't think so. This boss fight is very free.
You said it, not me. Everybody.
Yeah, blame me, please. Unfortunately, Reaper with a death. That can happen. He was just a bit too far to the left, and Cooper was just on the right side of the one tile. It's a bit of a frustrating death.
And every death feels so huge.
It will be interesting to see how Grim does here in Ultra Tight. Because we have seen some struggle earlier.
This is the grab block level that gave him a bit of a trouble earlier, correct? Yeah, there they are.
Yeah, grab block jumps will never be 100% consistent for anyone.
He gets both first try. Nicely timed. And very clean. Gets a little bit of redemption for a little bit of the struggle. You see him giving the level a little bit of the lips.
Looking good for Grim. This is actually a pretty interesting race because both of these runners are very, very good at item management. So I don't expect any of them to really struggle in the last level.
Reaper's starting to feel a little bit of frustration.
Yeah.
And Kaizo can definitely be that way. Not in even in a race situation, but like I said, you start touching random munchers, you start seeing things, I can't believe I did that, and you just can't get out of it. But the runners have really shown a lot of focus to fight out of it, and it seems that he's making a big run already back to give him a chance at the end.
Yeah, Grim is already deep in the final level.
Grim's not going to give him a chance if he can help it looks like. And like as you pointed out, both players are very strong with items like this. Should not be that big of a deal for either player in this final bit that Grim is now at. Is this Sheffy inspired at all, or just...
No. That is inspired by Various Dragons by Glitchcat 7. That's also why that room looks the way it does.
Ah, okay.
Various Dragons by Glitchcat is just 4, or I think by now it's like 8. Extremely difficult.
Grim, a little early on the grab button there. The door is not entirely closed for the Reaper. On the edge of my seat. And Grim's in the pipe.
Oh wow, check out Grim's pace. This could be a 21-minute run. Sub 22.
There have been some insane times today. I mean, you basically need... you do need Deathless and even probably some pretty fancy strats to take world record, but the fact that top 5 times have been posted repeatedly is pretty crazy under a race situation of a hack of this difficulty.
We had several podium pace runs today. I think today's PB is 18:55 by Kaiko, which is 22 seconds off the second place. Can he save
Can he
that?
save it? He
Wow.
does! The focus.
Somewhere LinkedInX2 is smiling right now.
So give him the end. Yeah, don't. Yeah, there you go. He earned that. Beyond earned that. Very nicely played by the Reaper. And the Grim is out. GG.
Wow, what a race.
What a time. 21:37 is when he stopped his timer, which again is a podium time. So that's
wow,
insane how many times and how consistent all the runners have been today. I mean, it just shocks me every single time. I believe is that a DeWild Grim PB? It is better than his submitted time. I don't know if I know he's PB'd since his submitted time, I believe, but I don't know the exact time.
He PB'd yesterday, but I forgot the time actually.
Oh wow, yesterday. I know so many of the runners have PB'd recently, or you see submitted times on the leaderboard now within the last week or two from all the grind. What a round one. Little finger break for the runners here that some of those levels are really input intensive.
Especially towards the end. The whole second half of the game is pretty brutal, especially in the speed run. I've heard people say that this is a very mentally draining run, and I can see that, especially on this level.
We have it 1-0 to Wild Grim in the semifinals. Winner will move on to face Calco in the finale. You'll be calling that, correct, Orca?
That is completely correct.
Fantastic.
it's definitely impossible to say who is going to go to the finale.
Well, at this point, it's still anybody's. I mean that match is again anybody's game.
Both runners were pretty much tied up until the Ghost House.
We've seen it happen twice today, where the runner behind 0-1 and came back to win. So it's certainly not over yet. Good luck to the runners.
Yeah, like I said, level 1, not difficult, but still tricky. We see here Grim just makes like a tiny mistake and unfortunately dies. Like, this looks pretty easy, but hitting this chuck midair, getting the bomb, getting the mushroom, like the first half is actually pretty technical.
And nobody wants to be behind coming out of level 1. Whether you're ahead after the first round or behind, you don't want to start off behind. So every death feels so important here, so big.
I thought about how you actually prepare for this, because like, of course, in the speedrun you will reset that. So that's actually something you have to specifically practice, because you will most likely die in level 1 at some point. And you just have to like push that aside and keep going.
It is tough because as you point out, in a regular stream, or you're going for a world record or whatever, you'll go for the the fast strats, and if you don't get them, you just start over. Whereas in the race situation, you got to beat the level, and you just got to keep moving forward.
It's just such a mind game. Even in a speedrun, you don't like to continue a run that just feels bad. I think most early resets that you have in speedrunning don't really happen because you're behind, really, like you could still PB, but you don't feel good about the run. And you just know that will make you die at some point.
Mental aspect of Kaizo is definitely massive. And in a run situation like this, it's even bigger.
By the way, very subtle hint that there's a short timer in the second section.
Yeah, very subtle. I don't know if anybody caught it.
It's actually hard to, without a message box, let the player know, hey, you're on a short timer, because nobody looks at the timer. I don't.
I never do. And if you don't give me some way to know, a lot of times I'll time out and I'll be very baffled exactly what happened when I just die in the middle of the screen, sometimes just standing around because the timer timed out. So yeah, that's good to write that, I'm sure, for first plays.
Yeah, the third section, classic Bill Kaizo setup. You follow the bullet builds throughout the level. Can't go too fast, can't go too slow.
Oh, and it's so important. We saw some missed shell jumps in this stage today. You hate to see it.
It's a bit weird, maybe the first time making a shell jump with like this glitched shell. I mean, it's exactly the same like any normal shell jump. And
no problem for the Wild Grim or the Reaper, both clearing the stage. Grim with a slight advantage. Avoiding the star, which does not immediately kill you to collect. I believe you can collect it and get out of there, but it does you no good.
Oh, yeah, we haven't talked about the star. Don't touch that star.
So counter to most Mario gamers, coins and power-ups. You're just trained to go to, and when they're used like that, it can be on a first play so deceiving to not want to just go for it, even when you find out that it's bad.
It's funny to see this lava skull ref that falls down from the ceiling. When Grim gets there, just look how he gets clipped up. Like, he doesn't have to hide, but just touching these blocks will clip you up into them, or onto them rather. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. I always like how the shell bounces off the winged blocks and stops there. It always looks kind of funny how they interact.
Yeah, they just barely interact.
Reaper ditches the Yoshi.
I don't think we have anyone seen die to the fire flower here. Which is good, because that part is really tricky. The freeze frames you get when you get a power-up in SMW, they can throw you off. You kind of need muscle memory, and you need to know how long that those freeze frames last.
Kind of similar to, say, when you grow up a baby Yoshi, that the screen can kind of pause and freeze your momentum a bit.
Or when you take damage, like right after that, you land on the muncher.
Or as we talked about, the spring grab in the stage can be a little bit of a momentum changer.
Yeah, I think it works quite well here because you are dropping down and then you throw the spring, so it doesn't really push you away. Just when you grab it, you kind of have to be a bit mindful.
Reaper out of the stage, Grim grabbing the checkpoint. With players this talented, one-shots are not off the table at any given moment for sometimes multiple stages in a row, so no lead is safe, and no amount of being behind is really out of the run at this point. Grim one-shots the second half.
This is still pretty close, I would say.
Absolutely. Looks like both runners have their focus face on.
I think this room 4 is maybe the second hardest room. If you get off that fireball just a bit too late or too early, then you will just not make it. The timing is actually pretty tight. Plus you have to regrab off the fireball going up, which can really trick you. So yeah, I like to see the consistency here. There's a lot of really tricky setups in every room.
There's some interesting speed strats throughout that. Most players went for safer strats throughout the runs today, but the run has some really interesting optimized strategies now required if you want world record. Reaper, moving on.
Really clean. I see in chat, black blocks are death blocks? Yes, yes. The black blocks, not just death blocks, they're instant death blocks. So if you're on Yoshi or Big, you will die instantly. Which is really like one of the few not vanilla things in this game.
And that's essentially for quality of life. So say you have the fire flower, you don't have to wait out while you go cycle through the phases, correct?
There's a lot of things you couldn't do if you would only use munches. Like in this hack. Because there is quite a lot of power-ups here. Also here in the disco shell level, all these blocks, if you touch them, you die immediately. The munchers too, by the way, in this level. But I didn't just want to have black blocks here, that would have been pretty weird.
Munchers are a beautiful aesthetic and a staple of all good Kaizo hacks, especially from the 2017 era.
Yeah, you need them.
Reaper goes over the flower there, the prawn, instead of shooting it. Oh, that was an odd pipe entry. He looks perplexed as I am. That was an odd pipe entry there. That was about as fast as you could do. I mean, he's saving frames today. Well, I don't think you do any faster.
The Reaper cheats the game.
Yeah,
I have not seen that
before. We're gonna need some. Oh, Grim takes a death on the discos.
Yeah, that's That's the hard part of this level. Almost in every section, every time you have to get on the disco shell, you cannot make a mistake. Especially not here in the first half, because these shells will collide. Here you have a bit more of wiggle room coming up on this P-switch. While the Reaper gets out of the level. Actually, we talked about the munchers being fake. It's a bit mean because the second half does not have ice physics. But then in that room with the key, I turned them back on. And that's why everybody would just slide off the key because you don't expect it. And go onto the munchers. So I was like, that's a bit too much.
That's a little, yeah, that's a tough troll to take.
Because the trolls really stack. The people die before the pipe, and then they go into the pipe, and then suddenly layer 2. And then the munchers, it's a bit much.
There's a choice you make, I suppose, as the maker of either probably killing the player first time and definitely 110% going to kill the player the first time. And it's kind of nice to not always go with I guaranteed they're going to die. Everybody's going to die. It's kind of a generous move.
As a creator, at some point you get tired of the complaining, so you kind of start holding back with trolls.
I wouldn't know anything about complaining about Kaizo, so it's certainly not me, and definitely none of the other commentators today that I could think of.
I think it's good to keep in mind that if your game is okay, then people will speedrun it, at least some people. So putting in a troll that is hard to avoid is maybe not the best idea, you know.
Pretty fast strat on the Dolphin Tail with Grim. Reaper's moving on though.
Yeah, no death in the second half. Reaper is being very consistent right now.
And this is the last round of the semifinals. He's down one round already, so he needs to keep this up. He can't slow down. He's got to win, and it looks like he's playing like he knows this, and it's been super consistent.
Yeah, it's been a while since we today went to the third round in a race. We had quite a lot of
two, I think, and then not since then.
Yeah, exactly. So that would be nice to see. And it looks pretty good for the Reaper right now. Hope I didn't curse him.
Got a fair lead, I would say, past the midway point. Not quite the 3/4, maybe gaining on that. And but again, anything can happen, and we've seen insane swings come from a death loop.
And Grim gets out.
Yeah, Grim gets out. That stage has been super challenging for every runner all day.
So in this level you can see on the Reaper side, the status bar, you can't see it, but it's still there. That's why you can use the reserve item. And you can see the timer.
I do believe I watched you make this level on stream, and I remember you had quite an issue feeding that coin to Yoshi, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
for the required grow up at the checkpoint there.
That's true. All I knew was like, I want you to shoot a fireball on that lower part. And then I was like, but what for? So in the end, we just fed a Yoshi 4 things and then made him eat the moving coin.
But he skips that saw like it's so easy.
Yeah, that's actually not easy. You have to kind of cancel your dive bomb at the right moment and then go neutral. Otherwise, it just won't work.
Reaper is playing like a man possessed right now.
Let's see if he gets SMW'd.
Oh, he does not. The low flight
if you watched Stu and Kaiko closely, you can see that both of them know that they have enough time to just release, like get rid of your P-speed, like kind of turn back,
And a jump for
kill the
Grim.
spike top, and a jump, and then keep running and get P-speed again. So you don't have to have P-speed while you kill the spike top.
Ah, interesting.
Because that timer in that section is relatively lenient. If you do everything correctly, you can just hold back a bit.
We are nearing the final stages of the round 2 here.
I'm a bit worried for the Reaper because here he struggled earlier in the previous run.
Taken 1 death so far that I've seen, and Grim is closing the distance.
But he's
Very
through.
nice. On to the boss fight.
He's really keeping it together. And yeah, it still looks very good.
Grim is not far behind, though. Every death again seems incredibly important. Too easy for the Reaper.
I think that boss fight is a nice little breather in a speedrun. Before it gets really tough.
Grim does not get SMW'd.
Yeah, maybe you could see that he kind of slowed down a little bit, just to make that a bit more consistent. By the way, I was very close to turn on ice physics in the Ultrastar level.
Oh no.
But that was just annoying even for me.
Oh, the Reaper misses the turn block grab.
Yeah, if you get the jump but not the grab, you can save it, but the other way around, you just die.
You just go. Ooh, another death off of the turn blocks. Tough stage.
Same issue again. Grim is getting closer.
Grim is closing the distance. Been watching more of the Reaper, but if Grim has taken deaths, it cannot be many, and none of them have been costly. So he is closing the distance as quick as he can. A nice little extra shuffle there to adjust by the Reaper.
Wow. Yeah, he really kept it together through that level. Once you die, it's really hard to just recover and just beat the level in a Kaizo speedrun.
Oh, he's entering Slasher's mansion. Uh-oh.
And like we said, he is very good
Incredible
at
pace.
item
The
abuse.
1840, right?
Yeah, this could maybe be a sub 21 run.
The Reaper
Which
PB
would be
again?
which would be another PB.
Could he PB twice in a race setting live event? Oh,
It looked like he actually got up hyped, like he was in a good position. By the way, I've seen like 5 strats to do that spring jump.
Oh, Grim shakes his head in frustration. Focus on the Reaper's face. You can tell he wants this. He is leaving the door open a little bit here.
This seems to be not over yet.
We do know Grim does not like these turn block jumps. But he has a chance to cut. He has a chance to move on.
Nice.
The Reaper is not having any of it. Maintains his lead.
Grim was being very careful getting into that one-tail gap before the Banzai bill.
Is that enough turn block jumps today? Oh, that P-switch activation. Swag.
I'm impressed by runners dropping the P-switch. That is, I think, more difficult than just throwing it. Also,
This is coming down to the wire.
We haven't really talked about the trick coming up on Grim's screen when he gets
Grim's
there.
confused.
So we get this spring.
Oh.
There's a pretty difficult setup coming up after that. But Reaper makes it through the last room. Yeah, that's exactly
Incredible
what I mean.
pace.
On Grim's screen, you could see he tried to get on that spring. There's a shell on the same position. You get on the spring and then you grab the shell. But you have to get on the spring that falls. It's actually very difficult. I think everybody hates that setup.
Every runner's made every trick look so easy and so consistent, but the amount of time and effort put in that unseen is pretty insane. Reaper has a chance to seal the deal and send us to round 3 since for the first time since the opening rounds. And he does.
Wow.
GG to the Reaper.
We have a third race.
Strong round 2. Is that another PB by him? Sub 22?
It is not. He PB'd earlier in the race against Stadios.
The time earlier was better? Okay.
Yeah, amazing.
Fantastic performance by both runners. Sending us to round 3 before the finale, where the winner gets their prize of facing Calco. Congratulations.
I think all runners now are in the money.
Oh, is that true? The top 3 get paid?
I think everybody
even sure.
coming
I'm
into the
sorry.
semis.
Oh, well, GG to the runners. I've just enjoyed the performances put on by the top level players today.
Yeah, even though Grim does not get the W here, it's still a great time.
Oh, absolutely. If you don't already, be sure to follow the runners, twitch.tv/thewildgrim and twitch.tv/thereaper. Fantastic Kaizo speedrunners, cool guys in their own right. Be sure to check them out and say hello. Grim finishing out a strong run. Be sub 24. I'm so sorry, Grim. That is, I'll take that one. That's my bad, everybody.
Yeah, the dummy strat for the Wendy fight is actually pretty tight. It's very easy to die there. All right,
Round 3.
This could not be more exciting.
Winner take all. No resets. Good luck to the runners. The winner moves on. The winner or the loser takes their smaller amount of money and says GG. A fantastic event this has been from beginning to end. It's been an excellent competition. Thanks again, Orca, for making. It's been a really enjoyable hack to watch be speedrun by such talented runners.
Yeah, this contest is amazing, and it's cool to see how the time went down, how close we are to sum of best right now. and how optimized this game got, and all the things we found out that I didn't know about the hack, just because people grinded it out so much. It was really fun
Stew
watching everybody
science and all
practice.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, not just Stew. Like everybody has
Absolutely.
picked up strats, come up with strats. Brought down the time. The competition is very important to just optimize a game like this.
Round 3, everybody. If you have a sweaty emote, we're getting greasy. We're getting sweaty. This is it. Winner moves on. Loser is done. There's no more rounds. There's no losers bracket. This is it. 1-1. Grim took round 1. The Reaper round 2. Round 3. We're all here to witness.
Yeah, this is the part in Over the Top where you turn the base cap backwards.
Absolutely. Ooh. Grim cuts a little early, kisses the Koopa on the face. It's never good.
Not the worst stuff.
Reaper has to be feeling good, coming back from a deficit, winning round 2, clearing round 1. I think deathless. Got to be feeling good right now.
By the way, you can jump under those spinies at the end of the level, and yeah, not surprised we haven't seen that. A very high risk.
There's no standings list required. Honestly, this is the semifinals. The winner will face Calco. This is for all the marbles here, and then the winner moves on for Calco in a best of 3. Oh, you're welcome. Time. Subtle hint that I think I still missed and yelled, I can't believe I died to the timer. What is this? Janky hack, mate.
I thought about putting an arrow there, actually.
Need the Mario Maker hurry up music so that you're well aware.
Wouldn't really have put a message box here because there's a layer 3 tight.
And vanilla-wise, that would take that away, correct?
Exactly.
Which would break the entire level.
Message box is on layer 3, so it will just replace anything else you have on layer 3.
There are 3 layers to the Mario world, to the level design? Like 4-round background and...
Objects, yes.
Okay.
And you could kind of see sprites like as the layer 4.
Is this the first of 2 or 3 waiting sections? It's always so sweaty in a speed run because you just want to go fast, waiting for that star, and you just gotta wait it out.
Also, we haven't seen that there are invisible blocks that keep you from going up and grabbing the star early.
Ah.
Does not really matter in the speedrun because you know about it, but like everybody tried to get the star early in the first playthrough.
That's just a D cheese, or
yeah, you shouldn't be able to go up there.
An auto scroller again, where the deaths feel so costly because you can't rush to make up the time.
You do not want to die at the end of this first half. This is the first part of the game that is actually very long. And I want to say the first really difficult part of the game.
Ooh, the Reaper shorts the jump a little there. Again, maybe in a bit of a hurry. Be so instinctual to try to jump early or do something a little bit quicker than you normally would, but the way the levels are designed, you just cannot. You got to do them the way they're designed, and you can get some wiggle room here and there, but you got to do the things eventually the way that they're designed, and it can catch up with you. The Grim, clean level.
Pretty strong lead now for Grim.
We've seen the Reaper enter the zone and run deathless for many levels, so again, we've seen no lead is safe from either of these players. Especially this early into the run. I'm on the edge of my seat in the finale. This is the semifinal. Again, this feels like a finale. The semifinals, round 3, the Wild Grim versus the Reaper. Winner moves on.
Reaper finally escaped the jail.
Every
Grim
level feels so close.
Grim already done with Saw.
Grim, gaming out of his mind, wants to move on. Reaper, not going to make it easy. And I cannot believe how the runners all make these levels look so easy. I played some of these and rage quit one of them, honestly. It's insane how they make this look.
Which one did you rage quit on?
With the carrot fast platform and the shell jump at the end.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not surprised. That is one of the most difficult, maybe the most difficult trick in the whole game, I want to say.
I had such a hard time, and occasionally you can be too fast there, which is so frustrating as a player.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like to change a setup like that when you can be too fast, you know? Unless it's like...
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, if you're too fast, you can always slow down, you know? And if you're not fast enough, then it's also kind of like you just be better. But, yeah, it's... it's amazing how these players, again, make this every stage look.
Grim is definitely not slowing down already in the boss fight.
He is indeed, again, wants to move on. I don't think I've seen him blink this entire time. I'll tell you, neither of these men would be somebody I would want to speedrun any game unless it's a game they've never played ever. And I've speedrun for years. And even then, I don't even know. We'd be even odds, I think. Grim leaving Desi's rooms can always be a sticky situation. Oh, that last jump there, that had to be as late as you could jump for the Reaper.
Also, that swamp jump he just executed, that is way tighter than it looks. You can't just get a swamp jump, there's spikes on the ceiling, and if you don't get that just right, then it just won't work.
Grim is gaming at the moment. You're entering some of the more difficult stages in the hack, and both players are just tearing through them with ease.
I think this was Grim's first death since level 1.
Could very well be. It's an incredible pace. But as is the nature of Kaizo, the deaths do manage to find you and stack up.
Also in Kaizo speedrunning, even when you have a run where you just don't die and you one-shot every level, it kind of makes it harder to keep your focus, and I think that's kind of what's happening here right now.
Could very well be the case. We see a bit of the death loop, the death cycle, giving the Reaper a little bit of a window of an opportunity here. He has not, the door has not been sealed shut. Grim seems to have a good shot at the end, though.
This just got way tighter.
Grim does manage to grab the checkpoint and get out of the first half. And this section that Grim is on, done properly, is really pretty to watch, really fun. The manipulation of the disco, the way the screen smashes, firing the power-up while carrying the P-switch, it's all really well done. Really, really fun to execute, really fun to watch.
The difficult part about riding Disco Shell is Mario moves a bit faster. So every once in a while you kind of have to adjust. Which you can do in like several ways. Like everybody has their own kind of way to do it.
Reaper is closing the gap in a fast hurry here, though.
Yeah, this is getting hot. And now they're almost tied.
Oh my goodness.
They are tied. Ooh.
Look at this. What is going on? Winner moves on, loser does not. What is happening?
This run will decide.
We had a commanding lead coming into the stage. Now we were nearly, identical in the screens.
This part when the layer 2 goes up and it kind of pushes you into the disco shell. And that's when you don't have to adjust. You can just hold right in that part.
Oh my god. We're both into the pipe. Wow. Grim maintaining the lead, but by just seconds.
This is a second lead. And now the game starts. Now we got the difficult levels coming up.
Now the hard levels begin. But sometimes with hard levels, your muscle memory can be sealed in even stronger than maybe an easier level. So we'll see.
Here again, a little trick of design. We have layer 3 tight and layer 1 lava. So you kind of need the layer 3 tight here to give the dolphins something to jump out of rather. But you don't want Mario to go into the tight. So I put lava there where it's not allowed.
Seen some speed strats for this that are insanely hard with the shell to do a jump to skip there, and oh my goodness, nobody went for it today, of course.
You can skip the whole back and forth part with the long jump dolphin, but that strat is insane.
it's stupid, yes.
Not even the task does it.
Wow! Look at this into the pipe together. What is going on? Look at this.
We're synced up so deep in the run. That's great.
I'm literally the not like this guy in real life right now. My hands are on my head. I'm not even kidding.
You could see different strats there, but in the end
they're still side by side no matter how they do the jumps. This is such a hard. This is the part that I rag-a-keyed on right here. My God, and Grim takes the death. Wow.
Just gets a bit of a shorter jump there. Gets a bit of a lower shell jump, and it's not enough.
Oh my God.
An orb.
An orb for the Reaper who clutches it out. My man will have to watch this back and see the replay. That is so insane.
This is luckily not the longest section in the game. It's not short, but it's not like a 50-second death.
Grim gets out immediately, basically next try. That takes incredible mental strength. Somebody that's speedrun games and has the ability to just reset. Right there is a spot where you just rage and go boom, reset. That never happened. Nobody saw that. And Grim just very next life clutches it out. This is still anybody's race.
Yeah, Reaper better not die here at the end.
Oh no.
Shut up, Orca. Oh my God.
I don't even. So it's really nice here today. The weather outside is great. I don't even want to say a player's name. Oh my goodness. We are coming into the final stages, the most difficult tricks for the semifinal. This is round 3. There is no tie. There is no get them next time. This is it. Oh, the Reaper. Oh, and Grim with the yump.
With the duck jump.
Wow.
Backwards duck jump. The most stylish of all jumps.
Takes the lead back.
Oh, wow.
Dilly dally indeed. I can't believe I'm on the edge of my seat. Oh, Grim saves the fireball last second against the Goomba. Man, I was scared there. Oh, Calco take a big death earlier there at that checkpoint. Man, that is scary. Grim entered the Cape section. Reaper not far behind though. Grim flies through the section.
On Grim screen, you can get
It's the dad, I'm
flight by having P-speed and jumping upwards into a feather. When
Grim's
you're
just
on the
hanging
way
out.
down, it does not work. So you want to time that just right.
So much goes to every movement to make it correct that you don't even realize to even how much you hold jump or don't hold jump sometimes.
And Reaper gets the spin jump.
Yeah, we got 2 yumps. Ladies and gentlemen, they're both gaming. Nobody has to reset.
Weird death there for Grim. For some reason, he didn't get the height. Wow. Again, very close.
Probably my favorite level to watch. Changing the power-ups. You don't see it very often in Kaizo. Feels like it'd be easy to cheese a stage, so it's probably hard to force and control what the player does.
It's you don't see this a lot because it's just such a pain
No
in the butt to
SMW.
create. Plus, most Kaizo creators will get rid of the status bar, and then you just can't use the item box anymore, like the reserve
you
item
can't
box.
use it at all, I understand. Reaper takes
it's
a
o-
rough death with the cape.
Yeah, this cape section is short, but it's pretty brutal. And he doesn't get to turn around. Maybe he
Yeah.
pressed X twice.
Yeah, he may have gotten a double spin there.
If you don't know how this works, you fly and you have to hold the Y button in order to keep flight. But if you tap the X button, which is the other run button, you can turn around.
It's interesting because I asked if this hack had the turnaround, and you said, yeah, some players had a problem, but it didn't seem like a big deal. And then we noticed that he had an odd cape interaction there.
Yeah, some people told me that this patch is not the best turnaround patch, but I never had any issues.
Grim, in the meantime, seems to be running through the stages. Seems to be running through the stages.
He's trying to.
Till anybody's match. Ooh, SMW'd at the worst time. Brutal. See no reaction from the Reaper, just stone-faced. Takes his next attempt. Gets right back. Oh, and gets SMW'd again.
The timing is very tricky. Also, you want to get the Fire Flower just directly after, and sometimes you just get the Fire Flower too early.
Grim entering the boss fight. Again, an incredible pace by both runners. I mean, this is... And I mean, I guess from the semifinals, you'd expect times like these, but my goodness, it's crazy to watch live 1v1 at this pace. I mean, Reaper gets the clear.
Grim Grim, out of the hardest level for me, I would say this is the hardest level in the run. But for him, it's ultra tight, and yeah, this has held him up before.
He is entering ultra tight now.
I think in
You're
the
the
previous...
Reaper. You gotta play. You gotta game. This is it. You gotta go.
Yeah.
And Grim, you can't leave the door open because the competition is, if you make a mistake, they're gonna jump on it.
Already one death.
We see the jump. Yeah, we see the turn block get Grim.
When a level like this gets in your head, it's just incredibly difficult to stay focused and not let it just throw you off with every attempt.
The inputs are so fast that you try to hit them early, and you're pressing jump before you land, or you're pressing grab before you're even on the block, and next thing you know, because you're hasty, you killed yourself, and especially in the final round, this is round 3, you gotta execute. Oh, Grim with a quick shuffle there saves himself.
Wow. So this is looking good for Grim.
Strong pace for Grim.
He held it together.
Not to be denied though, not to give up. Clutches out the boss. Still is anybody's race, and it just feels like any mistake, every death could just spell disaster for either runner.
And little jank there that I see very rarely.
The spring interaction.
The Koopa falling down straight. He's supposed to turn around, which is some weird SMW property. He walks off the layer 2 and then turns around and goes to the right.
Be a spawning issue, perhaps. The exact instance he spawned in, I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe like a slightly different movement there from Grim. I don't know why it happens. I've seen it.
Grim is not closing the door on the Reaper yet. The Reaper still has a chance.
Oh.
Just a little low on that spring jump.
Yeah, he keeps getting it too late. It's just the timing to get onto that spring is very tight. You don't want to go too low, because then you just grab it. You don't want to go too high, because then you
it's much higher
over
on
the
that
wall.
attempt, you could see.
Yeah.
When you do it right, the section, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
That's a checkpoint. Don't think this section will hold up Grim too much, considering the level that Grim has made is very, very juggle heavy, very interactive like this. So we'll see how he handles it.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I think that P-switch activation is like the second hardest part of this room. Because you have to hit the P-switch.
Can the Reaper save this? The Reaper missed the third block. He saves it. Is it the second time the Reaper saved that? It is. My goodness.
It takes so much skill.
What? A competitor to do that? I don't know if he's watching or knows that he's behind. He's got to feel that he's not playing his best in this match, and he's got to be worried to be able to focus and manage that is crazy. Grim, in the meantime, does hit the P-switch activation this time and gets in the pipe.
Grim has been pretty consistent in the Disco Shell room coming up. So this might be it, but it's not over yet.
Times both runners have posted today. You think maybe a little bit of nerves have come into round 3 for both runners.
I can't imagine the nerves.
Knowing that if you lose, you're done, and if you win, you move on. I mean, this has been insane by both players. I mean, Reaper is clutching hard here. Oh, and he
Nice,
gets the
one
P
shot.
switch. Grim in the main hand is moving forward.
Let's see if
Wow.
Reaper gets janked by the Koopa. Of course. I don't know why that happens. That is extremely weird.
Grim in the final boss fight here. Should have this. He gets it.
And he's
And that's a GG for the Wild Grim. What a fantastic round 3 from the Reaper and the Wild Grim. Both. Can we get some GGs in chat? What a race from both runners. Oh my goodness. What did we just watch?
And we'll see Grim versus Kalko in the finale.
Oh wow. What
Holy moly.
a competition. You'll be commentating that as well, Orca. That is awesome. It's so cool to hear the makers' input and influences and stuff. That's awesome, man.
This was just very, very intense to watch right here.
Yeah, what I mean, the matchups as it turned out couldn't have been any better. I mean, so many. This is the third time we've went to round 3, and so many matches were within a minute of each other. And for a hack this hard and of this length, that's pretty crazy to be that close that many times. Like, such consistency from all runners throughout the day. Reaper finishing out the run. Oh, very nicely done. GG the Reaper.
GG. Oh boy, I'm really excited for the finale right now.
And we have the finale. Thanks again, everybody, for having me. I'll be watching and grabbing some dinner. I can't wait to see the results of how this goes. Yeah, thanks again, Orca, and everybody for having me.
Yeah, thanks for commentating, P.
si la cago, ¿no? Ni una muerte no intencional hasta ahora, weón. Así que esto puede ser una muy buena run si es que. Si es que no la cago acá. Vamos, weón. Estaba nervioso, estaba súper nervioso.
Wow, what is happening? Welcome in, folks. We're here for the final race of the Kaizo Cup
Eso
2022,
fueron ni una muerte no intencional.
happening.
featuring Calco and the
Isaac
Wild
Melo.
Grim. Our two heavyweight
Lo mejor que
matchups
puedo-
for this evening.
pude haber hecho
Going for the
las
title
tres
belt.
cosas.
I am your commentator, Neptune Neon. I'll be joined in with Orca as well, the creator of Titan Mario.
Hey, welcome back.
What's up, Orca? How's it going?
I'm pumped. This
I'm
has been
pumped.
insane.
All right, I hope you're pumped, Chad. This is the dream matchup we've been wanting to see all night. Grim, Calco, these are two legendary Kaizo speedrunners. They're going at it in the finals. This is going to be one great matchup. What do you think, Orca?
It's yeah. I'm pretty speechless. Like, this has been awesome. All the races were great. And seeing the world record holder here against Grim, one of my favorite speedrunners, is just so good. So good.
The class
I
up
don't
that's
wanna-
in the making.
I don't want to count anyone out. Like, this can be anyone's race.
Oh, absolutely. This is. What do you say to the keys to winning here for each Calco and Grim? Because it seems like them two have been using different strategies throughout their whole racing tonight.
I think both just have to keep their heads down, keep doing what they were doing, because they're all doing strats that they're good with, that they feel good with. And hope for no jank.
No jank at all. SMW, please do it for us. Pull off
Yeah,
the
we've
jank.
seen some unfortunate deaths, but not with these two actually.
No, these two have been quite the people that are staying alive during these races. It's the ones that are gonna die the less, it looks like. And
For
once
sure.
again, with no disappointment, them two are synced up perfectly in this race.
That's what you want to see. Definitely in this consistency is the big factor. You even, like, no matter what strats you use, you have to be consistent.
And that feeling of confidence goes a long way to know that you can do something. Whether if you need to do the safe strat instead, you need to have that confidence to execute it. And you need to just do it once. So you do the one that you feel the most confident with.
Exactly. Grim did not have as much time to prepare as Kaiko, because he got kind of called in at the last minute.
Yeah, and he was a late addition to the tournament, but it's been great. And our first death from Grim already. Unfortunate. Calco takes the lead. I mean, already this early on in the race, I'm actually surprised to see Grim dying this early on.
Yeah, the only thing that matters is that he doesn't get like nervous because of that one death.
Yeah,
It
you
doesn't
can't-
mean that much.
Yep. Gotta have a forgetful memory there and just move on. Try not to remember. You know?
Yeah,
He's
you want
gonna
to
be-
pretend this is just an ordinary race, an ordinary speedrun,
Mm-hmm.
without the reset, of course.
Not sure if any of these racers have been checking out on the other racers to see how far they are while they're racing or whatnot. I don't know. I don't know if, as a racer myself, I probably wouldn't want to know. That would only put more pressure on me. What about you, Orca? Would you watch the other racer that you're racing against?
I used to run a race in Romic races back in the days.
Yeah.
And I never watched the race. I never wanted to know where I am.
I was
That's-
always
that's
nervous
different.
to know. Yeah.
That's different because those levels are not seen before. While this is a speedrun you're familiar with.
Right, exactly. Sometimes
So
maybe even knowing, like, let's say, you know, someone does die and you now know you're a little bit ahead, or you are behind and the person that's ahead of you died, you can actually maybe look at that and say, that's giving me more invigoration to keep moving on. Maybe that pumps you up just a little bit more to play better.
Or can give you an incentive to go for speed strats if you're behind. Maybe go for a safe strat if you're ahead.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it could be decisive in the kind of outcomes you choose.
We've seen a lot of runners stick to their strats even if they're a bit risky.
Right.
And it's what you like to see. Like, nobody's really holding back.
It's a we're making this a coveted trophy to get, and nobody wants to leave home without it.
Exactly.
Leave to go home without it. Falco coming out of the icy patch level here, clean as a whistle. Wonky going into Saw, looking like everything is a well-oiled machine.
This is definitely a section here on Grimm's side where you can struggle.
Oh, he misses the Kup. Oh no, another death
Yeah.
for Grimm. That's gonna set him back a little bit further.
It's pretty hard to eat that Koopa, so
That is
actually
really
can happen.
hard. I struggle with that a lot. Just trying to get Yoshi even to turn back a little bit and not lose his momentum so much, because you do still need that forward momentum.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's very difficult. Cool, calm and collected. Calco still racing on too. Getting to the end here at the Saw level.
Seems like he's one level ahead now.
Almost a full entire length level ahead. I think Calco's still on his deathless run.
Still is.
God, wouldn't that be amazing for a final matchup to have a deathless run? Maybe not even world record, but just a deathless run. What a feat that would be.
Yeah, both runners, please.
Both of them, yes.
Now or never.
Come down to the wire. I've seen a lot of close matchups tonight, though. So I mean, you never know. We could get something. We can get. Hopefully, these people can get into within like 5 seconds of each other. I would love to see that at the end. And I think them two can, because they're both way capable of staying on.
Totally.
Yeah, they're just.
Especially Ikalko, like I've seen him do a lot of live runs, and he just keeps it together, like no matter the situation.
Very,
very impressive.
Both of these speedrunners have what they're both in common with is just staying calm under the pressure, which is one. I know I can see that because I know I can't do that. I fold so bad, and I just don't know how Grimm and Calco and just other speedrunners like that, they can stay so calm and they don't get emotional. They don't yell. I want to throw the controller the first time I die and all that, and I can't do this.
And Kalko beat the boss.
Very nice. GG
Wow.
to Calco. Still going on strong. Grimm holding up there. He's getting back. He's shortening that gap that he has between Calco right now. He's starting to gain some time back. While Calco waits through this vanilla SMW castle destruction scene. Which I love. He paints it away.
I think this is the longest of the cutscenes, of the post-castle cutscenes.
It would only be so perfect.
Yeah, a little handbrake.
All right, Grimm entering the boss room now for the 5-room castle. Also taking the intentional death there to reset the RNG for this.
Yeah, Grimm is about a minute behind.
And that's completely in the race still, folks. That is nowhere near you can call him out yet.
Yeah, Kalko is in the tricky disco shell level. Getting on the disco shell wrong at any point can just kill you.
Yeah.
Seems like he saved the tier though.
Oh, absolutely. One wrong hit on the wrong side of the shell it can mess you up and your whole all your motor your muscle memory can be messed up, and you could die, or you could actually save it off. Maybe these players are capable enough to do that too. They could save even the worst of situations.
Everybody who plays Kaizo knows how hard it is to correct yourself on a disco shell once you got the wrong side.
Once you've
It's just hard to get it going again.
Oh yeah. Once you got a good rhythm going and you know your sweet spot, you can ride that thing all the way through and not have a hiccup. But yeah, one wrong move. That's why these disco shells are so tricky sometimes in Kaizo.
Oh, still deathless.
Still deathless.
Holy moly.
Folks, we still have a deathless run here from Calco. 9.5 minutes in, on to World 2, and he's still deathless, might I remind you. Grim not far behind either. He is right on the heels of Calco, making sure he doesn't forget Grim.
Yeah, Grim is on one of the best paces he had so far today.
A very good pace. Oh, don't jinx it. Well, it might be a good idea. We might not want to. But Calco's not listening to us. I think we're good. Plus, I think Papa Nug had a lot to do with that commentator curse. But I digress. Papa Nug. Shout out to all the commentators today. They did a wonderful job.
Yeah, I also want to thank Shelbert for organizing and the whole SpeedGaming and everybody else who was involved.
Yeah,
and,
Shelbert.
Thanks for picking this game. Like, the times wouldn't be where they are without this tournament.
Absolutely. Shout out to the Bonsai Beer and Royalty for helping us behind the scenes and making this happen today. And thank you guys, chat. Thank you for tuning in and watching. We still got a whole more. We still got 3 races at the most to watch left. So we'll see.
And
Championship indeed.
This is really exciting to watch. Grim is just right behind, just a death there.
An unfortunate death there. Still hanging on strong though. I mean, this is not. That's really the first. That's another really small amount of deaths he had so far in the run, I would say. Yeah, he's still on one of the best paces as he had today.
It's just hard to keep up when your opponent goes just ham and doesn't die.
Yeah, when you're going against someone that's up to doing perfection almost, it's one mistake and that's it. You're not even allowed one mistake. And still, with the yump.
He's been yumping almost every time today. I haven't kept up, but I think all yumps.
He's got all yumps. He's all of his runs today are validated. No more resets for him. I can't believe how well he's doing right now. I mean, this is 12.5 minutes of like hard concentration and focus to make sure that you do not miss up once.
Still plenty of opportunity to mess up though, especially in this level. Like everything is kind of tricky. Plus, it's a pretty long section, so like a lot can go wrong here. Like that.
Oh, there it is. Oh no. Well,
I think he tried to shoot the third fireball too early.
Yeah,
and it just didn't happen.
A little bit too early, which is definitely going to kill you there. So unfortunately for Calco, that doesn't seem too bad of a loss for him though. Just lost the deathless factor. That's it. And Grim getting the orb, and Aaron Fleet. Well done.
Oh, second death. Yeah, like I said, this is not the hardest level in the run, but it's very easy to die here. It's very easy to make a mistake.
And we all know too well how easy death loops can happen in Kaizo.
Oh, Kalko gets through it. Gets both fireballs in.
Nice. And he gets the Yoshi and the checkpoint. Grim taking on Dilly Dally right now. Still on his first attempt in this level. No death yet.
And gets the perfect speed.
And he's in there.
That ending is tricky. You don't want to go too fast. You don't want to go too slow either. It's just something you have to learn.
It's a tight little window to make it in there. You're right. Yeah. You need to be just at the right time to make sure that block doesn't disappear on you. It took me a while. I when I played that level for the first time, when I read that message box, it took me a while to be like, what is he talking about? And then when it got to the end, like an hour and a half later after playing the level, I'm like, oh, I remember now.
Yeah, that has kind of happened to almost everyone. If you don't know what we're talking about, that block will disappear if you're just a bit too slow. Because of some SMW property. Actually, don't really know what happens there.
We'll just say it's just dark magic.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it disappears on you, you're too slow, Orca says. And that's right.
It's a bit closer now. Grim has kind of closed the gap a little bit. Yeah.
Now that the Deathless run is over for Calco, though, yeah, Grim has definitely closed this gap here. He's now into the second section, the Cape Flying section. Calco immediately starting up in the House of Bloodlust. Where did the name Bloodlust come from? Did you mention this before earlier today? I think.
This level is inspired by one of the Hacker Streams levels, old school, by Anonymous Bloodlust.
Anonymous Bloodlust. Oh, okay.
He is working on Hacker Streams since like what, 2012, 2013.
Hacker's Dreams. That's the really tough. Those are really tough hacks, right? I mean, those
exactly.
are.
Yeah.
Oh man, I've heard of them.
I think everybody knows Hacker Stream's Pipe Dream, which is the Cape level.
Yes, that's I think I've seen Third Wall maybe attempt that level or time or two, but
I think he played it several times even. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is heavily inspired. Especially this boss fight you see Kalko in, with turn blocks on layer 2, which I only saw on that level ever, really.
That's a cool. This is a very unique boss fight. I like the idea of it, and having to utilize every brick. I did see one player today. I forgot who it was, but on their run, they were able to do it with the one block still remaining.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
But there's still not that much leeway in it. You can only either get with one block left or get them all, you know?
Yeah, in the end, what mattered to me is that when you hold jump, it will just like work either way.
Mm-hmm.
Kalko definitely could still get a sub 20.
Sub 20 still possible, you say?
I think so. Like if he clutches out this ending and doesn't die in the last level, then yeah.
Oh no! There we go.
Well,
Now we gotta talk about the commentator's curse. That was poor timing, but you know what? Calco's fine. He's gonna get through this. Oh. Well, nope. Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna be quiet about this right now.
Yeah, Kalko is leaving the door open like a little bit,
making the race interesting. He's keeping us on our edge of the seats. So I mean, this is a tough level. This is the level I'm actually left off at in my first playthrough of the hack. So I can't wait to get started on this. But oh man, this is a tough level.
This level is pretty difficult. It's very tight. It's kind of an Ultra Star / cave level. And I put in 2 grab blocks just to make it extra difficult.
Yeah, the grab block part is seems to be some of the racers' least favorite part of the level.
I can totally understand, especially in speedruns, because nobody's 100% consistent with those.
Oh yeah, they're very tough. All right, he gets through the level clean with Grim still right up. Oh,
The
no.
bucket, no.
He goes
that is
through
so
the bucket.
painful.
That's like dying to a 2 bucket. That's terrible and unfortunate for Grim.
I
He
don't
was
think
just catching up.
It's not like he got the jump like badly. He was there and he should have gotten it. That was definitely like a 2 bucket, yeah.
It's one of those unlucky situations. Like, why get SNW again? But yeah, very unfortunate. But he stayed strong and resilient, got through the level now with no problem. And he's going to enter the final level with Calco still in it as well. So we still have a close race here. What can happen with Calco here in the final room now that he's going into it?
Yeah, Grim is definitely not making it easy.
All right, final room for Calco here. Oh, not going to be a perfect final room. This is Grim's chance to make a comeback here, close that gap even shorter. No mistakes from Grim.
Oh, it's getting interesting.
Here we go, everybody. Calco making it interesting. Grim in his natural habitat here with the shell level. Oh, but he takes an unfortunate death right there.
That part is tricky. That part is tricky, very tricky. One item you have to throw up, the other item you have to throw forward. It's tight. It's very hard.
Not what he needed right there, but he gets by it anyway. Good job. Back into the third room. Calco just now getting out of the third room and into the boss fight.
This is a race. Holy moly.
We got a good one cooking up here at the first one. Taking the intentional death as usual. Oh! An uncharacteristic second death there.
These first couple of jumps in the boss fight autoscroller are actually not easy. These runners make him look easy, but they're pretty tight. From now on, he knows exactly what to do, where to go, so this should be the end.
At this point, Calco should have it clocked in now. One more hit to seal the win for the first game.
Both runners in the boss fight,
Oh
though.
my goodness! Calco!
Holy moly.
This is Grim's chance. He just took the lead.
Grim, do it.
Grim,
I'm not
no
rooting for anyone,
mistakes
but
here.
come on, do it. Do it.
Oh my god, the last jump and Calco misses the cliff. Here's Grim's chance right here.
He just needs to get the speed strat.
One more hit. Do it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we've got it. Grim. What an amazing finish.
The comeback. What a comeback.
Oh, Calco. Cannot believe it. The Wild Grim takes first in the first race of 3 here tonight. Oh my goodness.
I did not see that coming.
I am shocked. What can I say? What?
Wow.
Absolutely amazing. I mean, I told you right there, this was Grim's chance to come back. He was closing that gap ever since the penultimate level, and then Calco he couldn't finish out in the final room. He was dying too much.
Yeah, Grim's late game was really, really consistent, really good. And yeah, Calco gave him the chance, and Grim didn't say no.
Just missed the final platform by what? Maybe a pixel or two. Calco would have had that win right there, but Grim capitalizes on his mistake and takes game 1 of the best series of 3. Oh, this is riveting. Now we got ourselves a matchup because Calco, he doesn't like to lose. He's gonna be hungry for the second game.
Yeah, we have a race, and it's very hot.
This is Calco's game to lose now. Grim just sitting in the driver's seat. He's got everything going for him. Just no mistakes. Oh, this is exciting. I hope we see a third game as well, because this, I want to see another ending like that. Changing it up on us. Now, see, that's a Kaizo race.
Ooh, my hands actually got sweaty just watching that.
I'm getting the shakes as well. I feel the nervousness all the way from my end, and I can't speedrun like that. That's unheard of. These guys still, you see them. You look at Calco, you look at Grim, stone cold, like nothing's going on.
Yeah,
And
these guys are cold as ice.
Yeah, and they have no idea. They realize that they were just in the wildest ending that we saw, and I'm like, wow. And they're just stone cold face, just going through, waiting for the next game. I can't wait to see this.
Yeah, seems like we are ready for round 2.
Round 2 is just gonna be as hot as the first one. Let's see who comes out on top on this round. It's Grim with 1 game advantage to Calco.
I personally, I'm not rooting for anyone, but I love a good underdog story, and this is looking pretty hot for Grim.
He's in a very good spot right now. Yes, he is. He's got the 1 win already. All he needs is 1 more. Calco does need to get 2, so he's gonna have to not only just win this one, but take the next one as well. So Calco really is on the highest pressure here. He's on the hottest seat. No more mistakes. He can't afford them.
Let's see if we see another clean level 1 like earlier.
Very
Perfect
in
sync.
sync level 1. Yeah, perfect sync.
This is awesome.
It's like watching 2 streams at once.
All right.
All right, and that's the first level done, and both of them are still neck and neck with each other. Close race. Not expecting to see any deaths early on, although we had an early one in the first game from Grim in the first level. Looks like he's getting past this now.
In the end, though, it's very important that you're consistent with the late game. Here we see.
Oh, did you see that save from Grim there? Using the platforms of the Muncher.
Both with the 1 cycle.
Very nice.
I expected Grim to pull ahead here a little bit, because he does the 1 cycle while Calco earlier decided to wait. But he knows it's the finale. It's now or never.
Finale, this is it. Oh, and there's the first death from Calco.
And Grim.
Grim also. Oh, well, very fitting for them two to have their first death in this level. Here we go. They're not holding back now. Now each player knows it. They both die. They both know that, you know, they both have a feeling that they might be behind. And this is when the pressure is mounting even more.
Unfortunately, Grim gets hammered.
We may see something magical or something very tragic, because these guys are either gonna pull out a wonderful win or just keep making mistakes. But these guys, like we've been saying the whole time, they just stay calm under pressure. They're no phase. Nothing phases them. So no faith. I have absolute faith. They're not going to get rattled under pressure.
Also, especially in this game, like any level can get you, as we've seen earlier. Like Calco is very consistent at the last level, and still, like Grim managed to pull ahead because he was just like a bit faster. Less mistakes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, you see here in the last room where Calco just got the orb. It's a Buzzy Beetle, like I said earlier, and the funny thing about Buzzy Beetles is they don't have to be active in order to open a turn block, so you can just drop them against the turn block instead of kicking them.
Oh, interesting. That's
In normal,
did
this
not
would
know
not
that.
work with a normal Koopa shell. Because they have to be active, as in you have to kick them to hit a turn block and open it.
And here I thought you were just trying to make fun of the Mario Maker shell levels that they were making, because they always make them with the Buzzy Beetles, but that's actually pretty cool. I didn't know that about that.
We don't have enough shell levels with Buzzy Beetles. I like Buzzy
Right.
Beetles.
Or Buzzy Beetles that fly. All right, on to the third level here. Calco gets in smoothly into the checkpoint.
Let's see how Grim does now. He had trouble here earlier, but gets through. Very nice.
Grim's keeping the pressure up, making sure that he stays right on time. You never know. Like one mistake again, and the lead can change. They're not too far behind.
Also Grim.
And he keeps the Yoshi too.
You love to see it.
Now we're on to the saw level here is very, very precise. Especially this part under where Calco's going with going underneath all those blocks there. That's a very, very tough part to do.
That part inspired by Casio, by the way.
By Casio, that's right. It has a little bit familiar feelings to Casio, but the bubble level, right?
Exactly. This is heavily inspired by the bubble level.
Yeah.
Wyatt, the creator of Casio, by the way, one of the playtesters, who gave me a lot of great input for this game. So yeah, shoutouts to Wyatt.
Calco in there for the score, gets the exit.
Also Grim survives the saws and is probably gonna make it. Yeah.
And now we're on to our 5-room castle, Desi's room. That's what we're going to see here. Now, as we all know with 5-room castles, there are no checkpoints, so any death here is one of the most costliest because it sends you right back to the beginning and do all the 5 rooms over again. So let's see if any one of them will fold under the pressure.
I think we saw one death in the last room earlier. And you could just see how painful that is, how much time you lose.
Especially, and knowing that you have to go through all those rooms again, it's daunting. Calco staying cool, moving on to the final room. Both opted not to do the winged block skip. Very interesting.
Good choice, IMO. You don't want to mess up that trick. Like even a death in room 3 is super costly.
How precise is the winged block skip? How hard is that jump?
Not only do you have to get a jump off like the left edge of the block, because otherwise you will hit the spike. Also, like you have to time it so that the wing block is at like the high point of the up and down movement, and you have to build up enough momentum and like run like 1-2 steps on the wing block. It's really just difficult.
Yeah, amazing how they could even pull it off. But yeah, Calco with their getting out of the boss room here. GG's to Grim and Calco both getting out. Not too far behind. We have a really close race here.
Again, yeah, Grim kind of like, I'm really impressed by just how he improved over the course of the tournament. Just awesome gaming.
Yeah, for being the late addition, for doing this so quickly and only having such a short time to prepare for this. Like, he's made it all the way to the finals. That just goes to show you. I mean, this is a lot about practice, but it also a lot about the talent and the skill that all these players today that you've seen that they just have. They're great with it. They're able to come in at a moment's notice and say, "Hey, I can make it to the finals of a Kaizo Cup." And that's exactly what Grim did.
And then we won up against the world record holder.
Against the world record holder. I mean, how much more storybook can you get with this? With trying to take down Calco, who is a known legendary SMW speedrunner. Get to take him down 2-0 in the final. Short notice. It's all in Grim's hands here.
We see like a unfortunate death on Grim's side. Both the disco shells collided because he made like one small mistake, and that's all it takes. Not too costly, so he just should stay calm and get the time back later somewhere.
As Grim is staying surviving there.
Yeah, as I said earlier, you don't have to be fast here at the ending. You have to wait anyway.
Very good moves by Grim there, not taking the death and actually surviving. Very good. He's moving on to the second half. With Calco inching here closely to the exit, he's going to be moving on. Watch out for those munchers. Oh, nope. It says gotcha. Don't watch out. Those are fake munchers. Those are fake.
Calco just can't die.
Now,
And
my
again,
first play.
Wow, Calco again. Sorry, a sub 10 into the first level of World 2. That's incredible.
Yeah. 10 minutes in, all the way on to World 2. And Grim's gonna go, looks like he's coming out of this level now.
Not too far behind. Oh, Calco
Oh.
pushes the Cooper into the wrong direction.
Oh no. Oh, that's a big setback. That's a lot of time lost there. Oh, now now Grim is
Oh.
caught up. They're neck and neck now.
And we have a race once again.
Could we possibly get synced up here? Maybe. Calco opting the safe strat there, taking the one cycle. Did Grim just go beat the cycle there? I didn't see that. They're right next to each other. I can't keep my eyes on both.
They're neck and neck.
Oh, Grim bites the bullet right there. Or the Muncher, perhaps. Oh no, but Calco is going to take one too.
If you die anywhere in the run, then here, this level is really brutal.
Grim also having a little trouble here. Both racers having some trouble here in this level. Very technical level here. Very, very precise platforming here at the end that Calco's doing. Oh! Wow, what a
Calco.
close... That looked like he wasn't going to make that. I thought he was dead. No, but he somehow made it onto the ledge and gets the orb.
Orb.
Amazing.
This is intense. Yeah.
Grim still working on the second half here. Now, I wanted to ask you, Orca, since I know a lot of us are familiar with these brown moving blocks from Invictus when in the first level when Juz had them move down like that. You have them moving down in a diagonal, in a different diagonal slant, and even in one instance where it's going like across the whole screen. How did you make it to do that?
This is a very weird property of the eating block. The eating block eats like a horizontal wall into a vertical wall, and if that vertical wall is only one tile wide, it will go diagonally down slow. If that wall is more than one tile, it will go horizontally super fast.
So it's based on the height of a vertical wall that it eats into, right? As the ending.
Yeah, look at Grim's screen. Do you see these brown blocks, the two brown blocks?
Yes.
Eating block goes there and goes down diagonally slow because the wall is just one tile. It's super weird. I figured it out making this level, and it's just something that happens.
Wow. Yeah,
SMW is weird.
I heard about how Just got it to do it like at Invictus, but I never saw it do it move in the motion that you have it in this level. So I thought that was very interesting. I can't believe you can actually even detail it down that much.
In the the last part where the block stops, that happens because you spawn another eating block. And if you do that at the right time, then the old eating block just stops moving. Actually, Kaigem has used that as well in Rock'n'Roll Mario 2.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, which I just got my ass kicked by.
Oh,
week.
yeah.
Excuse me, my butt.
We only say butts here, right? Yeah. We got the butts kicked. But hey, that's a tough hack, too. A rock and roll show set 2. Shout outs to Kaigem. That is a really, really tough hack.
Very creative, brutal, though.
Very brutal.
Yeah. Good hack. Oh, Grim too early.
Both of them have been taking deaths in this level here.
That shows that they're not holding back. That shows that they're saving even small amounts of time whenever possible.
Yeah, they're going to take off wherever they can find it, I guess. I mean, it's do or die. This is the finals. And especially for Calco, this is especially do or die for him.
Yeah, Calco needs to win this, otherwise Grim takes the W.
Grim takes home the whole thing. But no way is this race anywhere close yet to finishing. These guys are right on each other's heels. Grim creeping up. One mistake by Calco, and the lead can change like that. On to the final section. Calco is for this final Cape and Fire Flowers level. You can feel the jitter those two have. They're hiding it so well, but you could sense it almost that they're thinking about it. This is the finals.
Yeah. Both runners know it's on. And again, very close. What is Calco doing? Holy moly. Yeah, he's nervous.
Yeah, he didn't actually cleanly get in there with his slide, but Grim does right at the end and comes right into the exit, keeping this race within at least 5 seconds. They're right on each other right here.
Calco taking a deep breath there. He knows that these last 3 exits, that's where he can lose just a ton of time.
And the toughest part of the hack here.
Yeah, and in the run for sure too. It's very close at the end, and yeah, every death here is long.
Especially the longer you get in, the more time it's going to take if you die. So the pressure mounts.
Yeah. Also now there's no time to breathe anymore. Like this level, you are from start to finish. Just everything is tight, difficult, and so as well in the next 2 exits.
There's not a lot of leeway room for this level. You gotta hit. There's sections you gotta hit every block, and then there's sections where you don't want to. You gotta cut the corner just to make that jump. So very tough level.
Both one-shotted and both get in the boss fight. Wow. Looks like maybe 22-minute pace, maybe sub 22-minute pace.
22-minute pace here we got.
Basically like the previous run.
And here's Grim closing up the boss fight. GG. Both racers entering in the last 2 levels here. Ultra tight.
Somebody's asking if I would change anything about the hack now that it's been out for so long. No.
Once it's out there, it's out there. We made your changes. It's a game now, right?
Yeah, it is what it is, and I'm pretty happy with the hack. And it's more than I wanted it to be after all, I think. During the creation process, it kind of got more and more meaningful, and now I'm really happy with the outcome, with how people react to it. You know, people are speedrunning it.
It's been received very well. I've seen a lot of people, not just today's racers, but so many others speedrun this hack too. GG's for Calco for clearing Ultra Tight, but Grim looks like he's having a problem in this level. The gap is now widening.
Yeah, this looks like a repeat of the previous run. Let's see if Kaiko can just keep it cool and
see if he can hold this lead now. Remember, folks, he had the lead in game 1. He was going into the boss fight to win it, only to lose it on the last jump. But Grim here is still on the previous level. Calco's got a gap widening a little bit more the longer he goes in. So I don't know. We'll see. I think Calco's going to keep himself very, very cool into this level. He knows what he did last game. He's not going to let himself do it again.
Oh yeah, one thing I would change is in 2 transition rooms, I didn't turn off vertical scroll, so you can actually scroll up the screen. And it looks a bit weird.
The vertical scrolling, yeah.
Yeah, it's just part of the hack now. That's fine.
Grim's still stuck on Ultra Tight here. Struggling a bit here after this grab block part.
Yeah, this level has been Grim's nemesis today.
It's not been kind to him today, no. But we all know he told us that this is not his favorite thing to do.
And it looks like we are getting a third race. And also, it seems like Calco can improve on the time he had earlier.
Yeah, Calco's
doesn't die again.
Entering the final boss room under 21 minutes.
Yeah, don't forget it's the finale. 2 runs this close, back to back is just great. That's just really good.
But Calco's going to take this one down to a game 3, it looks like.
Like, even if he would die again, which is not happening. Yeah,
he's got the gap is much bigger than it was in the first game, where Grim basically was entering the boss room as soon as he died like that. So, GG's to Calco. Calco takes game 2,
GG,
forcing into an epic, classic winner take all game 3. No more. The only rule here is just to win, baby. That's it. Take home the cash prize too, and all the glory you get for winning the tournament, being a titan of a Kaizo player as well.
Yeah. This is extremely exciting right now. There's no way to tell who wins the next race.
I'm so surprised that we've got Calco and Dualgrim both in game 3. This couldn't have played out any better.
Exactly.
Yes, indeed, there is a cash prize in this. The top 4 racers are all going to get paid out, but it's obviously the number 1 that is going to get the most. Not sure exactly what the payouts are, but the cash prize is very lucrative.
I think first place gets like at least 200 euros, maybe more. I don't know. The cash prize, the cash pool has increased since I checked last time.
Yeah, thanks to our generous donators for the Kaizo Cup. I know Super Ben was one of them, so we thank you guys. All right, chat, are you guys ready for this? This is game 3. This is the 3rd race. This is the final Titan Mario race of the cup. We've got Dualgrim, we've got Calco, both with a win here in the finals. It's winner take all, baby, and it's do or die. You either go home or you go big.
Also now, for both runners, it's not about the money. I think this got personal pretty quickly.
It's got personal. Calco taking off the sweatshirt, looks like, yeah, he's getting pumped. The Grim is ready. The Grim is ready. Both of them, once again, staying cool and calm. as they're going into probably the most hype moment of the tournament, and they're just cool as can be.
This is it, last race.
And we're off. So this is it. Winner takes it all. Can't leave anything behind. If there was any strats that you haven't done yet today that you wanted to stay safe with, take it now. Or face the consequences. But I guess most strats are judged by circumstances that you're into. So if you have like we've been saying earlier, if you have a comfortable lead, of course want to try to keep it safe. But
I
it's
think
certainly
it's about
fun.
not dying. It's about not dying and just keeping it together.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
I would
certainly-
be surprised if we see like a sub 19 run again. Everybody's nervous now.
Everybody's on edge and making sure they don't want to make a mistake, which sometimes makes it easier to even make a mistake again when you're trying so hard not to. And Cal goes out of the first level first.
Yeah, Grim had a very short death. Not too bad.
Not too costly for Grim there, but he did get one death. He's on to the next level as well.
Oh, also Kalko adjusted his strat.
I saw that adjustment earlier too. It's
He did not do that earlier.
I saw Grim do that actually too. He did something like that, but it looks like they both saved it in the end. Now both races onto the second part of the level. This, in my mind, I think is the hardest section in the whole entire level. I think I had the most trouble with this one. It's the part with Yoshi trying to eat the berry. It's a pretty tough one because you also have to make sure you have to press Y again to make him want to eat.
Yeah, also that ceiling is pretty low. Like, it's a very tight control jump, and you have to eat the berry. At first it's pretty difficult. While this third part is not too bad. Even though, we see Grim die there. But again, short death.
Yeah, that's right. I did not like the cape. I'm not a fan of cape tech. I really am bad at it, so I'm just biased against cape. But I gotta say, though, I mean, once I finally got to beat the level, of course I'm gonna feel good about it.
Cape is something... the better you are at it, the more you like it. That's at least my experience.
That's what I feel with shells. Because as soon as I got better with shells, I ultimately like shells a lot more. I guess because I feel a lot more confident doing shells. But cape was just one thing I never got the confidence for, I guess. Oh, Calco takes a death there to the bullet bill.
That happens, yeah. It's very easy to go too early or too late because of these ice physics. It's just something you have to anticipate.
Very costly mistake there. Both runners are now neck and neck. Calco
Also, that spring part, getting that spring onto that little platform is actually... I intend the player to drop the spring, but you can get it with a really tight throw. It's actually difficult.
Oh, the intention was actually to drop the spring. Oh, wow. Yeah, I think I had always been just throwing it against the wall.
Mm.
All right, both enter the second part. Same time. Here we go. Getting the flying Koopa. Nice. Cal goes in there with Yoshi, as well with Grim. A little show off there with some Yoshi Yoshi down tapping. That's always fun. Thank you, Kalko.
That's why you keep Yoshi.
That's why you keep the Yoshi.
Here the difficult Fire Flower get and deboost. This is the hardest part of the first half.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Nice little ambiance. I've always liked the song choice you had for this level. I always liked it.
Yeah, there's a lot of Secret of Mana music in this game. And 2 one-shots.
Nice. Both of them one shot to the end here. It's still anybody's race here.
You can see, this is the first time I see both like a bit nervous in the face cam.
A little bit shaky, you can see. Both of them know that this is it.
I would be nervous too.
Oh, I would have lost my cool way early in the race. I'm not cut out for that. I don't know how these two do it, but they're doing it.
Yeah, these two are really good gamers, and they just have a lot of experience. So even under pressure, they can just deliver.
And Kalko playing it safe, opting not to do the block skip. Same with Grim. He's gonna take it easy there.
We talked a lot about the speed strat in room 3 and how nobody does it, but even the intended strat is just difficult.
Oh, Grim taking an unfortunate death there. Oh, sets him all the way back to room 1.
Room 4 death is... Oof.
Kalko now with a sizable lead going into the end of the 5th room here. You hate to see a race like this kind of break up. Kalko taking the intentional death there.
But still, all it takes is one long death, and we're back neck and neck.
That is right. We're only one mistake from Kalko. I mean, yeah, leads can change so quickly. These Kaizo levels are tough.
I don't think Kalko has had a single death in this level, except maybe for in the boss fight once.
You mean across the whole tournament today?
In this, yeah.
Oh, that would be amazing. I mean, Kalko was so close to having almost a deathless run too. So I mean, he's killing it right now.
I think this 5-room castle is just really classic, old school Kaizo, and Kalko's just the best at it.
Yeah, and you know, each room is just perfect length. It's not too short, not too long. Yeah, very fun. I enjoyed it a lot. I'm a big fan of all the vanilla stuff. So, Orca, if you have anything else in the pipeline that you're working on, please let us know, and let us know that it's more vanilla stuff.
So there's 2 collabs that are still pretty early in the making that I'm involved in. Next week, actually, I have a race level for Romic Races coming up.
Oh,
which I didn't plan. I put my name down like ages ago.
Well, that's awesome. Orca's got a race level coming up this next weekend.
Next weekend, yeah. And the only other thing I'm really working on is another hard shell level.
Oh, I love it. I love to hear that. I would love it. Yeah, shells are my thing. So.
And do you have any new hacks planned?
I do. I've actually just started working on the sequel to Crossfire this past 2 weeks. I just opened up. I just got done the first level actually.
Second hack of any creator is always. I always like to see that because you can always see how people learn from the first hack. You know, because you kind of have to go through that.
Yeah. Taking notes and making sure that you don't. You know, I try not to make the same mistakes, but you know, we're creators. We do what we do, right? We just
Crossfire had very creative stuff going on.
Yeah. I'm excited to get back into the creative process. I've been out of it for a year, but Man, working on the first hack it burnt me out, so I'm glad to be back though.
Yeah, I can imagine.
A lot of fun.
Yeah.
Calco working on the World 2 now. He's into Aaron Fleet.
Again, sub 10 into this level.
Sub 10 minutes. Another amazing pace. Here we go for game 3. Takes the early cycle on the Dolphin. This time gets the Koopa in the right direction. Makes the shell jump, and in the pipe he goes to the second half. Grim still working on the second half of... Oh god, I forgot the level of the name again. What the heck? Help me out, Horka. Help me out. Recycle. There we go. Thank you, Horka.
Grim has been out of that level also super consistently. It's always been like around this time. So yeah, really good performance like from both. And all.
Yeah. Definitely championship performances by both.
Now we have Calco and Elite here. We'll see how he keeps it together. And like Grim can still come back. This is not the biggest
Yeah.
lead.
He's not too far behind from Calco. He can cut that he can cut that gap down a lot more. And then yeah, like I said, all it takes is just one death in the wrong spot. You don't want to take a death where it takes 35 seconds rather than one that just takes 5 seconds. Can he keep the block going? Yes, he does. And he's in there.
You can see that the block always stops like at a slightly different position depending on how you spawn the next block.
It does.
And so you have to react like a little bit. You know?
Yeah. It's almost like a very quick quick read you have to make. Even though you know it's gonna stop, it's not always gonna stop in the same spot.
Also Yump. Nice.
Got the Yump as always. Did he miss one yet today?
I would be surprised if he ever misses one.
I don't think he did. Oh, Grim missing the last jump in the level.
Again.
Sets him back all the way to the checkpoint. It's a lot of time he's gonna have to eat up there.
But also Calco again, slight problems in the power-up level.
You can tell both of them are feeling the heat.
And now he got it. Orb.
And Calco gets the fireballs off right and on to the next part too as well. Race is still pretty close.
Come on, Grim.
Grim's got a lot of work to do, but he can definitely make this up. Definitely one of the hardest parts of that of Dilly Dally right there, I think, is trying to stay on those fuzzies.
Yeah, everything is just super tight, and you cannot really bounce high, which would make it easier.
Yeah.
So you need precision.
You need to, you need to at least press jump a little bit and not too much to, send you right into the ceiling munchers.
But also Grim, deathless through Dilly Dally. And with Yump, of course.
And he gets the ducking Yump.
Nice.
Way to go, Grim.
This time Calco does not struggle in the third section here.
Oh, but he doesn't get in
fine.
cleanly there, but he does. It's all fine anyway. He got the exit.
Yeah, he does everything before just perfectly, so he can lose like a second or two. And still have enough time left.
Calco with a pretty sizable lead here, but it is diminishing. Grim's still coming back. Not making any mistakes. That's the key for Grim. He can't make any more mistakes.
Yeah, neither can Kaiko. This could change any second. Like if Kaiko takes the death at the end here, he will lose a lot of time and it could get close. But he doesn't.
And he makes it through deathless. On to the boss fight.
Kaiko definitely should not feel safe. Like you can loop and die a lot in anything coming up now.
In what Kaiko has left in the race, what part do you think if he were to struggle with, what do you think it is?
Well, today the only place where we really saw struggle is the final level. The
Final
spring
level.
part, the shell part, both tough.
Yeah, he's done that in multiple races today. He's kind of died there at the end, especially now that we've seen it in game one when Grim took the lead and won game one there.
Also here, like we said earlier, nobody is 100% consistent with grab jumps.
That's right. Yeah, this level has been brutal on all the racers today. Kaiko seems to be getting through fine. Oh, misses the falling carrot top platform.
It was not a grab jump, but it was the timing.
Very tough thing to time there. Not too big of a setback though for Kaiko. He still has a pretty good lead on Grim. But
yeah, this level is not super long, luckily. Whoa, okay, that was very close.
Yeah, that Sparky was oh
Ooh,
no!
It's getting close.
Ooh, another death by Kaiko.
So Grim, the boss fight plus fade out, maybe like 20, 30-ish seconds.
20, 30 seconds, yeah, seconds. I mean,
yeah, those can go by very fast.
Oh wait, never mind. I just saw him yeet the block. He didn't need it.
Yeah, only Stu keeps the block, and he's out.
Stu does have a strat where he can keep the block and he can skip having to do that grab block. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, Kaiko's out of this level, of course. Very very clean, and only the difference is ultra tight.
Just that one level. Kaiko
So
moving into the final level here.
Kaiko can look at a sub 21 here if he stays clean.
You think Grim can make it to the final level without dying here?
I hope he does. I want to see a close finish.
I think Grim might know that he's a little bit behind, so he's going to make sure that he does not make any mistakes here.
Come on, it's the last hard part. And ooh, too careful.
Oh no.
This might be it. Let's see what Kaiko does.
Oh, wow, Kaiko. That looked like he was going to miss that. Just by his outstretched arms. On to the final room.
Final room in under 19 minutes. This could really be 20-something time. Grim also getting into the last level now.
There we go, Grim. Getting into the final level. Now, like we said, we saw Kaiko struggle here before. Grim took the lead here. But is that going to happen for Kaiko here? Let's see. Oh, he makes it in safe. He's on to the boss fight. Here's his victory road walk. Can Kaiko pull it off? All he's got to do is just...
Yeah, even if Kaiko dies now, this seems like he's got it.
Yeah.
Especially with Grim taking a death there.
This looks pretty much all in the bag for Calco now. Let's see how he does here. Final 2 hits. Do we get it? And he's in there.
GG. Calco.
Calco is
20
your
minutes and 4
Kaizo.
seconds. Wow.
The winning time, 20:04. Calco, your Kaizo Cup 2022 winner, everybody. Let's give a big round of applause. And get some claps in chat for Calco, everybody. GG's. Grim's still working on the second level here, the second room. His favorite, the shell level.
And both in the final level at the end. Still a very close race.
Both were at the both Calco ended the race. Grim was in the final race. This was a close race the whole time. Really thought Grim was going to pull it out here at the end. Unfortunately, he happened to take a lot of deaths in the final 2 levels, but I mean that's how it goes with the Kaizo speedrunning. It's usually the one with the least deaths that can that takes home the gold.
And Grim, yeah, maybe. Yeah, he could stay under 22 minutes, which is such a good time.
Sub 22. What's his PB on this one?
I think he PB'd earlier today in the race, right?
He already PB'd earlier today? Oh, look at Calco looks so happy. He knows he's the winner. He's got it. Grim on to the final boss now.
Yeah, Grim is gonna get like a 22-minute end here.
Very
Sub
nice.
22.
GG's to Wild Grim. 21:59, just under the 22-minute mark. But there you have it, everybody. Your winner, Calco 2.
Calco, GG.
GG's to Kaizo. GG's to Calco. GG's to Wild Grim. What a finale. We got all the way to game 3. And both races were just neck and neck the whole time. I'm sorry, all 3 races.
And I want to say this is Calco's second best run today.
Second best run today by Calco.
He had a sub 20. No, that was Stu. I think this is one of the best times he had today for sure.
He had to pull out his second best run ever to win this tournament. That's how you do it. Great job by both racers, though.
And yeah, wow, what a tournament! Every race was just awesome to watch.
What a great thing that this turned out to be. I mean, we got all the racers that were seemed very evenly matched. We had no disappointments at all. Each racer delivered exactly what we all came here to see. And that was some good racing and good entertainment.
Yeah, shoutouts to every runner and the organization team.
Yeah,
Just a great event. Also, thank you to everybody who donated. Yes. I think the runners really deserved every cent.
Thank you everybody who helped this happen, especially Chelbird, the main guy who set this all up. Rati, who I've been working with behind the scenes here.
And thank you, Neptune.
Thank you, Orca. You are you're the man of the hour. You're the one with the creator here. So thank you for such a wonderful hack and allowing us to race people with it. You know. So
yeah, I'm happy. I was very happy to see how people broke this game down. Like I learned stuff about this hack that I didn't know.
That's got to be so fascinating. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm having such a fun time. I can't wait to get to finishing it myself. Like I said, I'm on the final 2 levels, so I'm gonna definitely be finishing this hack.
What's up, Grim?
We got Grim in the house. Is that the Wild Grim we hear? Or we thought we heard?
Oh, okay.
There he is. What's up, Grim?
Now, right?
Well, I can hear you, Grim.
Okay.
Well, welcome in. What's up? How How do you feel, Grim? How do you feel after that race? Can he not hear us? Do we lose Grim again? Uh-oh. Oh, some minor technical issues here. Looks like we're gonna have both Calco and DeWild Grim show up here. Let's get both of them in here for a post-game interview. Post-race interview.
Hello?
Hello,
There he
yo, what's up, Grim?
Can hear you. Hi, what's up?
Welcome in. And we got Calco joining us here shortly. We got the two racers from the finale. GG's to you, Grim. Congratulations. Nice job there. Came up short,
Thank you.
but that was a gripping race, especially the first game. How we all saw you took the lead right there at the end at the boss fight in the game one.
I literally couldn't believe it.
That was
Like
was
the whole
something to
time I
see.
was looking at race.gg, I was like, he hasn't finished yet for some reason. And then like right as I put done, he put done.
Such an unfortunate thing for happening to Calco, but what a race! Welcome in, Calco.
Hello.
Congratulations, GG. There is the winner of today's Kaizo Cup, Calco. How do you feel about the race, Calco? How do you feel you did?
The first race I did really good. The first round against Steve. But now I'm really exhausted. The
I
one-day
bet.
tournaments are
Oh,
really
this
rough.
hack. I would be exhausted just running this hack even once. I can't believe you guys did it 3 times every time with another person. That's amazing.
Yeah, man, I'm hungry. I'm tired. I'm ready to get off. I'm ready to get offline. You know.
Yeah. What an amazing race! But thank you guys for joining into the race. This was such a spectacular event. It was such a fun time watching you guys race. Yeah, I really loved it.
That
Was
was a
there
lot of
any?
fun.
Was there anything in the race, especially in the last run, Grim or Calco, that you thought you messed up really early on, and you thought maybe you could recover on, but it didn't
Oh
quite
no,
happen?
dude! It was Desi's rooms. I died twice in Desi's rooms, which are like
Oh,
big
yeah.
deaths. And I was like, oh, it's probably over.
Yeah, we saw that from the fourth room, and it just adds too much time there.
Yeah, way too much.
And Calco, that death after the first game when you died trying to get to actually beating Wendy but not getting to the platform. What was going through your mind there? You got to have been thinking, why did that happen? How did I miss that?
It feels really bad.
Such an unfortunate time.
I thought the run in general it wasn't one of my best runs, but I don't know if I could won that one.
I mean, certainly was a good run though. It was right down to the wire. So, what an amazing run, and what amazing speedrunners we got here on our hand. We couldn't have had a better finale for the two of you. That was great. Once again, DeWild Grim, everybody here showed up at last minute. He was a late addition, so he rarely even had a lot of practice in, and he made it all the way to the finals. So, proud of you. Good
I'm
job,
proud of
Grim.
how well I did because my PB before today was like 23:50 something, and I just got a 21, and I think I got a 21 earlier too.
Yeah, you pulled it out when you needed it. That was great
Yeah.
improvement in the race. That was awesome.
Very, very well done.
Yeah.
Orca, you have some words that you want to have with them?
I just want to say thank you both, like, for grinding the game, especially Kaiko, GG on the world record again. Also,
Thank
GG on the sub 19-minute run in the first race. Like that was, I didn't
nuts.
expect to see that, to be honest.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, in a live setting,
was-
that's just so hard. Yeah, well done.
To be honest, I wasn't obsessed with the world record. I just wanted to get consistent for the tournament.
And you
But
did.
It happened.
And you definitely were,
and it
yeah.
happened, and it was a really good run.
Yeah, I didn't expect to see anyone grind this game deathless. Like that is something I did not expect to see anyone do.
Yeah, this game's really tough, so that's super impressive.
Yeah, it's just
It's especially hard for tournament setup.
Oh yeah, but considering how difficult this game is in a tournament, like the times we saw today were just really good. Like everybody did just a great job.
Oh, I think the average of the times that everybody was finishing their runs today were way below what anyone was expecting. Like you guys were finishing them faster than yeah, it was amazing. You guys are all amazing at this game, and I'm still going through my first place.
Shucks.
But hey, once again, great job by both of you.
Thank you. Well, thanks for having me. Orca, thanks for making a fantastic hack, man.
Thanks for running.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks, chat. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I hope you guys enjoyed the races.
I have a few.
Hey, what's up, Chelbird? What's up?
Also, from me, GG to Calco, and also Grim
Thank you.
for a great run. As most of you know, I organized the tournament, and I just wanna thank everybody who was involved here. First of all, the players for participating. You all destroyed this hack. I think nobody ever thought of how good this hack can be played and how consistent this hack can be played. So thanks to all of you, and especially thanks to Grimt for joining so late and then crushing.
I did my best. I just wanted to get through the first round. I didn't expect to make it this far.
And also, thank you to all the people who helped making this event happen, starting with the graphics. Distelschweif, who made our logo, which is beautiful. Griswold, who made all the overlays for the streams. Lecce for the art and the hack, for the player hacks. Orko, of course, for making the hack and doing all the stuff with the hack and commentating. Thank you to Kreisel for making the trailer. Thanks to all the commentators, Neon, P. Miller, Ninja Lifestyle, Papanog, Mo, Lord Fura. I hope I didn't forget anybody. Big thanks to our moderator, Neptune Neon. And the biggest thanks is, of course, to SpeedGaming, which hosted this event and who gave us the machines and all the environment to stream the races.
Yeah, very generous of them to allow us to use their channel for this. Well, I think that helped a lot. It was great for that.
And especially Bonsai Beer and the Roti, who were the guys in the back who nobody sees, but who did all the stuff, all the cropping and all the testing. And without them, this event wouldn't have. I wouldn't have even started thinking about this event.
Yeah, they were the ones that were keeping the show going. So,
thanks,
great
thanks
to them.
everybody. And before we get off, I can assure you, I can't announce a date or something like that, but I can assure you we will have more tournaments like that. The next tournament will be an open tournament, open for everybody, with qualifiers. I'm looking forward to that. We will have this maybe in late fall, and I hope to see all the players here. Maybe trying another round.
I'll do it for sure.
Yeah,
I'll be there.
This is a lot of fun. I could watch these all day. It's so cool watching these. So yeah.
And yeah, that's from me. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all the viewers. We had combined views of 650 in the finals, which was incredible, which exceeded my expectations by far. So thanks to everybody, and have a good night. I will go to bed. It's 1 a.m. here, so.
You deserve it. Well, have a good night, Shelbert. Have a good night, Calco, Derwild Grim. Thanks again for racing. Congratulations to Calco. I am out as well. Orca, have a good night as well. It was good to see. Pleasure of being with you on the microphone. Hope we can do this again.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Love you guys. Bye.